All right. I think we are going live here. Hey, it's Brenda Meller with Meller Marketing, and we're here for a LinkedIn Live-a-thon. And I want to welcome if anyone is watching this. We would love it if you could leave a comment below. Let us know where you're watching from. We're going to be broadcasting all day here today. And I'm getting a little bit of a lag on my machine, and I want to make sure you guys can hear me okay. I might have to switch to a different laptop just to smooth things out here. But if you could, leave a comment below. And while you're doing that, what I'd like to do is get this party started, if you will. We're here to teach you all kinds of tips, trips, and I can't even talk. I haven't had my coffee yet. Tips, tricks, and techniques for using LinkedIn for your job search and for a variety of different things. And our very first guest here today is Pat Rook. Hey, Pat, how are you doing today?
I am awesome. Happy Saturday. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it is Saturday. It's been like kind of like a flurry of a week here. And it's great to have, you know, this day to be offered to everybody. And it's beautiful sunshine here in Michigan. How's the weather where you're at there, Pat?
I am at Myrtle Beach, and I am looking at the ocean, and it is in the low 40s, mid 40s, and sunny. Beautiful. Awesome. I just walked my dog on the beach.
That's awesome. So glad to hear. Well, it's sunny everywhere when we're sharing great information. And we're going to kick this off right away here, guys. And I want to make sure we have time for some of Pat's great information she'll be sharing. And then I also want to make sure we have some time for Q&A before we move into the next segment. So our very first session here is from 10 to 10:30. And we're going to be talking about how to move from what I've always done to maybe like what I want to do. And we know when you're in career transition, there's a lot of people, Pat, who are thinking about kind of making that pivot. And before we jump into that part of the discussion, Pat, why don't you take a minute or two, tell people a little bit about who you are, what's your business all about, and then let's start to offer them some tips.
Sure. So in a few weeks, my business will be 33 years old. I started when I was in diapers. So my background was as basically a virtual VP of marketing. I was raised in an ad agency and PR agency in college, had cool jobs, was doing a lot of great work, had a car accident, and was not able to work in an office at age 24, believe it or not. So I started virtual work in my early 20s and worked with entrepreneurial and corporate baby boomers who wanted someone to help grow their empires. Did that for 20 years, got my master's at 40, best practices for virtual teams in spring 2001 before 9/11. Because I had already been doing it a long time. And so my daughter, who's a doctor at Johns Hopkins, said to me recently, she's like, Mom, you were really built for this pandemic, because I help people through the transition of the towers going down and dislocated workers and the new work normal. And then the recession, 08, 09, and now with this. So I lost my last job at age 50. I was 10 years in the pharmaceutical industry, agency, sales for WebMD, strategic marketing. And when it all went away, like many, many people right now, complete and utter meltdown. I was 50, menopausal. Maybe you have friends that have been in that ugly space, but it was not a good time. And my best friend dug in the snow amid the meltdown and gave me this box of rocks, 50 rocks, painted gold, and it says 50 rocks, and so do you. And
that's awesome.
We'll see it on the screen. It's 50 things that are special about me. And one says confident, generous, supportive. Oh, this one says drinks wine, Brenda. Bitchy, plays golf, all the things. And so like what we help people do now, how to sit and reevaluate and say, what am I good at? What am I really meant to serve? This is my time to do a makeover. I didn't choose this time, but it's time. And I knew I was a good speaker and trainer. Those were obvious to me. But people said I was the best career coach they ever met. And I was completely blown away because I had an unorthodox background. It didn't make any sense to me at all, but you need other people's perspective. And so back in 6 years ago, almost 7 years ago, I reinvented, and now they call me the Rockstar Career Transformation Coach. And I love LinkedIn. It's my favorite place to help people build a brand and tell their story. And so that is my gift, is helping people find the light and shine the light on theirs.
That's awesome. So I am super excited. I'm actually going to kind of turn the floor over to you at this point, Pat. And again, for those that are just joining us, we're streaming live on LinkedIn, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. If you want to leave a comment or question for Pat, drop it in the comments below, and we'll get to your questions about the last 5 to 10 minutes of the segment here today. But what I'd like to do, Pat, is kind of turn this over to you. I know there's people that are watching, and they either may be in career transition right now, like maybe they've been displaced because of the coronavirus and what's happening with their industry and their company, Or maybe they're just having kind of this change of heart, like the job that they've always done isn't fueling them. It's not giving them passion, and they're starting to feel, everything that's happening in the world makes you think about your own mortality. And am I really happy with doing this? And is this what I want to do for the rest of my life? So I want to turn the floor over to you, Pat. And, what advice do you have for these folks?
Well, first to say that you're not alone and it's not your imagination. So sometimes we pivot by choice and sometimes it's by chance. And I've had the beauty and misery of having done both over the course of the last how many years. And so I always think about this, Brenda, when you hear that, some people say the voice in their head or that feeling in the pit of your stomach, those moments when you know that something needs to change, that you're just not in your zone, you're just not happy, it's not working, this is just not right. And the voice gets louder and louder. And I always liken it to, remember I Dream of Jeannie, when Jeannie would pop out of the bottle? You can't shut her up and you can't shove her back inside. So paying attention to knowing that it's time to do something, whether you are thinking, I deserve more recognition and reward. It's time to move up in my organization. I want to raise a promotion, that coveted board seat, the head of that committee that everyone's watching, but that stepping up where you are, and I work with teams and individuals to help them do that. Sometimes you want to move over. You know you're really good at what you do. You're doing the right kind of job, but maybe your company has changed. Maybe your company's folding or leaving. Maybe you've been displaced, but it's time to take that talent and do it somewhere else. Or maybe it's time to do something different altogether. I call that right-sizing your career. Sometimes people want a bigger, more visible job. And sometimes I just helped a woman this week, a corporate executive, super smart, super successful, with a special needs teenager. She wanted a right size so she could be available for her teenager. And so a more steady job that was not all about this super powered, supercharged, the more hours you work, the more gold stickers you get moment. And so I share with people the process that I went through when I had to do this myself, because I became the career coach I couldn't find and desperately needed, in all honesty. So what do I think is the number one thing? First part of a career pivot is clarity, understanding your strengths, your zone of genius, those things you do like breathing. I want you to pay attention. Think about, why do people thank you? Why do they think you're awesome? What does it say in your thank you notes, in your employee review, in your LinkedIn recommendations? Pay attention to the words. Clarity is definitely number one. It's about those innate talents, those things we do like breathing that we might not even pay attention to because we're so good at them. It's so easy. Don't ignore what's easy, because imagine how nice and easy life will be if you actually worked on things you were great at and loved doing and didn't have to always struggle. It's not hard, right? So clarity of that and career soul searching, understanding what really lights you up. What do you want your legacy to be? And now if you have, like me, the sandwich generation, we've got older aging parents, some have passed. My mom's 89 years old. She's on Facebook every day. She is, very, very active, but still needs a lot of help. So think about caring for multiple generations of your family. Our adult children, many of them have had to move back in. So we've got sometimes 3 and 4 and even 5 generations together. And we are that healthcare quarterback, that career quarterback, we're the grocery quarterback, we're doing it all. So clarity on what you want. And I think about it in 5-year chunks, because what you needed 5 years ago was probably very, very different than today, given all the circumstance. And I promise it's probably also quite different than what you may need 5 more years from now. So I want you to think about what you need now in this next chapter that's going to light you up. And then a year from now, what do you want to be celebrating when it comes to family, to fun, fitness, finances, and your fabulous career? Because a good job is not just about money, right? True wealth is not about money. It's about fulfillment. It's about satisfaction. It's about knowing you're doing the right things to make an impact. So one is clarity. The second part takes you now to confidence. We've just kind of helped you set what I call your career GPS, right? You get in the car, You have to know where you're going. Otherwise, you sit in the driveway or you drive in circles. So confidence in your competence. What are the skills that you own? What are you really, really good at? What are the things you do, like breathing, from a skills perspective? Hard skills. Maybe that's the technology, the things you learn on the job. What about the soft skills, the leadership skills, the transferable skills? I mean, if you think about it, no one had a job that said, oh, I'm a great leader in a pandemic, right? So confidence in your competence. Sometimes, like my friend Tracy, who came to us, she was an outstanding project manager and her contract was up and the pandemic was just starting and her kids were spread apart and she was really upset, but she wanted a job that had location flexibility so that she could relocate to the South when she was ready, perhaps even this year. So instead of sending hundreds of resumes, we updated her LinkedIn profile. She realized she loved clinical trials work and pharma work. So she went and we found her a free course from Harvard. Took a clinical trials course. She ended up paying for the certificate. So she's got a Harvard certificate in something very niche that she really, really wanted to be involved with, and ended up landing out of 12 resumes, only 12. She had meetings and introductions and interviews with 6. And out of the 6, she was offered a job. She's been at Becton Dickinson, which is BD, doing a global launch, loving life. And she still, even the day she took that job, had 5 companies looking at her. Confidence in her competence. She was able to articulate her value. She was able to plan ahead. She was able to supplement. And that doesn't mean going and getting another master's degree or another doctorate degree, because some people like to get ready. But it's a matter of telling that story so that if someone goes to your LinkedIn profile, and I know you're going to have a lot of folks talking specifically about the logistics, the nuts and bolts of LinkedIn. I'm talking about the storytelling. Think about whoever your decision maker, who's your ideal decision maker, who do you want to attract? Who do you know that you can serve, and how will you impact them? That clarity, that story then becomes the communication part. That's number 3, articulating your value so that that decision maker feels like, and you feel like, it's your Cinderella moment. This is me in my best light, doing my best work, giving it my all, making an impact, so that your LinkedIn profile, which is your personal brand, you're represented. If you look, I have my box of rocks as my screensaver. It's on my background on my LinkedIn profile. They call me the Rock Lady. Articulate your value so that the people on the other side are aware of your unique skill set, of your unique personality, of your alignment with their purpose and mission and passion, right? Tell that story. So even in the profile, talk about your value. You know how XYZ decision maker struggles with blank? Well, I solved that by blank, 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 and then start filling in the blanks. Literally speak to that person, articulate your value so that they know you are the right person that they can't wait to talk to solve their specific need. And then weave in the story of your strength and make sure you put your keywords and do all those right LinkedIn things that your whole day will be talking about from the nuts and bolts perspective to be searchable. Use the skills to be able to then, right? So we've got 1 was clarity, 2 was confidence in your competence, 3 is articulate your value, and number 4 is to rock your connections, right? So now we've got the what I want, what I deserve, how I'm going to get there, the story I want to tell, and now it's about outreach. I want you to use LinkedIn. I use it every single day to reach out to people, not just the people that are in your current circle, the people that you have known forever. It's one thing to talk to someone and say, what did you have for dinner last night? What about people you haven't seen in 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 years? Talk to them, reach back out. And I just, one of the people, I do a mastermind, which is my high level VIP. It's your personal advisory council. You get one-on-one coaching, all the done for you, LinkedIn and profile and resume and all that. But you have a board of directors. And my former HR person from one of my former jobs is now in my circle as one of our clients. And she sent me a note and it said, introvert alert. I know you want me to reach out, but I feel silly, blah, blah. What do I do? I'm stuck. Not alone. 30 to 50% of people at least claim to be introverts. I am actually an introverted extrovert. I know that might sound strange, but I enjoy that quiet time as much as I do the connection. And so I've got to put myself into that mental mode. So what I said to her is, simplest way to do it is say, hey, Sally, hey, Brenda, nice to see you. I know it's been forever, but your smiling face popped up in my newsfeed, or congratulations, I just noticed you had a raise. I wanted to thank you. I remember back when we worked together and you helped me with blank, or you taught me blank, or you impacted me by blank. Tell them something wonderful about themselves. Give them one smile on their face. Tell them a moment where they lit you up. Tell them a moment where they helped you. I reached out to my old boss from 2003 and thanked him because he used to always say, come on, kid, do once, use many. Don't reinvent the wheel. And I think about that. And what he's saying is that when you have a process and a system and a structure, it's so much easier to move down the lane. It's so much easier to then take the framework and then listen closely to the needs of your current client or your current hiring manager that you want to work with, and really apply so that you are connecting the dots from where you've been to where you need to be. They need to clearly see the light you have in the things you've done, and how those transferable skills can assimilate, how that impacts them. That's so what, who cares, right? And hockey great Wayne Gretzky says, it's not about skating to the puck, it's about skating to where the puck will be. I want you to find joy showing up, especially if you happen to be more my age than perhaps my kids' age, right? I have 2 kids just out of college. My daughter is a doctor at Johns Hopkins. My son is the youngest news director ever at NBC television here in Myrtle Beach. And so they're both in their lane doing exactly what they went to school for, exactly what they love, with smiles on their faces. My son gets up at 2 a.m. in the morning to go do the early morning news, but he loves it because I asked him why, and he said, because Mom, people depend on the news, they depend on me, and I'm making an impact. I thought he was going to say about the camera work. It was awesome, right? So it's about clarity of what you want, the confidence in your competence, the articulating your value, communicating that story, and then making the connections. And I see that you put on my title, I want to make sure I don't forget to say that I'm happy to share probably the biggest aha moment, the tool that I created. It was literally me writing down the questions I had in my head. The career soul searching assessment. If you have any doubt at all, is it time for a change? Where am I in my lane? Why do I get frustrated repeatedly? Or maybe what should I be doing next or focusing on now? Please go to rockonsuccess.com/soul, S-O-U-L. I see Brenda's got it right there. It's rockonsuccess.com/soul, S-O-U-L, and take the free career soul searching assessment. And you can ping me on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn Messenger all day, every day. Brenda, I think you are too, right? That's our, it's easy to catch us there. Right?
That's the go-to. Can you hear me okay, guys? I had to swap over computers. I was getting a lag on the other laptop. I think I've corrected it. So hopefully.
Yes, it does. You're good.
All right. I went to my old backup laptop. I was like doing things in the background, multitasking, you know, but you were doing great, Pat. And hopefully I was catching your key takeaways and your key points accurately there. Is that okay?
You did. You did great. I wish I had you with me every day.
And I want to pull up the webpage that you just talked about, because I want to just see if you can tell us. So when people go to this page, it's they can fill out the form for the free assessment, but then you mentioned they can get the free assessment. So that's where they click on the get free access, and they can learn more about what this is all about.
So it's going to take you through mindset, those clarity points we talked about, the things that you do well, the places you find frustration. It's going to take you through a section with questions about skill set. And those are literally some of the tactics, the tools, the transferable skills. Are you working in things you feel good at, or are you constantly frustrated that you're doing the wrong things? Kumon math, when my kids were in school, when they were little, and we went to the tutor.
Yeah.
Some people go to a tutor because they need help they want to go from a D to a C or a C to a B or whatever. But I looked around and I noticed, I said, there's all these kids that are in the honors class and they're here in the tutor. And the tutor owner said to me, that's because they believe in really acing the things you're good at, really shine and lead from the front with those things. And if you think about it, isn't that just brilliant? It's so simple. Stop struggling, because I love Strength Finders. And the final message that I have to always share is that we are not supposed to be good at everything. Right. Our collective team should be. We're not supposed to be good at everything. Our team should be. And so when you do career soul searching and you find your lane, your zone of genius, and where you want to make an impact, you'll bounce out of bed, the days will fly by, joy in what you do, smile on other people's faces. You're less stressed because it is so much easier and faster to pay someone who loves the tech and loves fixing broken links on websites or whatever your bane of your existence is. Yeah. Let them do what they're good at, and then you can do what you're good at. And I know that might sound really simple, but I spent a lot of wasted time trying to be good at so many things, when in reality, it's so much more fun with stereo surround sound of other awesome people. Exactly why you're doing this LinkedIn, because you're going to have so many experts helping your audience with different facets of how to be better. So you guys are in for such a treat today, and I'm really, really honored to be a part of it. Thank you.
Well, I am so delighted to have you kicking us off here today, Pat, because there's so many messages that were coming out in the words that you said, you know, finding something that you're good at, finding something you're passionate about. And, you know, there's a process you need to go through to get there, because I think a lot of us kind of, you go down the path you're supposed to do. You go to school, and then maybe you choose the college path because people told you you're supposed to do that. And then you end up in a job that you don't really love. And it reminds me, Pat, of a story. When I first graduated college, I was dating a guy who was he was going to be a pediatrician. And I think he was his third year of medical school, and he hated it. Didn't want to do it anymore. And I was like, well, why don't you change paths? Do something else instead. And he's like, no, I'm in so much debt right now. I can't not do this anymore. And he's somebody's pediatrician out there, you know, and maybe he made a change and went into a different medical field. But I think about, if you're not, and what you said, if you're not passionate about what you do, you're not going to be your best at it, right?
No, you're not. And it's really funny waking up. Some people believe that your job is here in one compartment and just do whatever it is. And I would empty garbage cans and still whistle and sing while I did it. Like, so it's not about ego, right? It's really about, because I always believed I'd be the one at a client and walking down the hall, and if there's a piece of paper on the floor, I would pick up the piece of paper. Yeah. Nothing, or tell them to restock the ladies' room. Like, nothing is above or below. It's about being part of a family. So this is your work family that you spend a lot of time with. Not to get stuck in comparison-itis. Yeah. You can talk to these other people, ask them, what was fun about working with me? What did I bring to the table that was a standout? Because I'm trying to just do this 360 reassessment of, you know, my gifts and how I help people as I just reevaluate. I like to reset every year. And maybe you can help me with that perspective. And it's amazing. Listen to what they say, and then say to them, would you mind taking a minute and a half and put that on a LinkedIn recommendation? Yeah, that's a good point, right? It's easy to do that, right? And then it's permanent part of your record, because it's sitting there on your profile attached to theirs with their picture. And
what I love about recommendations on LinkedIn too, like there's validity, there's social proof that's kind of baked in, because like a letter of recommendation, I mean, you could write it yourself and forge a signature. I don't think you're going to, but there's always a little bit of that. Did they really write it? Versus a LinkedIn recommendation, it's tied to somebody's profile, so you can't fake that. And if it's a legitimate profile, I mean, there's good stuff there. So Pat, what I want to do is I want to kind of bring us into some Q&A here. And I saw one question. Marjorie Lowry is saying, having a hard time networking, haven't had steady work in the past few years, and COVID hasn't helped. So what tips would you offer for Marjorie about networking?
That's a great, okay, so 2 tips. First one is, there are some re-entry opportunities for folks who've been out of work for 2 years or more. So you might want to look up re-entry, work re-entry. Okay, so that is a whole category that people are starting to find some opportunities where they might have felt doors were closed if they've been out of work a while. So that's step 1. Number 2, think about the fact, New York Times says that we have all atrophied our relationship building muscles. It's not your imagination. Don't feel bad about it. We're all in the same boat. Don't worry about the fact, oh, they might not remember me. They might not have time. Guess what? If they're too busy and don't have time, that's on them, and it doesn't change who you are. But you will be blown away by the kindness of others and how excited people will be. So I use LinkedIn. I go on the messenger. Sometimes I do it with voicemail, sometimes with video, but I'll always just say, hey, I know it's been a long time. I saw Top Gun, and it reminded me of my boss from 2004. He was Tom Cruise. That was his job in the military. He was the fighter pilot. Super cool guy. I said, Tom Cruise has nothing on you. How are you? I'd love to introduce you to one of my friends who's in your backyard. I think you have a lot in common. And Friday afternoon, 9 o'clock Monday morning, we did a 3 virtual coffee. So how about if you introduce someone from your past to someone in your future, or ask one of your friends to introduce someone in their past to you? Because they can be the buffer. You get past the gatekeeper. They can introduce you and brag about you just a little and say nice things that you might not probably want to say about yourself. You'll feel better. It jumpstarts the conversation. And now you both have a new friend with new experiences, and both of you gain from each other's circle. Isn't that a fun way to network?
There you go. That's a great tip. And networking, and you're learning, and you're building relationships with others. I want to do one final question before they do that. We're going continuous all day, guys. I don't know if you know, this is like a LinkedIn live-a-thon. Like, I remember like younger, we had like the bowl-a-thons, or in school, the walk. This is
I was thinking Jerry Lewis. Remember that?
Right? So there's no downtime. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going to bring in our next guest, who is Libby. And Libby, how you doing today?
Great. Thank you. So excited to be here.
Hi, Libby.
Hang tight for just a minute, and then I'll bring you back in and we'll get the conversation started. So Pat, I see that we had another question from someone, and it was just about the assessment. And I'm going to pull it back up on screen here again. And they were just asking, how do you access the assessment? So let me
if you go to Rock On Success, it's right under my name right here, rockonsuccess.com/soul, SOUL. It'll take you to that page. You'll see a picture of me, and it'll say something about ready for next step in your career. And hit that button, and it'll ask you for your email. There you go. Time to focus on what really matters and take charge of your career. And so hit that button, and we'll send you that document. You can download it. You can either fill it out electronically, make sure you save the document, or print it out, pen to paper, whatever feels good to you. Snuggle in front of your fireplace, put your puppy on your lap. It's just
I love it.
for journaling, girls and boys. It's fun.
Yeah. And I want to pull up your LinkedIn page up on screen for folks here, Pat. Are you open to accepting new connections, or are you followers only? Where are you at?
We've got 16,000 followers. There's my box of rocks.
Love it.
See, so
tell a story about it. That's such a cool story. I love that.
I'm consistent. So I have my media. I've been on Good Morning America, Inc., Oprah Magazine, New York Post, New York Times, blah, 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 blah. So always have your media. If you've got any of that street cred, you can put that right in there. Executive and leadership coach. So I work with individuals and teams. I try to articulate that clearly. The box of rocks is always attention getting, because people will just call me the rock lady. They'll know it's me. My father's name was Rocky. My father-in-law's Rocky. My son's middle name's Rocky. My favorite movie's Rocky. And I married a guy named Roque. My last name means rock. And then the box of rocks showed up. So
love it. And what was the thing on the box for those people that joined a little late? They may have missed the story. So when you turned 50, your friend gave you a box of rocks. And what did they say?
It says 50 rocks, and so do you. I had lost my last job. I got, just like a lot of people this year, right? I lost my job. The phone rang, and they were like, we love you. The company's folding. We lost our funding. It's over. Bye-bye. No vacation, no severance, just all vapor. And I had 2 kids in college. My daughter was about to go to medical school, and I was making buckets of money, and I went from hero to zero in a phone call. Doesn't that sound familiar to a lot of people right now?
That's very true. Yeah.
Right? So I didn't know what to do. I was never thinking of myself as a career coach, but when I did what I just recommended to your friend and I did the outreach, people said, you're a great speaker and trainer. We love having you come into our companies, but you're also the best career coach I ever met. And I'm like, what?
Oh, that's great.
I did it when nobody was looking. I wasn't labeled that. I wasn't paid for it. I just did it.
That's awesome. Well, Pat, I want to thank you so much. It was a delight. I mean, we had a quick conversation, I think, when I first booked you, and that was about it. I'm like, I love your energy. let's bring you on. And guys, if you're joining late, this is a LinkedIn Live-a-thon. We're going all day. I had a couple of AV sound issues earlier in the presentation. I'm going to watch the playback. If it's not succinct working perfectly, Pat, I may ask you to come back to next month. I'm going to repeat this LinkedIn Live-a-thon next month. I may have you come back and repeat the session because there was so many good nuggets of information in there. But I just want to thank you so much for joining Pat today. And I want to invite those of you watching, if you guys learned something from Pat, drop it in the comments below. I'm a big believer as adult learners. It helps to kind of remind ourselves, here is something I'm going to take away from Pat's talk. And she's going to go out into the live stream. So if we didn't get to your question, I'll ask Pat if she could kind of poke around in the live stream there and help you out. So thanks again, Pat. Anything else you send us off with before you leave the session?
The bottom line, you deserve to rock your career and your life without selling your soul or losing your mind. And hopefully, thanks to Brenda, you've got a step in the right direction. So God bless and good luck. Have fun with it.
Thank you so much, Pat. Have a great day.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. So we're off now. We're off to the races and running here. And we're kind of going to be moving along here, guys. It's going to be a steady stream of guests that are coming in, and very, very excited for Libby Simon, who is our second guest. First of all, Libby, how are you doing today?
Good. You mentioned earlier you hadn't had coffee. This is my second cup, so things are moving right along. Glad to be here.
I got up this morning. It was so cute. My daughter, I was talking about this event and how we've got a lot of people coming on, and she's like, well, can I make, she's 9 and she's really taking an interest in cooking. She's like, can I make your coffee and breakfast for you? And I'm like, sure. And I'm running around the house trying to get things set up. And she made my coffee and I helped her out with it, you know, microwaving and stuff. And then she made me a bowl of oatmeal. It was so sweet. So she's, we've got a supportive family here in the Miller household.
She contributed to your day. That's perfect.
Yes, and she might make a little appearance here at some point. So we're going to shift gears here, and I'm going to have Libby introduce herself in just a minute. If you guys are just joining, you're just watching, and you missed the first segment, there's a way to get the playback links to all of these. I'm going to share that with you in a little while here. But what I'd like to do is just kick off our second segment. And this whole day is about how, you know, I'm trying to pull in together speakers and topics that can help you if you're in career transition. And that might mean you're unemployed, you're underemployed. Maybe you've been recently laid off because of COVID. Maybe you've been off for a while, even before COVID. Maybe you're finding yourself in a situation where, gosh, you don't know what you want to be when you grow up, right? And maybe you're over the age of 30 and you're kind of feeling like, did I miss what I was supposed to do? And did I miss that door that I could have gone through to make a change? And I don't know what I want to do. I mean, we were talking in the last segment about moving from a job that you do to a job that you love. And this is probably an extension of that topic. So Libby's going to be sharing with us some career strategies if you're over the age of 30 and in career transition or thinking about making a move. So really excited for this chat here today. And Libby, why don't you start by, you know, giving us a little bit of an overview. Who are you? What's your business all about? And then we'll jump into that conversation.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Brenda. So I'm Libby. As Brenda said, I own Clearview Coaching and Consulting. And the name Clearview is really symbolic of what I wanted to do with my company. When you are thinking about a career, you say, I'm 30, I'm 40, I'm 50, I don't know what I want to be. It can feel very fuzzy. And that's what I've found with so many of my clients is they're in that mid stage in their career. So when you're 20 and you're just graduating high school or college or trade school, you think, oh, it's normal not to be quite sure what I want to do. But by the time you get to your 30s and beyond, you start to feel that sense of, I should have this figured out by now. And you would be surprised at how many people do not. And so those are the folks that I work with my company. I have a background in HR. I worked in healthcare, then I worked in financial services. And so seeing people in those different industries at different stages in their career, it just became really apparent to me what I wanted to do for folks. And on average, people work about 90,000 hours in their lifetime. Yeah, that's a lot of hours. And if you think of how much time you spend at work during the day, most of your waking hours are at work. And when you're unhappy in that role, when you feel unfulfilled, you feel trapped, you feel like you're not doing what you were made to do, that spills over into every single aspect of your life, your personal relationships, your family, your health. You don't sleep well at night. It touches everything. And so figuring that out and giving yourself the grace and the space to do that is really important. And that's where I come in. We get that clarity, like Pat was talking about, knowing your strengths, getting clarity. That's so good. I'm really happy to be following her because that is so key. And we sometimes don't do that. So I work with my clients to do that, to get that strategy to enable them to be in the role that they want to be in, and then to do it with confidence, because at 30 and beyond, you have so many skills that you bring to an employer, to a company, to a market that you might not have when you're younger. So it's really an advantage, even though sometimes people don't always feel that way.
Yeah. And it's like we were talking about, when you're over 30, you have gained a lot of skills at this point in your career, but
Absolutely.
you also might feel like, I have those skills, but I don't really like doing them. I'm good at them, but it's not fulfilling for me. So I'm going to turn the floor over to you right now, Libby, and I'm just going to have you lead the discussion. I'll come back in at Q&A at the end here, but we're going to just, I really just want you to give career strategy. I mean, there's people that are watching that are over 30, and they might be 31, and they might be 51, and they might be 71. They might be at different phases in their career. So what advice do you have for them on kind of navigating their career to find something that they do love doing?
That's perfect. I will share my screen if that will work.
Yeah,
I'm a visual learner, so having things written down that I can see is really helpful, and I wanted to provide that too. So let's see here. Just one second.
And while she's doing that, guys, I'm going to continue to pull up your comments periodically. So if you want to drop a comment, if there's a speaker that you like, that you want to, kind of share comments on the thoughts that they've given you, feel free to do that. And there you go. I think the screen share is working now, so go right ahead, Libby.
Okay. If it ever cuts out, let me know, and we'll just do it verbally, but hopefully this will help some folks. So 5 steps to getting that career clarity. And the first one I want to share is really your mindset. So before you do anything, before you start on any path at all, realize that you are not starting over. So many people come to me and say, oh, I don't want to start. I don't want to be at the bottom of the totem pole. I can't do this. I don't want to start over. I'm going to lose everything I've worked for. No, you're not. You are starting differently. You are not starting over. You have so many skills, like we were just talking about, that you bring to your role. Even if you're changing industries, you're bringing things with you. You're not starting fresh. And so it helps to center yourself around that, because if you're not confident in what you bring and the value that you bring to a company, that's going to show. That's going to show in not applying for jobs that you would be great at. It's going to show in interviews. It's going to show as you get into those roles. And so taking a moment and letting it sink in that I have something to offer here, and I am going to do this. I have something that companies need, and I'm bringing with me so many things of value. That's my first thing. And I know people, mindset seems kind of woo-woo for some folks, but it's really key to know your worth before you even start. So you're not starting over, you're starting differently, really changing that mindset of I'm starting fresh and I don't know anything. And the second step would be to look to the past. So if you don't know where you've come from, it's going to be hard to know where you are and where you want to be. And so what I suggest, think about what has and hasn't worked in roles you've been in. So even if a role, you didn't like it, or it wasn't in the industry you're in now or an industry you're interested in, grab a piece of paper or the notes app on your phone or a bar napkin. I don't care what it is, but jot down, okay, when I think about that job, what is it that worked for me? And if your initial thought is nothing worked, it was terrible, check that thinking and try to come up with, okay, what about the team? Did I like the team? Did I like the work environment? Make a list of all the things that have worked for you. Were you able to have stretch assignments? And then also think about what didn't work. Was there a lack of growth opportunity? Was the commute too long? Was your boss a micromanager? And then the middle line there, you see the why. I really encourage you to spend some time thinking about why those things did and didn't work. So if you say, oh, my boss was a jerk, that's why it didn't work. Well, why was your boss a jerk? Because a jerky boss to me is different than a jerky boss to you. If your boss never gave you feedback and that's something that's really important to you, and that's why you feel like they weren't a great leader, jot that down, because the more you know about where you've been and what's worked and what hasn't worked for you, the more aware and intentional you can be as you go forward. The tagline on my business card, remember when we actually used to give those out to people, says create your life intentionally. And that's something I really strive for, is because no one will do this for you. Or let me retract that. People will do it for you, but it won't be the way you want it to be. No one will create your life the way you want it to be for you. And so you need to be intentional about that. And one of those things is thinking about what's not been working and what has been working. Then once you get your lists, think about what commonalities or what themes do I see here? If growth is showing up a lot, or if being micromanaged, or if a long commute, what themes are you seeing that you can start to zero in on and look to as you look for new roles, as you interview for new roles? You're going to be much more effective in the job search process when you know what you're looking for, instead of just some scattershot of, oh, this seems good, this seems good, this seems good, because we tend to go with what we know. And you're unhappy in your role right now for a reason. And we're going to talk about that in just a second. But it will be easy to fall into or to be pulled toward that type of role in the future, unless you're very aware of what you're looking for and what you want and don't want. Okay, so you look to the past, you spend some time there. And I will say also, this isn't a 2-minute, I'm just going to do this in between meetings or on my coffee break. Actually take some time with some of this stuff, because it can help you to give your brain space to think about these things. So you've looked to the past. Now you want to think about what's going on right now. So what do you want now? If you're in your 30s and beyond, you're likely at a much different life stage than you were when you were 20. Maybe you have a family now. Maybe you're looking to make more money in a role. You have that experience already. Whatever it may be, think about what you want right now, what you want for development opportunities, what you want for a commute, what you want for salary. What is important to you right now? Pat mentioned one of her colleagues was looking for less demanding work situation, and that's okay too. So I always say to my clients, don't apologize for what you want or what your needs are. If you want that less stress, less demand, less time at work, really step into that and own that. That's okay. There are people that want different things, and you don't have to want what everybody wants. Sometimes we feel like, oh, I'm in my 30s, I'm in my 40s. I really still need to be hard charging to get up the promotion, to get to that CEO spot, whatever it might look like. If that's not for you, that's not for you, and it's okay. So giving yourself grace and permission to own what you want right now is the first step. So you can be clear on that as you go forward. And then Pat also talked about strengths. So considering your strengths and interests, what are you good at? What do you like doing? Because these can be really different things. You could be very good at working with numbers and not like it. For example, in one of my HR roles, I was really good at writing policies. Now, do I want to write policies for the rest of my life? No. So I have that on my strengths column. But when I think about it, just like we did with the past, when you think about why something did or didn't work, think about why something is a strength or an interest. So the policy writing, for example, why was I good at that? I have good attention to detail. I'm good with words. I connect well with stakeholders to consider their perspectives, all those things. And so instead of just having policy writing as your strength, your list is going to have policy writing and then things underneath it that will allow you to start to see, this is my whole skill set and tool set that I bring to a role. So you can be looking for roles that draw on that attention to detail, that stakeholder connection, those kinds of things. Hope this is resonating with folks. And then thinking about your interests. What do you love to do? And how do those two things fill a need for the market? And that's really important because I'm a very practical person. You know, you could say, I just want to be an underwater basket weaver. That's great. But if there's not a market for baskets that are weaved underwater, it's going to be hard to pay the bills. And I want you to be able to pay the bills, as I'm sure you want to be able to do as well. And so thinking about where your strengths and your interests marry up to fill a need. Well, how do I know what the needs are? You may be asking. And in the freebie that will be sent out afterward, I have some other questions that'll help you sort these things out. But look around you. See what are people talking about? Check social media. Obviously with a grain of salt, because we know how social media can go. Check news channels, check industry publications, go to meetings in your community. So for example, a woman in my area she saw that students in the local schools, they get meals during the day at school, but on the weekends, they don't have those school provided meals. And some of the families were not able to afford food for the weekends. So she, using her skill set and her passions, she started a nonprofit to create packages of meals that these students were able to take home on the weekends. And they would just put them in their backpacks discreetly. And then they had this food for the weekend. So she just had her eyes and ears open at community events and saw, this is a need, and it spoke to her. And so she acted on that. Now, am I saying you need to go start a nonprofit? No. But what I'm saying is just listen and look around for the needs that your strengths and interests can fill. And then moving right along, there's just 5 steps. So we're on the home stretch here. Play devil's advocate. This cute little devil here, I didn't want it to be a scary face devil because it's not a bad thing. When you think about industries or roles that haven't worked, you might just be tempted to write them off. I challenge you, and I want you to challenge yourself to think about those things again. So for example, I mentioned I worked in healthcare. Now, you would not want me having anything to do with your care if it involved blood, guts, or bodily fluid. I do not have the stomach for that. It is not my thing. I know that about myself. However, if I had said, ugh, I hate that part of healthcare, I'm not going to even think about healthcare as an industry, I would have lost out on one of the most fulfilling roles that I had, caring for those that cared for others. So I was on the non-clinical side in healthcare, and it was amazing. And I think about it still to this day. So challenge yourself to look at things you might have already written off and say, what other options are there in that industry or role that may work for me? And why might those things work? You may have to poke around on LinkedIn and type in healthcare and see what other roles come up, because you don't know what you don't know, right? But you can find those things out. You can figure it out. And you may come across a gem that you would have otherwise written off. So I encourage you, as you're thinking about where you've been in your 20s, your 30s, think about what worked, what didn't, what else? How can I look at that situation a little bit differently? And that can be really helpful for you to get started on another path. And then last but not least, take action. So you're going to get so many great resources today, and so many people are going to have things that are coming at you, and you'll feel encouraged and pumped after this. I want to challenge you to think of one thing that you're going to do right now or this week after today to make the career progress that you want. Who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to have support you and help hold you accountable? How are you going to maintain that momentum? And think carefully about that person, because not everybody in your life is going to encourage you to pursue what you want to pursue and to pursue what you're feeling called to do. So think carefully about who that is, someone that will support you, and think about what's best for you, not what's best for them. So action, action, action. That's so key in thinking about what you want to do. So all this great info that you're going to hear today doesn't just stop here. It keeps going, and you have that momentum to make the difference that you want. So in quick summary, check your mindset. You're not starting over. You're starting differently. You're going to look to the past, what worked and what didn't. Think about what you want right now. It's probably different than what you wanted in your 20s, and that's okay. You do not have to apologize or explain any interests that you have now or any desires that you have now. And then challenge yourself. Play that devil's advocate. Think differently about where you've been and where you could be. And lastly, take action and be intentional. Be intentional about the life that you are creating for yourself, because you have so many amazing things to deliver. And this is your time. You are here today for a reason. And it's so exciting, all the things you'll be able to do after today.
Libby, I absolutely love this presentation. I love how you kind of broke it into, 5 steps for us, and it makes it really easy as you're watching, because there's so much information we're going to be getting here today and throughout the day. So I've been seeing a lot of comments coming in from folks, and I want to encourage you guys. This is our Q&A. So we're talking here. If you're joining us late, we're talking about, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, career strategies after 30, and Libby's already given us a lot of great tips there. And what I'd like to do is move this into some Q&A. and see what questions you guys have and what feedback you have. And I'm seeing a lot of comments, people just saying, loving, inspiration. They're getting out of here. Excellent presentation. This person just commenting saying, every action matters.
Yes.
No matter how small, right, Libby?
Yes, it does.
So I want to see if you guys have any questions. I'm scrolling through, and the chat is kind of blowing up right now. So as I'm finding a question, it kind of shifts. And just so you're aware, Libby, we've got about 260 people watching us live on LinkedIn, about 40 on YouTube, and I think another 20 or so on Facebook. So I'm going throughout. Yes. So I've had a few people ask the question, Libby, about copy of the presentation. Is that something you're able to share with people? Should they connect with you to request that, or what's your preference there?
That is perfect. I'm happy to send that over. Brenda will share my contact information. I don't know if it's been scrolling by while we've been talking.
Yeah.
Feel free. Oh, it was covered up. Oh, sorry about that, Maggie. My website is clearviewcc.org. So Clearview Coaching Consulting, but just cc.org. Okay. I'm active on LinkedIn. If you want to shoot me a message there, I'm happy to send you what I just showed today. And Brenda will also link to a freebie that is going to help you dig further into some of the points that we talked about too. So get in touch with me wherever you can find me, website, LinkedIn, and we will connect. Happy to support.
So I'm actually going to pull up, it's taken a second here in the background to pull up your website, but let me just pull this up right now. And is the freebie something that's going to be on your website, Libby, or is it something that you're going to be sending us a link to? Tell us about that.
So there's different things you can get on my website. The one specifically for today is not listed there right now. I can put it there. It's not there. It's an Ideal Career Worksheet series. And so it talks you through digging into some of those components that we talked about today. And that will be in, as far as I know, the follow-up information for me in this presentation today. But if you don't see it or you want it right this second, message me on LinkedIn and I am happy to help, because I'm going to be tuning into the rest of the great presenters that are coming. So yes, I would love to be in touch with anybody that has questions.
Great. So there, I put her website up on the screen. I put her information on there as well. And then I want to show folks your LinkedIn URL here as well. So I'm just navigating. I'm kind of doing piloting and co-piloting, you guys. And I may have my teenage son come in and help me at some point. His bedroom is right above mine, and he said he was going to set his alarm for 10 o'clock, and it's 10:52, and I have not heard any movement from him yet. So no promises that he'll be coming out. But, maybe I'll get an assist at some point.
Oh, the days of sleeping until 10 o'clock. I remember that.
I can't imagine. I feel like when I get to even like this morning, I think it was about 8:30, 8:45. And my husband's like, are you getting up? I'm like, yeah, I can't sleep in like teenagers. You got to appreciate that.
It is true.
So I'm pulling up your LinkedIn URL up on screen as well right now, Libby. Are you open to accepting connections from people if they're watching?
Absolutely. I love supporting my network, seeing what you post, just having that knowledge share back and forth. And it does say I help professional women. I also work with male clients as well. So don't think, oh, I have a question, I can't reach out to you. I work primarily with women, but I also work with men as well to really help you get to that spot that lights you up again.
Okay, great. And I'm just going to see if we have maybe one or two more questions, and then we're going to get our next panel started at 11. So things are moving pretty smoothly here, I think. Let's see. And Maggie Walsh, by the way, it's so nice to see your name. I haven't seen you for a while. I'd love to catch up, see how you're doing. I just want to see if anyone else has any additional questions for Libby. So I'm just scrolling through chat right now. Christina, can we watch all the presentations again and replay after today? Yes, you can. I mean, you could go onto the LinkedIn feed and you can watch starting from the beginning after we're done here today. It'll be on YouTube. If you want to go through and watch, there'll be one video with all 6 hours, but I'm also going to chunk things out. So if you guys want to get all of the playbacks, let me just put this up on screen. When you registered for the event, if you did register on LinkedIn, if you said, yes, it's okay for the organizer to email you, you'll automatically get an email from me. If you said no, but you were just trying to get into the event and now you're like, oh, I really want to get the playback, then you have to go to my website and give me the opportunity to email you. So I have to get an opt-in, basically, is what I'm saying here. So let me just kind of, sometimes I like the tickers and sometimes I feel like there's too much going on. So let me just put up on screen here. If you go to mellermarketing.com/LIL subscribe, and that stands for LinkedIn Live, by the way. So I try to make it kind of easy. So if you do a little subscribing, I'll give you a little bit of information. And I don't like to send people information if they haven't requested it. But if you do want to get the playbacks, especially, I mean, Libby have given us so much great information here. You might want to process it and digest it, watch it all over again. And that's a good way of doing that. So if you go to that web address, opt in. We'll send you the information with the playbacks, with Libby's free resources as well. And, definitely something that I would do if I were you guys watching here this morning. So we're here sharing tips with job seekers who are in career transition, and also folks who may be working but looking and thinking about a change. And I am seeing some comments coming in. This is really a reflective session, isn't it, Libby? Kind of thinking about where we're at right now.
And we don't give ourselves time to do that. We think, I should know this. So you feel bad about wanting a change. Don't feel bad. You want what you want, and this is your time to step into that and really create that for yourself. Mm-hmm. And grab a cup of coffee or a glass of wine or whatever you drink. It doesn't matter to me. And think through these things and allow yourself that space. If you need to, just sit in your car. That's what I do sometimes to get away from all the kid noises. Go to the grocery store and just hang out there for a little while.
Hang out in the grocery store parking lot. And then when your husband or kids call and text and say, where are you? Just say, oh, the lines are really long. And you're in your car like drinking.
Still waiting to check out. Yep.
Yeah. So I see a question coming in from Bill. When he reaches out to connect with you, is it requesting an email address for that, Libby? Do you have that set up that way, or?
It should not be. My address is, or my email is just libby@clearviewcc.org, but I shouldn't have it set to where you need to enter that. Okay. So I've not heard that from anybody yet. So
it could be, Bill, if you've gotten too many people saying, I don't know, Bill. Sometimes LinkedIn puts you in, like, I don't want to say jail, but they put you in kind of like a holding pattern, where if you're sending out too many invitations at once, they want to make sure you're not automated or a bot. So they're going to start to say, for the next couple people, you got to put in their email address first. So Bill, if you're doing that, one thing I like to tell people is when you send out invitations to connect, you always want to include a personal note. So there's an option when you click an invite to connect with someone, it'll either say add a note or send now. So you want to, when you invite Libby to connect, click on add a note and then say something about Libby. Tell her that you saw her on today's LinkedIn Live-a-thon. Tell her, something that you learned from today. But if you click on send now and you do that too many times and people start clicking on, I don't know this person, I don't know Libby, I don't know Bill, you're going to get flagged up on LinkedIn. So that might be what's happening there. So try that out, Bill. And for a while, if you're kind of in this, it's like a jail limbo kind of a place. If you're getting that, then you may just need to slow down your connection requests, start including more of that personal note, and that should get you out of there. That happened to me once upon a time too. So I know what you're referring to, Bill. And if it's not on Libby's settings, it's probably the user setting. So what I'm going to do now, Libby, is we're getting ready for the next session. And we're actually going to have a bunch of folks joining us on screen. And we'll do one final question and I'll give you a chance to wrap up. Sure. So our next session is we're going to be talking about, let me pull it up on screen here. It's a little bit of co-piloting, navigating. Here we go here. We're
You're amazing for doing all this.
It's kind of like, that guy that used to be like the band player and he was like playing the cymbals here and then the bell was here and then he's jumping on the drum. It's kind of feeling like that to me right now, but it all works out in the wash, so to speak.
And there they are.
Yeah, we've got Kenneth, Mark, and Marty. How are you guys doing today?
Doing well, doing well.
Good. I think this will be our largest on-screen group here today because our next is a panel discussion with these three gentlemen. And we're talking about, if you are experience rich, the mature worker and job seeking, what you can be looking for. And I think we're kind of building upon what we've learned, from Pat in the first session, from Libby in the second session, and then continuing to go. So guys, hang out just for a second. I'm going to finish up our conversation with Libby here for today. And I just want to see if there's any final questions I can ask Libby to answer, I should say. And then if not, I will just see if there are, let's see. It's the chat keeps blowing up. So the chat keeps going, guys. If you're on YouTube, on LinkedIn, or on Facebook, you can still add a comment and it pulls from all of those networks. I see that question that was coming in. And I see people are sending you connection requests, Libby, so great to see there.
And just a second.
Yeah, so I see, Christina saying she does the personal, so great. So I'm not seeing any final questions that are coming in. So Libby, just to give you the floor before we wrap up and move on, any final comments you want to offer out to the group or kind of wrap up before we move on?
Just the thought of you have so many things that you're going to bring to a company, and think about that. Create your life intentionally that we talked about before. Be intentional in what you want and don't apologize for it. Know it and go after it. You're going to learn so many strategies today for LinkedIn and resumes and interviewing, all those things. take what you've learned today and put it into practice this week. Take action. And this time next year, this time next month could look totally different for you. And you will have done it. And that's amazing.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much, Libby. It was a delight getting to know you. And we kind of just connected through this LinkedIn Live-a-thon event. I mean, I think we may have been following each other or connected before, but we actually had a conversation. So it was a delight getting to learn more about you and your business. And I look forward to including your information in that email that I sent out.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a good day.
All right, Libby, take care. And guys, Libby's going to be going, she's going to be leaving the live stream right now, and she's going to be going out into chat. So if you have questions for Libby, you know, continue to ask them because she's going to be monitoring chat throughout the day. So we're going to change gears now here, and we're going to be moving into our first panel discussion for today. And guys, I am super excited about this. And this is a topic, I can't tell you, when I was thinking about planning this event, this was one of the things in the back of my head. I've heard so many people that are now in career transition, and there's different words for this, right? They're unemployed, they're not working, they've been forced to re-enter the job search market, and they're over the age of 50. And you know, usually the question is, you know, around the subject of age discrimination. And I'm an older worker, a mature worker. I like to call them experience rich, right? Because that's where we are in our life. So I'm putting my marketing dial on and setting that up. So first of all, I just want to welcome you, Kenneth, Mark, and Marty. So we'll kind of just go in order here. Kenneth, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing really well, sir. Thanks a lot for that.
Proper here today. I don't know. I don't want to say madam because that's not right.
Well, you know, thanks a lot. You know, it's great to be here to be able to share some of the experiences that we've had, Mark and Marty, because we think it's so important because we've all been in that situation and we understand it. So that's why it's so important to be able to talk the talk as well as walk the walk. But I'm looking forward to hearing what the panel also has to say.
Great, great. Well, I just want to welcome each of you, and then we'll do some introductions, and then I think I'm going to turn the host baton, if you will, over to Marty. Let me see if I can like virtually like turn the host baton. There you go. But this is kind of a little bit of an audio check too. This is my hacks behind the scenes of LinkedIn Live, making sure we can see and hear everybody properly before I turn the host control to Marty. So Mark, how are you doing today, sir? Where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from the southeast corner of Connecticut.
Very good. And how's the weather out there by you today?
Beautiful sunny day. Nice and crisp. Yeah. I also want to add, I had a little chuckle just anticipating our session with the title. Yeah. It's a great, and punctuation is so important. I think if you read it quickly, it's also a good title for a dating site. So experience, rich, and looking. So depending on everybody's mood today, it's also very key in marketing yourself in the job search. So keep that in mind too. Experience, rich, and looking.
There you go. Well said, my friend. So Marty, and finally, Marty, how are you doing today? And where are you joining us from? Oh, see, we can't hear Marty. This is why the audio test is important. Marty, what was the catchphrase for 2020 for Zoom? We can't hear you. You're on mute.
You're on mute.
There we go.
Marty, this happens with Marty quite a bit, honestly. I know Mark can kind of relate to that.
Yeah.
And now, because we kind of joke about this, and Marty, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
One more tip.
One more.
It's saying, Marty, it's saying that you've muted yourself. So yes. I can't unmute you. So it may be a setting on your machine. This is okay, guys. We make no mistakes on my LinkedIn Live-a-thon. I don't know if you guys knew that. We have learning experiences. So sometimes our learning experiences are tied around technology. And if you guys were on at the beginning of the session, you saw that I was experiencing a technology hiccup. Not a mistake, because there's no mistakes here on my LinkedIn Live-a-thons. Marty, keep testing this out. And when we can hear you talking, we'll start to move in. I'm still seeing your lips moving, Marty, and I'm not seeing, let's try now. Okay, do you have anything plugged in? Hey guys, let's try to crowdsource this for Marty. Sure. What do you think might be happening? What could we offer? And in chat, you guys can offer suggestions too. What tips can we give for Marty to get him unmuted for today? So Marty, do you have anything plugged in? Any headsets, microphones, anything like that? Unplug those, okay? Check your machine and make sure your speakers are not muted is the next thing, right?
Sure
what else?
Well, when you logged in, did you give StreamYard access to your microphone?
It's showing he does have it on his, and it's showing like his microphone's working. Okay, here's Marty. What I want you to do, I want you to leave and then come back in, Marty. And then when you come back in, test your audio and test your video.
Now you know, Brenda, this was a test. This was a test. This was a test. This is what a lot of people of our age kind of go through.
Yeah.
But it's also important, it's also important too that some people still just this week, hi, this is my first Zoom call. Yes. So as much as we've been like steadily growing and getting comfortable in this over the last year, some people in transition are just getting into the technology after a long employment. So.
Totally fine. And I had a session earlier this week with someone on LinkedIn Live, and we were talking about imposter syndrome. And when we first got into the LinkedIn Live, I mean, technology hiccups happen, and sometimes it's not our control. And it was like the whole thing wasn't working. My sound or my video was not syncing up. And I was having imposter syndrome in the session. I was like, people are going to think I'm a Hulk. I can't even deliver my live, And we figured it out. We made it work. So, Cynthia, thank you for the tip. We're going to try to bring in Marty again. Marty, we can see your lips moving, sir. Crazy. Okay, Marty, I'm going to give you my other hack, which is it might be laptop technology related. So try to join from your phone. Okay. And actually keep your laptop up, but join from your phone. If you go into your calendar app, I sent you the invitation, and then click on that from your phone. And since you can't hear, can you hear us, Marty? I think you can hear us from your laptop, right? Yes. So what you'll do is you'll join from your phone, and then you're going to mute your laptop, and the sound will be coming through your phone. And we'll see your phone too, so you might have to prop it up in front of you. So we're going to have two Martys on stage. Well, we'll make it happen. This is what we're going to do. We're going to make it happen, right? And
this is good. It gives everybody a mental break as well. Everybody can take a breath and relax between sessions.
And you guys, I'm a big statement coffee person. Great days start with great coffee. If you have needed a coffee break, this is the time to do it, right? And take a little bit of time to get that coffee refilled. What are you guys drinking today? Coffee, tea, water? What's in your mugs?
Straight up water.
Water. Okay. There we go.
Yep.
So we'll get this figured out. And we're in a day and age of technology. I love when you guys said there's so many people nowadays that are doing Zoom interviews for the first time. Right. Yeah. Who would have thunk it? And I love, Mark, when you're saying this is kind of like there's some parallels to being in the job search market to being in the dating market. And I even think about, a few years ago, my dad was dating again, and he's like, he's going to go on a dating website. A dating website? What is that? And my dad is going to do this. But, we got to learn the technology, right? That's the important thing. So while we're waiting for Marty here, kind of how do you guys know each other? You guys run a job seeker group together? Tell us a little bit about
that. I've known Marty for many, many years at different networking events. He runs a networking group, and so do I. And Mark and I, we met through the New Start Career Network, which is for the 45 and older in New Jersey. Yeah. And we've just decided we all have similar discussions about how the age discrimination, which does exist, and also how we can help manage and support. And I think the most important thing is to realize that you can't control who you are. You want to take ownership, but at the same time, you have skills that are just as important now and even more so. And I think the first step is really to get past the things that exist and look at things in a more positive light. Easier said than done. Mark, what else would you say about that?
Yeah, I think what's important too is the more active we are and the more we seek out the network, you'll find that our paths cross in they intersect in different arenas and different conversations, different groups and people. People end up in Brenda Meller's calls, or like we talked about the New Start Career Network. There are the professional networking organizations. So that's how you build the relationships. That's where you become friends, and that's where you can have a friendly conversation, relax, where you can be yourself, and what you have to offer, the value comes out. And then someone said, just this week, Wednesday, they didn't know last Wednesday, I was talking with somebody over at so-and-so, and they've got an opportunity. Would that interest you? So again, this ongoing lively connection is where these things pop and connect and come to real life. So
yeah, the other thing to realize is that there are ways to position yourself when you're looking for an opportunity. I always say to my support group, consider yourself a mentor. You have all these skills that you can pass on to other people that are extremely relevant. And at the same time, don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Don't be afraid to put down your skills on your LinkedIn profile. And the hardest part about doing all that is thinking about how you can help someone else. How does that profile manage itself so that someone wants to find you? A resume is about what you've done in the past. The LinkedIn profile should be about what you can do for someone else. And it's a little bit of a nuance, but when you do that, you know, I want to be marketed. I want to be known. So those are the little pivots right off the bat. And, you know, at the same time, ask for help. There is nothing wrong with asking for help. As has been a theme for this whole call today. You can't know everything. You know what you know, and you want to share. And Mark, I'm sure you can share some stories as well. What's been working for you and your
I was just thinking, why don't we do this while we're waiting for Marty to come in?
Sure.
I want to have you hear a little bit about your background. There might be folks that are watching this and they're like, who is this kind of guy? And Marty.
Sure.
So why don't you each take a few minutes, tell us a little bit about your business, and then we'll start going. And if Marty can come in, great. If not, I think we can make this work.
Absolutely. So
go ahead,
Mark.
No, you start.
No,
gentlemen, sir.
And that's the other thing too. It's like, when do you meet? When don't you meet? Well, I was in corporate for many years, and when I lost my job a while ago, it was really hard for me to deal with that, and I ended up having to reinvent myself a couple of times. But the challenge with me, and still is that I'm an introvert. I know it doesn't seem that way, but I used to freak out all the time, whether it was an interview, whether it was a networking event. And so I just had to think of a way to put myself in a better light. And it takes time. And the more you go out and talk to people, the more you share, the better it is. So I do LinkedIn one-on-one training, but I also do a lot of pay it forward stuff because it's so important when you've been in that situation to help and support others. Mark, and I'm sure you can add.
Yeah, you're right where you left off. You know, I'm so glad you mentioned the word introvert, and that comes up in our conversations a lot. So our self-image, whether you think you are or come off as an introvert or an extrovert, if I present well or I don't, if I write well or I don't, give that up. Just be yourself, just get out there and just be out there. And in my career, you know, I had to laugh again because I was looking at my hopscotch of a pattern, and it's more of a life of transition with a few instances of employment along the way. You know, and I think that's the world we're entering again, you know, these days. And I'll tell one quick story. One of my favorite stories is that, you know, I was doing volunteer work many years ago, was part of an organization in the community. And one of the buddies on my team said, who was then manning his family's 3-generation construction firm, he said, Mark, just come on Monday. I'll give you a shovel and I'll pay you $100 if you stay the whole day. Just get you out of the house. Because I'm doing like a lot of us do today, just on the keyboard and online. And I said, really? What do you mean? He said, just come and I'll pay you to sweep. I'll give you a broom. I'll give you $100. And so I did. I showed up. And by the end of the day, actually, I was winded just by sweeping. That's how out of shape I was. So everybody, well-being is so important. But I returned on Tuesday and I went back that whole week and I started like doing menial stuff and manual stuff and helping the guys and picking up and whatever. And this guy, my buddy, was watching me and he said, and he pulls me aside one day and he said, I see you, how you are with these guys. They all get along with you and you're organized and you're smart, obviously. He said, I'd like to invite you to man the office. I'll show you how to do the business and then I can be out there running and bringing in more business.
That's great.
I also want to show you how to be the foreman and run these jobs so I don't have to babysit. You can run the show. And I did that for like 4 years. It became a new thing in my career. I would never pursue a job in construction or worked on my hands and knees or in all elements in the rain and sun and snow. But there I was, and I was as healthy as could be shortly thereafter, and very satisfied and very, fulfilled in my activities and what I was producing and the new relationships and what I was producing. And then I got back into my corporate world when he moved to Florida, and that wasn't up for me. So. When we'll talk soon in this hour about, what's next or how do I find what's next or, how do I change or get into something new? That's an important story in my timeline. So I'm looking forward to hearing other people's stories. Are you solo now, Mark,
or are you back in a corporate
I am. This shift leadership development is my own thing. Yeah. Okay. Going on my own. Okay. After years of employment, now I'm reinventing it again as a solopreneur. And a new learning curve, a whole bunch of new trials and failures and readjusting and learning and reinventing. That's all part of it. But wake up again and get. And
that's one of the things to think about in these times. Yeah. Looking at it, a lot of people are out of work, and there's not a lot you can really do about some of the numbers. But you don't want to apply to job boards. You don't want to go to automatic tracking systems. Reach out to your network. Ask for help, ask for advice, ask if there's someone that they know in a company because all of us who have gotten jobs, and thank you very much for that. My son Adam is out there.
Hey, Adam.
I didn't even know last name. I just thought that was great advice. I'm like, oh, I'll put this up on screen here. Adam, what a way to support your dad. Good job pointing it.
But in all seriousness, we can talk about all the things that we know that are out there that we can't change, but it's sometimes you want to not be too hard on yourself also, because there's things you really can't control. You want to look at the positives, and it's easier said than done. Don't misunderstand. But one of the best pieces of advice I can give is to have a job search team, or I call them a job search posse, where you can have a bunch of people getting together, helping and support yourself. And we are going to hope that Marty is back now.
Does that hear me now?
Yay! Yay!
Like,
get the hearts up, everyone. Get the hearts up.
This was a little test. That's what it was.
Grand entrance. Yeah.
Okay.
This is to show you the one of the benefits of being a mature worker is we know how to troubleshoot, right? We don't let things discourage us and throw up our any other person, Marty, could have said, forget it, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, I'm out of here.
You just take it in stride and figure out what's wrong. That's
absolutely.
That's right. And I'd like to point out too, not a glamour moment, but actually the choice of my company Shift has very much to do with this whole process and this moment that we were just celebrating. If we just shift our attention or our perspective or our efforts, another whole world opens up in this angle versus where we were focused on, on the straight and narrow. And so it's a very important aspect to have that skill and that tolerance and perseverance to stick with it.
Look at that, Marty. You got like a fan club out there right now. People they're waiting for you to come back in.
I'm back. I'm here.
So I'm going to move the frame around a little bit here, and we're gonna keep going here. So Marty, we didn't miss a beat, right? We had Mark introduce himself. We had Kenneth introduce himself. So now I'm going to turn the floor to you. Why don't you tell people a little bit about who you are, what you do, and then we'll jump into our conversation here.
Well, thanks very much. I am not a computer expert. Basically, what I am, I'm a people helper and a matchmaker. That's what I've been known for. I provide coaching, careers coaching services and business advisory services to people in various industries with different disciplines. And what I do is that I enable them to land the positions that they really want. To get in detail, I teach, I train, I advise, and I support people in the different techniques that they need during their search campaign to find the position that they really desire. And I love to help people.
That's great. And we talked a little bit about how you guys know each other. And this is, I don't know if this is this is something you do regularly. I think you do these networking talks, and I don't want to say the road show, but probably was back in the day in person, but now we're doing everything virtually, right?
Well, it's really not different. I mean, the only thing is that you really cannot shake hands. Otherwise, we could see each other, we could talk, all right? See body language, and we know what's going on.
That's right. Well, I'm going to turn the baton over. Now I have to raise the baton up. If I had a baton here, I'll raise my Sharpie up. Like if I turn the baton over to you, Marty, and I'm going to poke out of the panel, and I'm going to let you kind of lead the discussion here today. And for those folks that are joining us a bit late, we're here in our 11 o'clock hour of our LinkedIn Live-a-thon, and we're going to be talking about experience-rich and looking smart strategies for mature workers, those that are age 50 plus in today's job market. So Marty, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Okay, everybody, let's chat a bit as to how the mature individual will find positions today. What's the challenges that they face, and how do they overcome the challenges? So, Mark, let me turn to you first. And,
sure.
Based upon what you have right now, with an older worker who has been told many times, well, they're unqualified, they're overqualified. How do you deal with that on a resume?
Yeah, well, the resume is a snapshot, I guess, too, and it's a passive tool that represents you when you're not there online or in somebody's inbox. And, everybody tuned in here today is an accomplished professional. So admittedly, we know how things work, what's up. and you're intelligent, you're smart, and you've succeeded in your career. So any opinion or how-to I can give you, you've heard already, I'm sure, and/or would figure it out in the first hour. So just to bring my perspective to it, though, the key, and again, to sound cliche, deliberately cliche, is to be authentic, to be yourself. But really, if you strip away what you think people want to hear, or how you're trying to pitch yourself to an employer or the hiring manager, or get through an ATS, the automated tracking system, and employment software platform, it's who you want to be and how you want to be known. So stripping away the facade, or you want to leave the keywords in there, of course, the accomplishments, and again, the measures that demonstrate that you know what you're talking about, what you bring to the table. Include all that stuff. Keep and what we heard in the earlier speakers today too is to bring those projects and the things you love to do, and when you get up out of bed and you do that stuff anyways, whether you're being paid for it or not. That's the stuff that you're called to do, that you just do. So represent that somehow through your experience, through your previous employment, and have a statement like moving forward, like who you want to be and where you want to go, and kind of like throw that fishing pole in the water. There's a hook on there and a lure, and the fish are out there. And so you'll just attract the right fish, and then you'll connect, and then that'll be, your next success story, and that'll be the next thing you add to your resume. So I think it's a matter of focus and your perspective, your ease about this, and trying to relax into it too. But genuinely being authentic and true to yourself.
Thank you, Mark. Ken, you have any comment on that?
I think it's very important that when you position yourself, your background is your background. You want to make your profile, what you talk about, what can you take from your skills in the past to benefit the next person you hire? People will have a certain level of understanding that you know certain things that you've done, but it's like, okay, how can you help me? And when you go on a job interview or you reach out to someone, and we all know what a pink unicorn is. It's the job spec, which has 100 things that are impossible for one person to do. I would try to get a sense of what are the 2 to 3 main things that someone wants. What are they really looking for from the job? Because a lot of times job descriptions are written for the people that were in the position before, which doesn't mean it's in the position for what the position wants or needs later on. But be genuine and acknowledge it. And also, as I said before, have a job search buddy or job search team to keep you not only accountable, but to share things you might not normally feel as comfortable sharing with your family.
Well, look, when someone who is more mature, as we'll call it today, some of the issues that they face, the big word ageism today, all right? In doing that, as a individual who is searching for a job, for a position, what's really important is to see or understand what the people on the other side of the desk are thinking about when they look at you. Generally what we'll talk about, in their minds would be things like, well, you're less motivated than younger workers. You really do not want to be further trained, you're set in your ways, you resist change. Some situation that you really cannot adapt to technology. As you can see today, I was able to overcome the difficulties that one would have. And the other situation is that, you're in this position where it might be difficult with working with younger people. And at the same time, the big number is that people generally feel that an older worker will demand a larger pay status. Now, how do you feel that people can deal with that as they go through their search process?
Want to take that, Mark?
Well, my first thought is, what if ageism didn't exist? So if that's your mantra or your filter, and that's what you're dealing with, that's probably what's going to drive and determine the results you're going to end up with, but also how you're conducting yourself, and that may not again, be genuine or authentic. So if that ageism didn't exist, then what would you do? So how would you still represent yourself? Being competitive, accomplished, providing that value Ken mentioned, the listener, the reader, they're, seeing you, how you represent yourself before they even meet you. Who are you to them? What can you provide them? What pain points will you solve? So I think that's one key, is to be able to separate yourself. Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me toss this a different way. People that are just, someone that's just getting out of college or just hitting the workforce has the opposite problem with discrimination. They don't have the experience. They may have the know-how, and you may be able to get them for a salary that's more commensurate with what people think an older person would be. So it's a different type of discrimination, and they have to handle things a little bit differently. When you're of our age, there are things that you bring, and experience is such a dirty word, but I got to tell you how many times I was in meetings and people just don't know how to run a meeting. They don't know how to follow up. It's a generational thing, but also the ability that you can work with people from multiple generations and you have different skills. I mean, the fact that we all have kids and we learn from our kids, and we all had to pick up the technology, and you all still do, but it's okay to say, I don't know the answer to something. When I was in the corporate, if I didn't know the answer to something, they'd get really upset with me. Well, I'm okay saying I don't know, because no one knows everything.
Well, very, very true. I mean, when we really look at it in today's environment, as an older worker, as you mentioned, Ken, we've had a lot of the experience that other people haven't had. We are in a situation where today we are really mentors of people who are coming up the ranks, so to speak, and we could teach them. Companies at the same time, they really don't have to invest in us in time to accomplish what they want to accomplish, because we've had the experience. Would you agree that we could hit the road running, and at that point we could save the company time and money, because we've been there and we've done that? And if we impress upon the companies that this is what we are, and we play to our strengths instead of trying to avoid them when we talk to people, one would feel that here's an individual who I could really rely upon to get the job done.
I think a big part of it also is knowing how to work with different people. And I know we're not in an office now, but even the fact that we're all home. I've been on call. I'm sure lots of us have been on call and had to do things in the middle of the night and all different things. And those type of skills are extremely relevant now. A lot of people are dealing with things that they haven't had to before. And the idea of multitasking is so important. I just think the most important thing above everything else, and this also goes to the LinkedIn profile, is what do you want to do? It's not so much what you did, but what are the skills that you had that you can bring to the next person? Technical skills to some extent, but the other skills. And if you're not sure what they are, ask. Ask a friend, ask a family member, ask someone, because it's very hard for us to talk about ourselves. It's very hard for us to kind of say we're great, and we are great. There's no denying that. We're all great in our own little way.
Yeah. And I just heard a video this week, a favorite story that's on the internet now, but it's so relevant to this point. So if you're sitting here right now in your chair, struggling a little bit with that confidence or the competence that your experience brings, or being part of a demographic, or this generation in a multi-generation world, somebody said, those passengers on the plane that landed on the Hudson were probably very grateful the pilot was somebody with decades of experience, not somebody who is newly certified out of flight school. And this is early in their career. So bringing that experience and the know-how and the calm and the understanding of circumstances and focus and knowing what to do, in an office setting, and here we are in the modern business world, same thing in a business sense, career-wise. So I think that's also reassuring.
Very true, Mark. Actually, what's happened is that one of the individuals who is in my network was one of the passengers on the plane. And he tells me he was so grateful, and they had a very experienced pilot there to help him out, and this is really important.
Yeah, that helps sorting things out in a meeting, or when there's little tension or conflict in a decision process, or in sticking with a problem, something that's lingering that people haven't been able to figure out yet. And every time we come together to fix it or solve it, we come up with the same contentions. And somebody who has been around, or they have a sensibility, and they've got that experience working through problems, not just digital but analog, and not personal, not only professional but personal, that is invaluable. And some people acquire that in their younger years, some through their middle age, and some mature in their career.
I also think accountability is something that we have as well. All of us if I'm going to make a mistake, I'm very willing to be accountable for it, because admitting that and admitting failure, there's nothing wrong with admitting failure. One of my good friends has said to me that you learn from failure. You don't always learn from success, but you learn from failure. And it just, you get yourself up and do it. And we all have, in addition to that, the ability to pick it up and do it again. And we've been knocked down, we'll knock ourselves back up. And those are the traits that a lot of people really are looking for. And don't assume that the person that you're interviewing with isn't in the same situation as you to some extent. You want to look at an interview as a conversation. It's not an inquisition. You want to have a chat. You want to be on a level set. And I think there's a misconception about that.
No, I totally agree on that. I use a different word basically. When I said, you're having an interview, it's not an interrogation, so to speak. All right, it's really a conversation. And generally, when we talk about ageism, it's really a two-sided coin, because you have what the perception is from the hiring manager, how they perceive an older person, and at the same time, on an older person, they have in their mind, okay, well, people are going to look at me, I'm old, and so how do I overcome that? And what I have found from clients who I coach, one of the things that we have to do is, the worst enemy that they have as a job seeker is the voice between their ears, because tell them that I'm old, etc., and am I washed up, so to speak, or how can I handle it today? And yet we have all these skills today, and we've acquired them over the years, and they're very, very beneficial to the employer. And it's a matter of showing the employer or informing the employer what our value is to them, so that they realize, that how good we are and what we stand to do.
Right. And it's not, short of sounding like a mutual admiration society and soothing each other's feathers, in a true practical sense, or in real pragmatic value, just like you said, Marty, it's just like demonstrating the skills and the value that you bring, and how that'll serve your future employer. What do you bring? I
also think another thing that a lot of people question me about is when you're going on an interview and the interviewer is half your age, and the interviewer doesn't even know what questions to ask. Because that's a skill in and of itself. It's the ability to know what questions to ask and to know what the answers are. And sometimes they just go online, they have their list of the top 10, top 15 questions that they think they want to ask. So that's another fact of life also. You know what you're getting into. So sometimes the interview, it's not just a conversation in the sense that it's one-on-one, but maybe just being somewhat understanding that the person on the other end may not have ever interviewed before, may not even know how to interview.
Yeah. Funny story, quick story. Just a year ago this summer, I was invited to an interview at Disney in downtown Manhattan. They were just launching. It was just before they're going to launch their new service. And so I went in, and immediately, with the creaky wooden floors and the studio space down in Soho, I saw to my left, ripped fishnet stockings on one person's leg, loose fitting and untidy, t-shirts or the other side of the walking by, and they cheerfully greeted me and invited me to take a seat on this futon or beanbag chair. I can't remember. And so as I lowered myself, I was trying to think strategically, how am I going to get up gracefully to shake my interviewer's hand? In my, I didn't have a suit and tie, but I had a blazer and a button shirt and a tie on. I looked good. And I'm watching the youth, walk by, doing their thing. And sure enough, whoever came over to shake my hand and welcome me to the interview was some guy, gray hair, way overweight, in a plaid short sleeve shirt with his stretched jeans on. And I was laughing to myself, like, oh, my brother, or something. I don't know what to sense. But the variety and the diversity in the workplace these days, and he was the one that did the interview. I don't know if they saw me through a peephole and said, send him out to make me feel good or whatever. But in any case, it was just, my impressions. That was the wake-up call, was my impressions and opinions that were automatic about, how different work can be these days. And of course, that was back in person in the live office. But again, you have to kind of check your own biases and check your perceptions and just, come forward with who you are, what you know, what you're willing to do. And, here's the value I bring. Here's what I do, and can we work together?
Be true to yourself. Okay. And, Ken, as you say, sometimes for us to be our own sales person, our own advocate, is sometimes difficult when we start looking at it based upon, what everybody considers today ageism. But we still have all these great talents. But one thing that we really need to keep with us as we go through this situation is to really be up to date on technology. And Ken, maybe you could address, on, let's say on LinkedIn, how people really can keep themselves up to date as to what's going on, et cetera.
Well, on LinkedIn, there's a lot of courses on LinkedIn that you could take. And a lot of that is available whether you're free or have the premium. And if you pass a class, you're actually going to get some accreditation on your profile. But above anything else, if you are in transition now and you are taking classes or you're doing training or you're volunteering, you want to mention that on your profile. One of the biggest, when I talk to people, like I'm talking to you two and other people on the forum, they talk about themselves, I say to them, that's great, but why isn't it on your LinkedIn profile? Because it's a way for you to talk about not just your technical skills, but something about yourself. And if you can be a little bit personal about that, people will get to know you. And the good thing about that is when you send a connection request, you also have a frame of reference. It's not just, I want to connect with you. You can say, I noticed on your profile, you do this and this, or I enjoyed the post that you did. I think there's a mindset that everyone's afraid sometimes to get rejected. So if you don't get accepted for a connection request, move on. It's the salesperson mantra. There are 3 things that can happen: yes, no, or maybe. 2 out of 3 is not bad, and the maybe could take a little bit of time. And I think the challenge is, as people of our age, we have to sell ourselves, and we also, more than that, have to market ourselves, and that's not something that's intuitive to us.
Very, very true. Very true. As you mentioned, Ken, there's when you generally get rejected, all right, and after we've had all these successes through our lives, and now we're out in the job market, and we get all these rejections, it really could, bring you down. But, you have to be positive during this whole search, in my opinion. It's what I call ABP, to always be positive and be prepared. You never know when the opportunity is going to be in front of you. At the same time, in going through this situation, we have to understand that even though we may get rejected on several occasions, every time we get a rejection, we are getting closer to that yes. And it only takes one yes. So when you look at it, you really have to pursue it and realize that if you have been rejected, look, the company that has rejected you has lost out on all the value that you could bring to them. Okay? It's just that they haven't seen how good you are. And that's a lesson for you as the job seeker, to realize that what you have to do is that you really have to show to the company the value that you could add to them. And so in your next opportunity, that's what you would really have to do, is sell yourself and market yourself. To come back a bit to technology and documents that you need, Mark, on a resume, how does one in today's market as a matured individual, put, you know, their best foot forward when it comes to resumes.
I think too, if you take a look at the words you're capturing, describing, or what the labels were of your history, and you not lie or fabricate a new title, but reword it so it represents what you're up to now. Like in my experience, would be training and development manager. That's what I did. But these days, I might be diversity and engagement, or inclusion and something that captures the spirit of the position I'm applying for. In fact, add that to my, the headline of my history, and that is the impression that the reader is going to have of you immediately, versus just seeing like a title, like that's who I was and what I did. But if you're even encapsulating that, summarizing that into like a new term that announces you, I think that's one key thing that's underutilized. And I think people are looking for that one-to-one, this is what I did and here's what I'm going to show, versus interpreting it or easing, the impression into the reader's image of you. So playing with that a little bit and taking a little liberty and freedom with, your own self-expression that way. Again, be careful that you're comfortable, that you're not misrepresenting, but kind of gearing the conversation to your new introduction.
Okay. Well, look, we have.
Hey, I'm back.
You're back.
You're back.
It was like the Wizard of Oz. I was here all along. I was just in the background, moving things around and having some fun. And I thought
behind the curtain.
Right, yeah, but I pulled the
curtain back. The lady behind the curtain.
So I wanna start with one thing, and that is that you guys, this is a great discussion, and I've been seeing some feedback and questions coming in. We'll move into Q&A probably next year. But a good friend will always tell you if you have spinach in your teeth. I want to start with that statement, okay? So Marty, I had somebody on Facebook reach out and say that we have a typo in your name field.
Yes, we know. I know that.
So I'm gonna teach you how to do this. You can do this actually within the session. So if you go on your video pane, click on, actually the video pane in the bottom is where you do this. Click on the 3 dots where you see your video, and then you can click on edit name, okay? And then, do you guys know of his services? Who noticed it? Somebody on Facebook messaged me. And I don't want to interrupt him because the flow's going pretty good. But I ended up moving to the panel and the banner, so the name wasn't up there for a while. So I did the magician, to detract from it. Can you do it, Marty? Is it possible to edit it in the?
You did it already. It's already done.
It's done.
Oh, it is. Look at that.
I'm up to technology.
See, I know, right up there with the technology.
This has been such a great discussion.
That was really a test to see if anybody's really paying attention.
And a reminder, again, you will always tell a good friend if they have spinach in your teeth. You won't let them keep going and going and going, right? We're going to move into some chat, and we've got some great questions coming in here. And I want to start with one story, because there may be people watching this live stream or maybe watching the playback who have open positions at your company. And I want to challenge you to really give serious thought and more consideration to mature workers. And I want to just share one story. When I was working for corporate America, I had an open position in my group, and it was for a writer. We were looking for somebody with 3 to 5 years of experience. And a gentleman by the name of Don Habrick applied for the position. He was a retired communications executive from one of the automotive companies in the area. He'd been a COO. He'd done consulting on his own, and he applied for this position. And when I got his resume, I could clearly tell he was mature, and a mature worker, and I could tell what great experience he had. And I called him just out of curiosity. I said, you're definitely qualified. I mean, you're overqualified. Why would you want this job? And he kind of shared with me, I've done the corporate thing. I've been a part of a team. He's like, I've worked on my own. I just really want to be a part of a team again, but I want to be a worker. I don't want to be in management. I don't want to have that stress. And he's like, I'm not really doing it for the money. I just want to, stop chasing after consulting stuff. I'm not ready to be done working yet. And I continued on the interview. I mean, we had an open discussion about where we were from salary and whatnot. And he was fine with it. And I ended up hiring him. And I knew that, he was at a point where he probably would only be working a few more years before he retired. But in that time, I knew how much I would be getting from him. And I can't tell you guys, I think we worked with each other for about 2.5 years before he decided to step back. the best worker. I needed to chase after nothing because he was mature, he was responsible, he had been at such a high level in his role. I mean, I was getting a bargain for the work he was doing. So if you're hiring right now, my challenge for you is really give strong consideration to mature workers, because they will hit the ground running. I heard somebody mention that point. They are mature. They know what they want to do. You don't have to babysit them. There's so many great benefits of working with individuals who've been around the block, right? And on that note, guys, I want to open this up to some Q&A here. And we've had a lot of great questions coming in. And I'll encourage you guys to continue to ask your questions. Even if we don't get to your questions, I know the guys are going to be going out into the live chat afterwards, and they'll continue to look for that. So let me just scroll up in the chat because there were so many good questions that came in here, and give me just a second. Let's see here. Great discussion so far, guys. Really liked it. And just a lot of people reflecting upon the thoughts that were in there in the comments about rejecting rejections, for example. And I love it when you guys, the people that are watching, if you guys leave your key takeaways in the comments, because people learn from you. They are learning from reading your comments on here as well. So here is a question from Joyce, and maybe I'll direct this to you, Kenneth, because it seems like you've got a good handle on LinkedIn Learning. Any specific LinkedIn technology classes you would suggest mature workers to consider?
Well, I think it depends a little bit on the industry. There's great classes, I think, on interviewing skills, which are really helpful to learn in terms of technology. If you're not familiar with how to use PowerPoint or Excel or some software, there's a lot of great things out there, because it used to be you'd have to look up stuff. You'd have to go online or you'd have to read a book about it. But now there's courses that are out there, and you can just, even on YouTube, you can find out what to do right away. So there's a whole list of things. I think you have to ask yourself, what are your weaknesses and what do you need help with? And then that can be a good springboard.
Great point. Mark or Marty, anything to add on to that?
Well, I think, in today, especially with YouTube, you can find anything on YouTube on how to do anything. At the same time, Coursera, you could go out to Coursera and you could pick up different courses to take a look at, and to increase increase your skill set in that area that you feel that you need further enhancements.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm very excited about the proliferation, the opportunity out there to dabble. If you're curious or interested in some topic, and you can go out to these MOOCs, I like to call them these MOOCs, massive open online courses like Coursera and the certificate programs, the courses on LinkedIn. You can go out there, even if you don't complete or obtain a paid certificate for completing the course, you spend an hour, 3-5 hours in the course. One, you'll discover if it's truly an interest, or you can dismiss it. Like it's not something, I've always wanted to, but now you're thinking, no, I really don't like that kind of thing. So I can kind of put that to the side and focus on other things that I want to see if I'm interested in truly, if I have an aptitude or an interest in this. But then also you're conversant. So you don't have to be a complete certificate person, but you can bring it into the conversation. And even on your resume, you can say study in versus completed certificate of. You can say, and that'll start conversations on a multitude of topics you can put there, which are directly in your interest, in your wheelhouse.
And one thing I would add is there's an education section now. You might want to consider a continuing education or the training section now on your resume, because that'll show that you're keeping current as well.
Great point. Great point. And I would add to that too, if you're taking classes and courses, post about it on LinkedIn and share with people. Sometimes LinkedIn gives you the notification when you're done with the course, but you don't need to wait. And you can even go on and say, hey, I post on LinkedIn and say, I'm taking a course through Coursera on project management. Right, exactly. It's never been part of my job. I've always had an interest in it, finding it interesting so far. And then maybe end with a question. If you work in project management, what other courses do you suggest? So you're getting yourself right into that conversation. And that's a part of career strategy, which relates to the next question. And I want to throw this out to the panel. Is there a difference in your job search strategy for mature workers than anyone else out there? What do you guys think about that?
My general feeling would be the strategies really haven't changed per se based upon your age. It's what the type of company you are looking for that maybe, would affect what your strategy is. But strategies, the main way to find your position in today's market, it's the same as it's been for years. There's only really 4 main ways to find a position. There's networking. There's, I'll call it LinkedIn and the internet. There's recruiters and what I consider direct mail. And those strategies haven't changed. I mean, but what your target companies would change, though, as you're a mature worker, to see which companies will really embrace your skill set and your age and your maturity to help the organization move to the next level, so to speak.
Great. Kenneth or Mark, anything to add to that?
I mean, one thing I would say is, if you're interested, there's a lot of companies that do favor mature workers, and there's probably ways to search online to really find out if a company you want to work at actually has a good policy toward that, additional knowledge. But I think Marty's absolutely right. I mean, when you're older, you have a better way of going about things. So your strategy can be a little more focused because you kind of know what you want to do a little more, as opposed to just throwing spaghetti against the wall.
Sure. Yeah. So this was a kind of a related question. I wanted to bring this up on screen. And we're doing a little bit of a Wilson. If you guys remember the Home Improvement TV show, Marty, where Wilson was kind of like, and sometimes when we get a really big, we're literally, you and I are going to have to like poke up, So I have to kind of grab the short questions or the short comments in here. But somebody had asked the question, should we even have job alerts for Monster, Indeed, et cetera? Or should we just be focusing on network? And I'm going to assume here we're talking about mature workers, but what are your thoughts there? Should we be focusing on the job boards, or should we be focusing more on networking?
In my opinion, you have to do all 4, as I mentioned before. You never know where the opportunity is going to come from, but the emphasis in one as opposed to the other is somewhat based upon your personality, what you're most comfortable with, what your history has been. For myself, I'm a big networker, and I have a huge network. And I look back over my career, and I realized in going through it, all of my positions that I landed, with the exception of one, was through networking. And for me, it's networking. However, I still, speak to a lot of recruiters. I do a lot of things on LinkedIn, do direct mail. I think you have to do all 4, but the amount of time you spend on different ones is dependent upon you as an individual.
Yeah, my favorite take on that question is that even in your multi-prong approach, the strategy that Marty's describing, it serves me to be informed out there and to see what's been posted. They have a little bit of a stigma. They could be old or non-existent or a placeholder just being posted out there, but still being out there in the forum, you may not be sending something out, 10 applications a week or 100 in the month, but you can see what's being listed, and that might spark a new thought or a new combination of words or a different aspect of your career, which would change, some aspect of how you do represent yourself on your resume, on your LinkedIn profile, and what you do say in those networking calls, the one-on-ones over coffee. So again, just being out there and seeing what's being published, what the lingo is, or who's publishing, again, might connect different dots than just going along in your primrose path there in your job search.
Right. I also wouldn't eliminate jobs that are just because you're in one part of the country and the job's in another part. Just about everything nowadays is remote. And if you're good at a job, and actually someone from one of our networking groups has a success story. She applied for a job that was out in St. Louis, and she was doing it remotely. And when they actually went back to work, they agreed that she could still work there in New Jersey, because they were so satisfied with their skills. I mean, people make assumptions that you have to be in the office, and especially with people of our age, we can figure out a lot of stuff a lot easier. So don't limit your job search just to local.
Yeah, and also unexpectedly, just briefly, back when we were in person pre-COVID, I nearly declined a job offer, which I took eventually, and the job lasted 5 years. But the position was in California, or the team was in California, and in the offer, the phone call, my boss heard me starting to hint that I'm sorry, I don't think I'm ready to move to California. She said, "Hang on." She said, "Here's my thought. Hear me out. I want you to be on the East Coast and travel west, and my team is here in California. We're going to be traveling eastward, and in the traveling and the training that we're going to be doing, we'll meet in the middle somewhere along the way, and I need you in that proximity and be able to respond that quickly." So it turned out ideally for me. Now I had a remote job, I could travel, and I was in this fantastic team, learning as I was growing in my own career. So again, to Ken's point about being virtual and everybody has access to everything, that's such a boon. What an opportunity.
So there was a point made earlier about, where to look, where companies might be more open to mature workers. And I'm seeing a lot of conversation coming in and suggestions on that. And Nancy was sharing smaller companies may be more open to hire and more experienced worker. And I kind of feel like on this, and there's another person that says nonprofits might be more open. So they're giving different suggestions. And I feel like with any of these, and tell me if you guys agree or disagree, combining applying at the job with reaching out and finding a connection that works for the company or that can introduce you to somebody who can say, "You got to talk to my friend Kenneth. He's phenomenal. He would be a great person to hit the ground running in your team." Like, I feel like a warm introduction, somebody who can vouch for you, combined with, maybe looking for those companies that may be more open is a smart strategy. Thoughts on that? Am I crazy? Is this, I don't know.
No, I think, what you bring is really what the key is to networking. That's the whole thing. I mean, when you have a supporter who will bring your paperwork or talk about you to the hiring managers, that's right away a big plus and puts you towards the top of the pile. Okay? It's the recommendation that you're getting in advance than just being a piece of paperwork that comes through the mail, so to speak.
Yeah. So Julie asked a follow-up question for that. How do we find these small companies and I'm going to add on to that are hiring, because they may not be posting on the big job boards. They may not have the budget for it. What are your guys' thoughts there?
Well, number one is networking. Networking with your peers, the people in your network is one. And another one, which is really, really good, it used to be called Reference USA. It's a huge database that generally the libraries have. I believe they just changed their name to Resource Solutions, I believe it is. They're out of Tennessee, and they have the huge database of companies throughout the United States. And the database is really 3 different databases. One is on companies, and the companies, you could find the revenue on the company, the number of employees, where they're located, also what industries they are in, and you could find out some of the executives who are at those small companies. Another one of the databases that's connected to that is a people database. And in the people database, you can get the information on the executives who are at the company. And the third database is relates to the jobs currently available to people in the United States at these small companies.
I would also suggest, if you can, get an email alert, get a newsletter. Like in New Jersey, we have newjersey.com, and there's a business thing. If you can get an email alert, you're going to get updated on all the news, and they'll talk about this company is hiring and all that. Let everything come to you. Wherever you are, just get the information come into your inbox, whether it's through that or something else, and ask. Above all, ask someone.
All right, guys. I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in here, Marty. Let me just jump in. I apologize because we're getting close to the end of our time. And Sweta, I just want to welcome you, let you know you're on camera with us right now. How are you doing today?
Oh, wow. Okay, already. Hi, guys.
Typing and working, and I didn't want her, sometimes we preen our hair and stuff.
Hello, everybody. So nice. You guys are doing fantastic. I just went live on my show as well, and I just gave. I'm going to Mellor Marketing as a guest speaker, so hopefully I pushed some of my viewers in here as well.
Oh, good. Well, we're just going to wrap up for a minute or two, Sweta. So just hang tight if you could while we wrap up the discussion here today. I want to just thank our panelists, Marty, Mark, and Kenneth. This was just such great conversation. I mean, the chat was really just so active throughout here. And before you guys leave, for the viewers that are watching, if you guys really enjoyed the conversation, if this inspired you, or maybe there's something you learned, leave it in comments below. Earlier in the broadcast, I shared that we as adult learners, I think we process things by, remembering them and reviewing them again. So drop in comments one thing that you learned from the panel discussion right now before you leave. And I just want to give each of our panelists the opportunity for any final comments. And then I've asked each of you if you can come up with a free resource or something to share with the group as well. So why don't we start with Kenneth, and then we'll go to Mark, and then we'll end with Marty, if that's okay. So Kenneth, the floor is yours.
Sure. Couple of things. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Connect with me on LinkedIn for sure. And I'm happy as a follow-up to have conversations, a 15-minute consultation just to brainstorm. And on top of that, if you reach out to me, I have presentations, and I can share a presentation that I've done about LinkedIn for 55 and older or 50 and older. No problem at all. But above all, connect with everyone else here on the call. As you find people, go back to the event and connect with people who were on this call as well, because I think that's the power of something like this. So Brenda, thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Kenneth. And then Mark.
Yeah, thank you. This is a great opportunity. I'm so thrilled to be here today. I welcome new connections and also new conversations with current connections, my current friends and colleagues. And one of the things that I know, and I just heard some number of tens of thousands thoughts we each have inside our head each day. Our mind is just currently active. And so sometimes we just wear a path or get stuck in a rut in that same pattern of thinking. So the real value here in all these connections and the networking, we call networking, is just to share these thoughts and have the conversations with people, new colleagues, new friends, new connections online, and people that you just go to regularly, and sort this stuff out. So it's not just me or I won't, because what is the true opportunity and what am I missing? And someone maybe the outside of you may be the one to pull you into that new opportunity.
Great. And I put your LinkedIn URL. Thank you so much, Mark. And for others that are watching as well, it sounds like all the guys are open to LinkedIn introductions. Just mention that you saw them on the live panel discussion today. Maybe something you learned from watching them. Marty, how about for you? Any final thoughts?
Well, what I could say is that do not let your age deter you from reaching out to find the positions that you really want. Mm-hmm. That's really important. We have a lot of people who are willing to help you. Kenny and Mark, myself, we're always open to help everyone here. If you want to connect with me, I'll be more than happy to share a presentation that I have that talks about ageism exists and how to deal with it successfully. I'm more than happy to share that and further thoughts with you. And it was really a great opportunity here to meet everybody here. Good to see a lot of my friends are up on Saturday morning saying hello. So we welcome you. Thank you very much, Brenda. It was a great time.
Thank you, guys. Hey, we made it happen. We got Marty back in. We got the sound working. We got the typo. We did a lot in this past hour, right?
Fast learners, yeah.
All right, guys, thanks so much. And I know you guys will probably be hanging out in the live feed after. So if you get to questions, guys, and viewers that are watching, please continue to ask your questions. And
or ask us on LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Or, reach out to us on LinkedIn for follow-ups, because if we can't get to everyone, it's not that we don't want to answer. It just reach out to us and take advantage of the knowledge here and this whole day, not just now.
Yeah. Great opportunity.
Excellent point. All right, guys, thanks again for joining. It was a pleasure. And we'll look forward to staying in touch, definitely. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. So moving along, we're in our noon hour here, and we're LinkedIn Live-a-thon. And this is very first time I've done this event. And this is just an opportunity for bringing across experts from different areas, different backgrounds. And Sweta, you and I actually have done a LinkedIn Live together. And I've been following you for a while. I'm a huge fan. You have a huge following on LinkedIn, and you've been helping the job seeker market for such a long time. And when I first put together this event, I kind of listed out, here are the topics I want to talk about. And this is one: overcoming a devastating layoff. And there's so many people in today's job market who are going through this right now. And it was pre-COVID, during COVID, maybe recent. Could have been just before the holidays, which is just, piling on the devastation. And when I showed you the lineup, I said, what would you be most interested in speaking about? And you said, well, I think, I've got some background in this that I'd like to share. So before we jump into this conversation on, getting into that mindset that you need to be as a job seeker, but why don't you take a few minutes, tell us a little bit about who you are and your background for those folks who aren't following you yet.
Absolutely. Hey, everybody. I don't know how many people are watching us, but it's great to be I think I'm cut off. Let's see.
Oh, let me just keep us to wide view there. There we go.
Okay.
I'll keep us there.
Perfect. All right. So it's great to be here Saturday morning and being part of this, series. And I wouldn't be anywhere else. Brenda said, you know what? I think this is it. Let's do it. And I'm here for Brenda today. And for all of you guys. Now, I used to be, I am from corporate world, pure corporate world. I worked there for more than 19 years. And out of that, I was hiring manager for more than 12 years. And after that, I got laid off. And I completely have sympathy and empathy for all those people, especially if you're blindsided and you don't know, it's coming, or maybe you had kind of hunch that it's coming. My situation was, it was mixed emotions. I was happy that I'm not there anymore because I was bored. I got the severance package and I got to reflect myself. But if you're blindsided, then it's going to be extremely painful. And I was laid off in 1 minute over the phone after working there for 12 years, and you could feel it, right? But I completely understand where you're coming from. I now teach. I'm a consultant at Teach & Do, founder and CEO. After that, I bounced back, and then I resigned from the corporate world. I said, this is it. I can't deal with this anymore. So now I actually teach laid off professionals and then also newcomers in Canada, because personally, I've walked on their shoes.
Yeah, and you know that background that people are coming from, and it's so important. We're talking today about overcoming a career transition, not by choice, overcoming a devastating layoff, if you will, and the impact that can have on people. So what I'm going to do now is, as I'm just going to turn the floor over to you, and I'll come back in at Q&A at the end, but I really just wanted to give the floor to you so you can share your insights and strategies with folks that are watching, and then I'll help to facilitate our Q&A at the end here. So
okay.
People watching, there may be people watching that are, they've recently, and you talked about that situation, they just got the phone call. It might have happened in a Zoom setting or a GoToMeeting or one of those. It's one day you're a part of the team and you're contributing and you're wording, and it's, blood, sweat, and tears going into helping the company. And then the next day you're not. And that's absolutely devastating. So what advice do you have for folks that are going through this right now?
Okay, so my case was over the phone. There was, HR and one of the VP, and then I was kind of hoping that they were actually giving me something else, some different role, because there was a mass exit. And then when I heard layoff, I was like, okay, I was relieved on it, right? So it didn't hit me right there. I was kind of happy. So, but then I want you to understand though, even though you're burnt out from the job, or even though you feel like, you know what, I wanted to look somewhere else, when someone cuts you off, you kind of feel you're rejected, and you feel it a little bit later, not the same day, although you probably hated your job, although you love the job, whatever it is, the emotions are going to be so raw, it does not hit you right away. And it's coming from a lot of clients that I work through, and they first initial stage, they say to me is, I'm going to be okay. And then when we set up a sessions and everything, they put it on pause and they say, things are out of control. My emotions are running high. I can't deal with this right now. Let's put the pause on our sessions. And, I've seen that a trend now. People don't react right away. And it comes after a couple of days for some people, a couple of weeks later, it could be even lingering in there forever and ever. So I think with me, it came in after a couple of weeks because I thought that I'm going to be okay. I can bounce back, but it hit me. Why? The why keeps on coming back. And I wanted to talk about that. If you are watching me because you've been in the same situation, type it in there, and tell me if you feel exactly the same thing, which is like, I keep on hearing this, in my brain, it's like, why me? Why do I not have a job? But there are people out there they were not good at what they do. They are there kind of thing, right? Does that keep on coming back to me, coming back to you? And it kept on coming back to me. Then I had to put the plan together. So what happens is, first step, there's a first step I want you to take in. As soon as the layoff hits you, you know that you have that paper served to you. You got to go out there and get the legal advice. You love the company. I don't care whatever you do. Maybe you're paid out generously. I don't care. Get the legal advice. Are you getting the right severance amount? Are you treated fairly? A lot of companies, why are they giving you layoff? Is cost cutting reductions, right? So you want to make sure that you're entitled to, entitled to all those severance package. There are laws in place. It depends on your age. It depends on your background. It depends on your title. If you're executive, if you're in a leadership role, if the jobs are not really out there, and it depends on what kind of city you live in. Those are all calculated. There's no hard and fast rule. There's a bare minimum requirement in each and every state that employer has to match it. Bare minimum. And that's what the employer is going to do to you. They're going to say, okay, we're going to just meet the bare minimum requirement. And you know what? We're going to wait. If the person comes back to me legally, then, come to us legally, then we're going to go back and negotiate. They want you to come back. It's just like a salary negotiation, guys. Do not ever take the first one. I had a couple of people who went back personally. Hey, I think I deserve more. Here's why: because they didn't want to go with the legal route, because they didn't want to burn the bridge. I had some people who actually went with the legal route and did a lot of homework and got much out of it. And you know what? You got to go there and do the research, because you have to take care of yourself. Your bills are not going to stop. You got to take care of that first. And the second step is obviously to make sure that all those fixed income that you have mortgage going on, you have rent going on for those people who are renting, right? The mortgage is not going to be, banks are not going to be saying, well, you don't have a job, I'm not going to want my money. So there are programs in place for people, like you can defer the mortgage for 2 to 3 months, or you can increase the amortizations as well, which is if you're on a 25, 30 years plan, then because you paid so much, you can contact your bank and say, hey, can you increase my AM so my payments are low? So think about all those adjustments before you start actually even going back to the job, because if you start focusing on job search, your finances, who's going to take care of that? Because it's going to take a toll on your life. So, and then cost cutting, where you can cut the cost. Try to make sure that you focus on that as well. So that way you can fully now, when you're ready to go back in a job search world, then you can go and fully focus on it. And my concern to laid off people all the time is please, please, please breathe. You've done a lot of work, hard work. You don't have to go back right away unless you have to, unless you must. Take a chill pill, heal. Because if you keep on asking why, if you have not closed that chapter, it's going to be so hard for you to move on. And it's going to come across whenever you talk about your past employer, whenever you talk about your boss, it's going to come in interview. When they're going to ask you, oh, what happened? Then you know what? There's a technique you got to go. But a lot of people, when they're laid off, they rant about their ex-employer. They rant about their bosses. And to me, it tells me that they've not healed properly, right? And there's a strategy. Like you got to go to interview thinking that, you know what? I was laid off. That's totally fine. I learned so much from that role. Here I am to actually bring those experiences from here to here. And the laid off happened because of COVID, right? And you know what? I'm blessed. I'm here right now going to the market. And because I have so much experience from the previous world, I can bring this, and talk about your accomplishment, right? The minute you start to stick to minimum. You were laid off, COVID-19. You don't have to give none of the details. Don't feel guilty. And it's going to come up. So heal properly and go from there, right? So Brenda, if you're there, if you have any questions, let me know coming in. So I see Mary says, I feel the same feeling of rejection. I was traumatized. I made myself relevant all the time. I did receive the severance package, which is better than nothing. NYC at 12. Okay, well, good. I mean, you know, so as long as, you know, there's a law in place, right? Like, you know, especially people who are laid off, those are tenure folks, and they've earned that severance. The company's not doing you a favor, guys, right? And I want you to understand this. First of all, it's not personal. It's all business. Company's going to pay you less amount possible, right? There's a reason you're out, because you're probably a higher paid staff. They don't want to continue pay, but they would rather hire someone else new where they can hire on a lower salary, right? So treat them as like, you know, they're in for business. There's nothing personal. Close that chapter. The other thing after that, how do you bounce back now is, right, have a plan, because now without having a plan, it's going to be very difficult for especially the tenure folks to go back to the market, because we've been in the situation where you've been hanging around in a corporate world for so long, all your networks are in the corporate world. But what happens when everyone's there with your past employer and you have nobody outside? So that's when you got to look into it and see who is it from that company that you know earlier that, you know, who was moved out, right? Maybe those people were laid off as well. And if you know someone like that within your industry who are laid off from their previous company, how do they bounce back? Try to have chit chat with the same kind of people who went through the same emotions. And trust me, it helps you a lot, because at this time, you need that you're not alone on this one. Surround yourself with the same kind of people who are going to be motivated and, together, do this together. And we kind of like did that. We're like, so many people, like, there are 9 or 10 people, they actually, we were all laid off at the same time, and we connected and bonded so well. They were taking courses, and then if I miss it, they would be coming back to me and saying, do you take these courses? It's really good, right? Like, you need buddies like that, accountability buddies as well, to support one another. Plus, you're in the pool of group that you don't feel like, oh my God, I'm alone and I'm doing it myself, because trust me, you need those support. It's one thing that you have a support from family and, friends, which is good. They have a good intention, but to get advice from them, it's probably not recommended, because you're going to be more confused now. First, your marketing plan needs to be clean and clear. Research, where do you want to go step by step? Do the SWOT analysis on you. What are your strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and threat, right? And then start to identify your niche. And a lot of people, whether it's tenure versus zero experience, a lot of people are not clear on their niche market. And employers are looking for a niche market. And this tenure folks, the problem they have is they have that attitude, including me. I had the same thing. I'm jack of all. I can do all the jobs I could. That's a problem we all have, especially the people who are just laid off after so many years, because we've done so much. We feel like I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can rock and roll. Employers are not looking for it, and you're not clear on your goal as well. So you got to sit down and see, I can do this, but what's a core responsibility I was really good at? Can I match 80 to 90% on rock and roll, right? And you got to build your brand from there. You got to speak about that more often. When people actually talk to you, they know that you're expert on that one. Jack and Jill, with the tenure folks and laid off worker, it's not going to work. The next step, guys, be tech savvy. And, we all have weaknesses, right? Like, we've always worked in the environment where we start thinking about, we've always done this way and it worked for me, right? But it might not work for you. After COVID, there are so many people, they're moving into the online platform, more technical. Even the interviews now are AI. Are you comfortable talking in a video? My clients I get right now is they're sending the recorded interview. They're not even like meeting HR. After, like, it's going to happen after 4, a round of interviews. First is a pre-screening online. There's a personality test. There's a simulation test. And there's a recorded interview there. You're going to get 2 minutes or so. And then only if you pass all those 4 or 5 screening tests, then you're going out there and talking to the human. Are you comfortable? Right? So a lot of laid off folks, are again not comfortable because they're not used to those technical, the aspect of their life. Are you adaptable, right? So you got to reflect on yourself and see what are the things I could do differently going forward that I was not better at it. I want to be better at it. Start working those on your weaknesses. So when you're competing with the millennials out there, keep in mind, you could be 40, you could be reporting to 25 years old. Are you comfortable being coached? Right? And I had issues when I went back to the workforce. I'm like talking to this high school graduated who just became a leader who had no idea about the coaching, and I'm getting coached. And I'm like, man, I'm in the coaching world for so long. These people are coaching, and I had to suck my ego down. So, and I'm speaking from my experience, you gotta go out there and be adaptable to bounce back, because if you have that attitude of, I've done it all, I can rock and roll, you know what? It's not going to fly by. Hopefully that makes sense, guys. Let me see if there's any comments. Absolutely, Eleanor. You said, tell the story of where you want to go rather than where you had been. Know what you want. That's perfect example. And we all talk about it. All the coaches out there, they agree to it. If you guys are watching me, they're like, stop talking about result-oriented, detail-oriented. I could care less. Show me how you got the result, right? And that's why you got to talk about it. This is a time you got to brag about it. If you don't brag about yourself, no one's going to do that for you guys.
Yeah, this has been such great discussion, Sweta. I've been watching the whole thing, and I actually like bringing people up in large screen view because they can kind of focus on you and really just let you have the floor for the discussion. And we've had so many great questions coming in, guys, and we're going to start to move into Q&A right now. So if you have questions for Sweta, please ask them now. And I see there were a few that came in, so I'm going to pull up a couple of those right now. And there's been a few questions about severance, and I know you're not a lawyer, Sweta, but what are your, I don't know that they are necessarily required by law to give us severance. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not a lawyer, but again, I'll tell you what, always go, doesn't matter. Always go and find out your options. And there are lawyers out there, by the way, they give you free consultations. And and there are free consultations, no obligations, always hunt that down. Even there should be a website on US as well. What province requires, how old are you? They should automatically calculate it online. So Google it and find it. And there's going to be a lawyer, you can hire them. And if they charge you for 1 hour consultation, like $300, $400, if you go with them, they will waive that fee as well. Try to find those lawyers. Yeah.
And same thing. I'm not going to put Sweta on the spot here because I think these are legal questions. Talk to a lawyer. I mean, there are employment or employer, I guess, attorney related categories out there. So you ask around. You can ask a friend who is a lawyer. They may be able to refer you to somebody who specializes in employment law and to help you out with that. But the focus really of this session is how to get into a positive mindset if you've gone through a devastating layoff. And one question, and I see a couple people asking this, is how do we discuss this in an interview, Sweta? Where somebody's saying, oh, I see a gap in your resume, or I don't know if it's brought up like that, but how do you bring it up? Do you bring it up in an interview?
Absolutely. So you know what, with me and even my client, I coach them whenever I work very closely with a laid off worker, career professionals, and that's where people struggle to explain. And you don't have to say it all. If you focus on that, layoff, then what can of worms gonna just, be opening. So the way I would answer it is before they even ask. So tell me about yourself. Tell me about yourself questions, right? I would say, I've done this, I've made $1 million for company, all those formula, right? You go in there and you know what, unfortunately my role was eliminated. And I was just bouncing back, and it took me probably a couple of months to get the right employer. Here I am actually today. So let's talk about what we can mutually benefit with, and just smile. That's it. So you've just given it away before they're asking about gap. So don't let them ask for gap, own it, and then go from there. That's it.
Great. So someone else had a question. What is a SWOT? I know what it is because I'm a marketer. This is ingrained in our brain when we go through marketing classes, but some folks may be watching this and saying, SWOT? Is that like swatting a fly? What is she talking about? So
they're this is something I go through with my client when I initially take them. That's a part of my marketing plan document. So what I a lot of people, and especially job seeker, whether you're a newcomer or laid off worker, I realized personally too, I did not identify my strength and weaknesses and opportunity and threat on the area of marketing, on the area that I wanted to target, right? So you got to go out there and find out who you are. That's your strength, what you can bring in. and the weaknesses that, you know what, you can modify, or is there a potential way for you to change it? And then, you know, there's a saying, I believe in this, like, you know, if you just talk about weaknesses and weaknesses, people are going to hear about weaknesses. How about you hide the weaknesses with the strength? Right. Being self-aware is the key. You know where are your weaknesses, but how do you modify that into the strength? It's a whole new strategy. So now opportunities, right, and threat is something that you can't control. It's external. Strength and weaknesses you can control, it's up to you, but opportunities and threat is all the external factors that you cannot control, but you can do something about it. Your role, for example, right, you're probably living in the smaller city, the opportunities are not there. That's not on your control, but how do you bounce around that and create the opportunity for yourself, right? The threat, like, you know, the threat that, you know, it could come in that role. So COVID-19, are you adaptable? Like, you know, the company's adaptable. If it's not about adaptable, then you know what? Are you the one who is going to be innovator? Are you going to be the one who's like, give me, like, you know what, I'm going to roll with it. Otherwise, I have no innovation strategy, right? There's so many things I teach. But again, if you Google SWOT, and there should be a link as well. I provide the link to my client as well. DM me, and I can send you the link of SWOT, like what I'm talking about.
That'd be great. And that actually might be something, if you want to give me that link, I'll provide that in the free resources for people who register.
Perfect. Yeah.
So for those of you who maybe are joining a little bit late, this is a LinkedIn Live-a-thon. I'm doing this all day long. And you don't need to register. You can just come and watch this. You can come and watch us. We're on LinkedIn, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. But if you want to get the resources that each of the speakers are talking about, I'm going to be sending out an email afterwards, but you have to opt in to get it. So I created a webpage, mellermarketing.com/LIL subscribe, little subscribe. It actually stands for LinkedIn Live subscribe. So if you go to that and you opt in, you'll get the resources from the speakers, information about the speaker. So if you want to follow up with Sweta, learn more about her services and how she can help you, and that SWOT list that you just mentioned, definitely go check out that site. So I did see something else in comments, and we're talking about getting into a positive mindset. And I really like this person's point of view, and I want to throw it up on screen, and then I want to see, Sweta, if you have anything additional to offer. As a LinkedIn user, it's kind of like the gray avatar. So you may have your privacy settings set up in a way where we can't see who you are. But the person is saying, if you're going through this devastating layoff, write down what you are feeling. I love this. Write down what you're feeling. Then crumple it up or tear it off and throw it away. Maybe even you've got a fireplace, throw it in the fireplace, right? So thoughts on that, Sweta, or other techniques? How do you got to feel the feelings you're having, but then you got to release them, right? And move on. What are your thoughts there?
I like that. And I think there's like, you know, there's, I think a lot of people, there are culture thing as well. People do actually, Brenda, like there's some culture, they actually do it, like, you know, stuff that you don't like to see it anymore, write it down and crumble and flush it down. So that way it doesn't come out in the, you know, come out at all. And I've done that, not particularly when I was laid off, but I've done that previously. Again, like, you know, I remember myself, like after 2 weeks or so, I just started crying. I locked up my door, and I just, like, something hit me. I don't know what it was. I started crying, and I was like, why is it happening to me, right? And I couldn't control my emotions. I cried like crazy. I couldn't care less. Luckily, like, I was alone, but again, let it go, because if you don't let it go, you know, it's gonna be hard. You can't suppress the emotions. You have to let it go. The other thing I know that I talked about a lot is volunteering, giving back, and I even booked one-way ticket and volunteered, like, you know, back home where people. I'm from Nepal, and I volunteered there. I went and taught, and it made me realize I'm so blessed. So what? I don't have a job. I can eat. I have roof. I have water. So when you compare yourself with the people who are at the bottom level, they're struggling. They don't even have a basic need. Here you have roof. You just don't have a job. But hey, you know what? You can be okay. And start thinking about someone else who's below you, and compare it instead of looking someone on a social media who's posting the BMW all the time, right? It's all in your mindset, I would think. It starts with you. Being positive starts with you, and no one can tell you be positive if you don't feel it here and here.
I love it. Such a great, and I'm a huge person on positive mindset, Sue Sweta, so I completely agree with you in so many of these areas. And I want to, as we start to wrap up the conversation, first of all, hey, Clarine, how are you today?
Hello.
We're kind of going live from person to person. So what I'm doing is I'm bringing the next person in, so we don't have any disruption of the broadcast. We're going to keep going, but we'll just have you hang out for a minute while we finish up with Sweta here. And I pulled up on the screen your LinkedIn URL, Sweta, and I think you're kind of at the max limit for connections, aren't you? So people have to follow you at this point on LinkedIn, is that right?
Right. And I'm just like, accepting the people in Canada right now because I fully focus in Canada. But if you're in Canada, you have some questions, feel free to send me message and I have open message.
Okay, great. And if you guys do want to connect with Sweta on LinkedIn, rather, if you want to follow her on LinkedIn, go to her profile. There's a follow button. Following is pretty similar to connecting. The only thing you can't do is one-to-one messages. But when you follow, you will start to see her updates in your homepage feed. And I guarantee she is someone you want to follow. She's one of my LinkedIn rock stars, and she's in the 100K plus list. I think you're at 162,000 followers. So really great content out on there. Keep up the great work. Any final comments for the group here today? Anything you'd like to mention before we wrap up?
No, I think I saw one comment I wanted to address to it. Jay Jack actually said, "Tell us something that you converted weakness into the strength." And I wanted to tell you, I had huge issue insecurity when it came to communication from the corporate world. It kept on coming. I kept on getting coached, and during my when I was laid off. I literally started writing content. I didn't care about the grammar police. I just went on. And with me right now, you're seeing me talking live and going on live and having my YouTube channel. I killed my insecurity, my weakness to the strength by overdoing it. So here I am, immigrant woman born in Nepal, and again, coming in Canada, leading in the corporate world, now to CEO and founder. So my weakness was the communication. I've turned that around into strength. So overdo it, kill it.
I love your confidence. I love your positivity. And you are such a good reminder. We all are going through, tough things, and we can overcome that. And what I love about your story too is you've gone through you've experienced these challenges firsthand. You've learned from it, you've grown from it, and you've been able to turn that into positive energy. So I just want to say thank you so much, Sweta. I really enjoyed the conversation. I know your time is very precious because you're so busy these days, but I just want to thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for inviting. I wish you guys all the best, and you have a fantastic coach. Put the action plan away, and if you have any questions, reach out to me. Ciao, guys.
Thank you, Sweta. And I think she's going to be watching us on the live stream too. So if you have continued questions, continue to put them in, because Sweta will be watching us. But we're going to shift gears now and move on to our next guest. So thank you, Sweta. I'm going to pull you out of the screen here, and then we're going to pull in. Let me just change over. Now, Clarine, I don't know if you know I'm doing piloting and co-piloting today. So
I've been watching you the whole LinkedIn telethon. So
have you been on it?
Bravo to you for all of that coordination.
It's been fun. It's been a great day, and we've had so many great speakers so far, and a variety of different topics. And we've been talking. I mean, the whole day, as you know, is focusing on giving tips and techniques for people who are in career transition right now, or who may be working but looking, or maybe thinking about a shift in another area. And one of that might be shifting into entrepreneurship, Clarine. So when I reached out to you, I think we were connected, and I was asking someone for other people that I should connect with, and I'm blanking on the person's name right now. Who was it? It was Keisha Kent. Yes. So I don't know if Keisha's watching. I'm gonna tag her in chat right now.
I hope she is.
I hope she is. And she is a huge ambassador of women and supporting people, and just this inspiration. She's just amazing. So, so Clarine, you and I became connected, and I discovered, gosh, Clarine, you do some similar things in LinkedIn. So why don't you, if you could, take a few moments, tell people a little bit about who you are and what your business is about, and then we'll get into the discussion today.
All righty. Thank you so much for having me, Brenda. This has, again, been a phenomenal event. So clever. So good for you. But I'm Clarine Mitchell. I'm in the greater Milwaukee, Wisconsin area, and I'm the owner of TCM Communications. I go by the moniker of the LinkedIn Results Igniter because I work with my clients to ignite results for them. So my process with working with clients is not just showing them the mechanics of the platform, but it's with the overall goal of them being able to generate results from the platform on an ongoing basis, because that's what LinkedIn is for. So I work specifically with clients, mostly entrepreneurs, but others as well. But I have a sweet spot for entrepreneurs because as an entrepreneur myself, and just the reality that for entrepreneurs to stay in business, they have to generate leads, right? On a constant basis. And LinkedIn is a wonderful platform to be able to do that. So that's who I am. That's my business. And I was zoning on just LinkedIn as a specialty, as opposed to other platforms and other things. So my background is in public relations and print journalism. And my degree is in communications. So I bring all of that to the table when I work with my clients to help them tell their stories on the platform.
Great. And I know you have so much broad experience across LinkedIn in general. And I said, well, I want to pick a topic that we can kind of really hone in on, because there's different people watching today. There's people that are unemployed and actively in career transition, and they want a corporate job. That's their goal. They need to get back in it for benefits, for personal. I mean, some people just want to be in that. And other people, they may have outgrown their corporate job, or they might be really feeling like they're stalling in their job search, and they're not finding things, and they're not feeling the love for going back into corporate. So they might go, gosh, maybe I want to leave and go to my corporate job. And there may be another category, which is the working but looking. They're working for an organization, a corporation, and they're starting to think about making that pivot into entrepreneurship.
Right.
I just want to give the floor to you now, and then I'll come back in at the end. We'll do some Q&A. So I just want to give the floor to you. What tips do you have for people that are using LinkedIn to shift into entrepreneurship?
I have a lot of tips. So if you will allow me, I'm going to share my screen. I'm using a presentation, just like one of the previous presenters. People are visual. At least I'm a visual learner, and I'm able to keep you or even myself on track, because I love to talk. And so if I have the presentation, then I have to stick to it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I'm going to navigate myself back in until we get your presentation up on screen. So as soon as you click on share, there we go.
And are we good?
You're good to go. Awesome. Go right ahead.
All right. So let's get into this, using LinkedIn to shift into entrepreneurship. And I want to start off, and it was just really great, brilliant timing or planning by Brenda, more than she probably thinks, for the lineup and how she scheduled all the presenters, especially the one right before me. So looking at this, lemons, right? You're probably trying to figure out, what does this have to do with shifting from corporate or working to entrepreneurship? This is a representation of my story. So in 2016, at the end of 2016, I had an unexpected job loss that pretty much, as the previous speaker was talking about, that rocked my world. It didn't hit me hard at first, but soon after, it truly did. And going almost a year without employment, after having a good, solid career of working and making a difference and never having to worry about having a job, because I always was able to find a job quickly, even when I wasn't looking, or others coming to me and recruiting me. So losing a job and not being able to find one for almost a year, I had to turn my lemons into lemonade by creating a job for myself. And that's how I got into entrepreneurship. And that was me being 50 plus at that time, and creating a job for myself with my business. And so a lot of what I'm sharing today is rooted based upon my own experiences with the platform. But also I'm going to share a case study with one of my clients for you. But you are at a really great opportunity or point in your life now. If you're working, you have a solid, secure as it can be. You know, nothing really seems to be totally secure these days. But if you're working now, you're in a great position versus where I was back in 2016 with no job and no opportunities, right? And starting my business with no finances, no support, no any of that, right? If you're working now, you're able to plot out your process. And I want to share some things that you can do. As you plot out your process, you can have that smooth transition. And let me get into, so again, I'm going to skip through this because I already talked about it with Brenda, but I push success-driven entrepreneurs and executives to zone into their brands. So who they are, what their area of expertise is, so that they're able to generate results from LinkedIn. And I do that by one-on-one coaching, or via one-on-one coaching, all virtual now, of course, group trainings. I do event speaking, and I'm the author of a LinkedIn book. And my whole approach is helping people to shine online. For you to get results, you have to shine online so that you radiate out who you are, and that pulls people to you, your ideal clients. Before I get too far in this, I want to also just do a mention of a recent recognition I received from LinkedIn, being a top pick when it comes to LinkedIn newsletters. And FYI, if you don't know, yes, you can have newsletters on LinkedIn. But I want to bring note to this as well, because this week, I publish a newsletter every other week. So this week I published an addition to the newsletter. It's called the Shine Online Bulletin. And it's all about how entrepreneurs can benefit from LinkedIn. So make sure you go to my profile, go to the activities section, then go to the articles tab. You will see that article there. I break down the word entrepreneur and give you tips based on each of those letters. So check it out later. Not now, but later. So why LinkedIn for entrepreneurs? LinkedIn is the largest social media platform when it comes to professional and business purposes. There's all the other platforms out there, but LinkedIn was created specifically, and believe it or not, it's been around longer than Facebook, but LinkedIn specifically was created for professional and business purposes, not just professional purposes, but business purposes also. Consistently growing, especially during this pandemic. It has grown in leaps and bounds because more people are online, right? And unfortunately, more people are losing jobs, so they're going to LinkedIn more. But over 700 plus million users and constantly growing. And again, LinkedIn is not for just job seekers. This week has been an eye-opening experience for me on this point, because I've done some other presentations this week specifically for entrepreneurs. I had a day full of sales calls yesterday with entrepreneurs, and so many people, entrepreneurs specifically, still believe LinkedIn is not the place for them, because LinkedIn perhaps started out for just job seekers, right? But it has evolved. And for me as an entrepreneur, LinkedIn is my office. Before the pandemic, during the pandemic, after the pandemic, it's my virtual office, is where I get my leads, right? And so it is the ideal platform for entrepreneurs in addition to job seekers and recruiters. And I'm going to keep going because I have a lot to share with you. Believe it or not, as you see from this graphic and from a reputable source, HubSpot, when it comes to lead generation, LinkedIn outdoes Twitter and Facebook. Believe it or not. So again, because it is the platform for professional business purposes, your return on your investment of time on the platform is going to come back to you at a higher level, especially even on just organic returns without even spending money on ads. That can happen. And so I want to get into a case study to really show you how it can work. And so one of my superstar clients, her name is Rosalind Price, and she knows I'm spotlighting her today. So if you go through this with me and you see how phenomenal she is on the platform and you reach out to her to send her a connection invite, just mention in the personalized note that you were a part of this event so that she has a reference point back to this presentation. But let me take you through Rosalind's journey of going from being, well, she's still going through that journey, but her developing her entrepreneurial brand on LinkedIn. She's a corporate executive. Still corporate executive, but growing her business alongside that so that when she gets ready to transition full time, she won't be starting from scratch. All right, number one tip. And so I'm going to share 5 tips with you through this process. The number one, she hired a LinkedIn coach. And this is not self-serving to me, because there's other LinkedIn coaches or others who specialize in providing guidance. But just as we get coaches for other areas where there's career coach overall or sports coaches or other coaches. Same thing is true with LinkedIn. As this quote is, this African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. So get a coach, because a coach can give you insights about the platform that you may not be familiar with. Instead of you going step by step, little by little, step by step, or stumbling through the process, when you align yourself with a coach, you're able to expedite that process and get greater ground quicker. But that coach can tell you how to go, what to do, when, and all of that process. And so the whole thing, maybe the concept, and even why I wanted to share this as the top, the whole ideal of a LinkedIn coach, people are like, why would I need a LinkedIn coach? Again, with LinkedIn, the platform, many people feel like because of social media, oh, you don't need a coach to do that. Anyone can get on, but there's strategies with the platform that you have to use to be effective on the platform. And without getting a coach, you may not be able to do that on your own. So the necessity of getting a coach. So that was number one that Rosalind did. She became a client of mine, and I was able to give her a boost right off from the coaching so that then she was able to implement key changes. And I'm going to walk you through those and be able to start getting results from the platform. Step 2 was determined to improve her SSI. And you're probably like, SSI, what is that? So on LinkedIn, believe it or not, and this is accessible to everyone, it's kind of like a well-kept secret somewhat. It's called a social selling index. So SSI for short is embedded within everyone's LinkedIn profile, but it's an assessment that you can go through that gives you your custom ratings, so to speak, on how effectively you're using the platform. And so when I introduced Rosalind to this, she made it her priority. Literally, she made it her priority. And I'm just showing you this screenshot of her score. She made it her priority that she wanted to improve her numbers, because the way LinkedIn is set up, automatically, the way the platform is created, as you improve your SSI score and the strategies that you use on a consistent basis, you're going to get results. You're going to see immediate and long-term results as you continue with that. So she became zero focused in on improving her SSI. And it made a world of a difference. She would keep updating me, sending me messages, letting me know where her score is. She's like, Coach Clarine, I'm at this now. This is where I'm at. And I was just loving it because she was taking it seriously. So industry rank. So in May, I started working with Rosalind. She started working with me. Industry rank, at that point was 37. As of last November, and I'm sure now her numbers are totally different than this, more improved. But as of November, she went from 37 to 3%. And I have a target goal for all of my clients to be 5% or lower when it comes to the industry rank and the network rank. So she went from 37 to 3. For her network, she went from 74 to 17. And for her index, her overall score, she went from 21 to 68. And so your index and your network rank, those need to be low because you want to be in that elite class, meaning you're effectively using the platform. And then your overall score, you want that to be as close to 100 as possible, so high. And I'm sure I should get a more updated one from her. I'm sure her numbers have far exceeded, even now. But she became obsessed with this, zeroed in on this, targeted on this, and it made a difference for her. Tip 3, she put in the work. Like literally, it's one thing to get a coach, or it's one thing to say, oh, I need to get better on LinkedIn. I need to do some things. And then you start and then you stop. You don't get results that way. You have to put in the work initially and ongoing. And that's what Rosalind did. And some of that included her optimizing her profile. And I'm going to show you some examples momentarily, but she optimized her profile. It's important that from the top to the bottom, all of the key sections are completed. She did that. She created and continues to do so, but consistent content that would resonate with her target client population. So it has to be all your content, or the vast majority of your content should be on brand for what your business is about. And thankfully, so Rosalind is a change management professional expert. And that's what her business is about. That's what she does within her corporate job. And that's what her business is about. And so to have posts that were related to change management, No brainer, because that's what she does professionally and for her business. But being able to do that consistently, even when she would make posts or does make posts about the corporation she works for, it still aligns to her expertise for what she does with her business. Also expanded her network. You saw and I didn't highlight this part within her, well, I'll get to it shortly. Expanding her network and making sure it was quality over quantity is the goal. It's great to have huge numbers, but if there's not substance with those numbers, it's just numbers, right? And so she's methodically expanded her network with the ideal people in her network, and then building or continuously building from that. But quality over quantity versus just the numbers game, right? Then authentically engaging with others to build her community. And I'm big on building community, building not just a network in reference to numbers, but kind of your community, your raving fans, so to speak, or your online fans, or those that you build those relationships with that could potentially become clients of yours or refer others to you. And that's what she went about doing. And I'm talking fast because I got a lot to share, and I want to make sure I have time for Q&A. So I want to take you through just some pre and post, the journey, and I wanted these to be on the same slide so you can really see. So when Rosalind had her first coaching session with me in May, to the left, you see what her profile looked like. Beautiful woman, beautiful, dynamic, professional, but that wasn't conveying her expertise. What we see on the left, the photo wasn't allowing her to shine either. So, and then key sections weren't optimized or customized. The section below her name, the headline section, it was generic, right? You see, she had 93 connections. The slide in the middle, the screenshot in the middle, you see she has a custom banner image, the photo, beautiful photo where you can see her clearer. Headline section under her name, we customized that, and you see she got up to 500 plus connections. And then more recent on the right, because she just took some new professional photos, the updated image there. And literally, if you contact her, she'll tell you she's been getting work solely based upon, or initially based upon, people get pulled into her, the personality that comes across via her photo. Other key sections in your profile, and I'm going quick through this, but key from top to bottom: introduction, about, featured, activity, experience, education, license, certificates, volunteering, recommendations. And I wear through that fast to get you the impression. Yes, there's a lot to do. There's work you have to put into the process, but it pays off. Tip 4, she secured recommendations. All day long, so to speak, from top to the bottom of our profile, we talk about how brilliant we are, what we do, our areas of expertise. But once we're able to get to the point of having recommendations on our profiles where others can speak to their experiences in working with us, whether they're working with you now as a colleague, right, as, you know, peer-to-peer or supervisors, whatever the case may be, but if they can speak to your expertise as it aligns to what you will be doing or doing with your business, you have to build that track record now and on an ongoing basis. So Rosalind being able to get started with that, when we first started, she had none, and now she's continuing to build that. So looking and seeing and making sure that you're having, and it's already been talked about in an event today, there's a process with going and getting recommendations on LinkedIn where you go through the steps that LinkedIn provides you, and LinkedIn puts the recommendation on your profile, not you, right? And so there's credibility that automatically comes with that. And I say, even for entrepreneurs, you can use the recommendations for other purposes. They're there on your profile. They become public record, so to speak. But then as you're building your website, you can take those recommendations and put them on your website. Why, you know, make more work for yourself and bothering or imposing on others to give you a recommendation again, or some new people? If you already have them on your profile, you can put them on your website as you develop your new business website. You can use them for other purposes as well. And let me hurry because I hear Brenda, so that means my timing is coming. So tip 5, and this is the last one. She created her LinkedIn company page. You have to do this. You have to create a LinkedIn company page. It's additional marketing that you can provide specifically on LinkedIn that you may not can do on your personal profile, but it's okay and expected on your business. And the key part with this, or your company page, key part is once you create your company page and then you link it to your experience section on your personal profile, then it allows your status as a business owner, entrepreneur to be more legitimate, because your logo then goes right there to the left of that listing versus the default image that LinkedIn puts. And you're able to get more data or analytics and information about your demographics. This is the screenshot from my company page, but data about who's visiting your company page. It can help you craft your marketing and your content, and it gives you other key data as well. Rosalind's wins. She's been invited to be a guest on podcasts, and this happened early on. She's been invited to be a guest speaker for a national HR organization. She's been invited to be on board. She's gained 4 new clients. All of that. Clients meaning money. I've had clients who has another star client, superstar client, who has gotten a $30,000 corporate contract from her activity on LinkedIn. So a quality profile on LinkedIn can leverage you with never-ending dividends. Okay, so I'm done, Brenda. Let me get through with this. Last slide, just be your biggest fan. That's my biggest thing. You can't be, unsure of yourself. You have to be confident in who you are and bold so that others can have confidence that you can provide them the services that you are in business with. And let me stop the share so I can go back with you.
Awesome. That was great. You flew that pretty quickly, but there were so many great nuggets of information. And I did see a couple questions from people coming in saying, are you sharing a copy of your slides? And up to you if you'd like to or not, or people have reached out to you if they want to get a copy. What are your thoughts there?
I don't share my slides, but if people have questions, feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn and send me a question. So send me a message and I'll be happy to expound on anything from my slides. So as a point, a learning point, since this is all about entrepreneurs, right? Or making that transition. That's just a policy for me as an entrepreneur, protecting my property and my information. So I don't share them generally, but if you have questions, just follow up with me.
No, I appreciate it. And I totally respect that you're sharing that, because when you are an entrepreneur, you're going to start, when you first get started, you get people, oh gosh, Clary, you really seem to have a knack for this LinkedIn stuff. Can we do a virtual coffee? Can I just pick your brain? Which is code for I don't want to pay for you. But
I'm trying to do a $, like, okay, like, no, this, like, there's a price tag to this. So,
well, and it's important because when you move from being in a situation where you're getting a paycheck all the time and you want to be kind to people and helpful to people, and the paycheck's coming in regardless, and then you work for yourself, and now you're getting people reach out to you saying, hey, I have a question for you. Can I pick your brain? Can we do a virtual coffee? I have some LinkedIn questions. And you want to be kind to them because you're thinking like, this is good PR value for me. But when you do work that's not getting paid, you don't get paid because you're not getting a paycheck. So you have to.
That means the bills don't get paid on my end. That means, the refrigerator, whatever the case may be, right? There's a difference when it's a side hustle, right? But when it's your full time, and I'm a solo entrepreneur, so this is my full-time endeavor, there's a difference with that.
This is your livelihood. And I want to bring in Tisha Hammond's going to be our next up. So Tisha, how are you today?
I'm blessed. Good to see you, ladies.
Good to see you. We're going to finish up with a couple of questions here, Tisha, and then we'll move into your conversation next, if that's okay.
That's
great. So let's see. I have a couple more questions. There were some questions about the SSI, the Social Selling Index. And Carol was asking, is there a way to get your SSI without paying for Sales Navigator?
Oh, most definitely. So again, that's a hidden resource in LinkedIn that most people don't even know about. And let me see if I can go off of memory. So
I just do a Google search, and somebody else, it looks like Sally did it as well. It's kind of hard to get into it from LinkedIn though, isn't it?
It's not if you're on your computer or, you know, on the laptop. You go to the work tab to the right of your me. Okay. You go down to sales solutions. Then you go to the resources tab, hover down, and then, yeah, I should have shared my screen. I could go. So the work button to the right of your me, you go down to sales solutions. Then you go down to, oh, good. I'll slow up.
Yeah, let me just navigate, because when I open another page, the StreamYard doesn't take us there. So let me just click on the page that it's taking us to, which is this one right here. Make sure the StreamYard. Okay.
Then you go to the resources tab.
Resources. Ah, okay.
Go down to social selling. Hover on it. Don't click. Hover, and then go to social selling index.
There we go.
And then get your score free.
Okay. Very good.
And so if anyone would like, and so. Good job, Brenda.
Well, I got her right. It's what I do for a living. I should be okay.
Right. That's what I say. It's always risky doing it in front of other people.
It is. Like, I hope it's okay this week.
But if people would like, because seeing it is one thing, understanding it is another. So if anyone would like, I do offer free 30-minute consultations. So if you go into my LinkedIn profile, go into the features section, you'll see my scheduling link where you can schedule to have a 30-minute complimentary session. And I can explain this whole assessment to you.
Okay, great. So that's the, I know we're talking about, you know, some free resources that all the presenters are offering for folks today. So I'm going to put your profile up on screen right now while you're talking about that. And I'm also going to pull up your LinkedIn URL for folks that want to visit you. So where do we go to find that link again? Tell us again.
Go down to my featured section, please.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And so it's probably, so the arrow over.
Oh, right here.
Right here.
There you go. Schedule your 30-minute LinkedIn assessment appointment. Is that one right there?
Yes, it is.
All right, perfect. Thank you. And are you open to accepting new connections from folks, Clarine, that are watching us here today?
I am, and as a tip, and I think one of the other presenters said it as well, you should send a personalized note. So always send a personalized note. Let me know that you were a part of this event so that I know that. To accept, you just hit the more button. Or to send a connection invite, hit the more button, and then you'll get the drop down to get to the connect. Otherwise, it just says, it just has the follow button. So hit the more button, get to the connect, send me a personalized note. More than happy to accept.
Great. Thank you, Clarine. And this half hour has flown by. I feel like we could talk probably another hour here.
I'm sorry. No, I told you that's why I had to have slides, because otherwise I'll just be talking forever for real.
No, it was great, and so much great information. And I think you've been hanging out already in the chat, and I think you're probably going to return there. So if anyone's watching and I didn't get to ask your question for Clarine, make sure you stay online, because she'll be going through chat, and I'll also include her in that follow-up email. So if you haven't already subscribed to that, I'll just put it up on screen for you guys here again today. I am going to be breaking up all of this is going to be a 6-hour-long live stream, but I'll be cracking it into smaller videos, and then I'll be sharing it with everyone. So if you go to the website, mellermarketing.com, and then LIL subscribe, LIL subscribe, it stands for LinkedIn Live subscribe is what that is. If you go there, you have to opt in, and then I'll be sending everyone an email. I'll include Clarine's information in there. I'll include the offer that she talked about, the link where you can connect with her. So definitely check that out. Clarine, this has been such a delight. Thank you so much for making the time for us today.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
I'll be watching.
All right. Thank you again. And I'll pull Clarine out, and then we're going to pull up Tisha into the large screen here. And we're moving on to our next segment. Tisha, how are you doing today?
I am blessed. How about you, Brenda?
I am doing great. It is such a delight. I saw you actually in person. What day was that? My days are blowing together a little bit right now.
That was Sunday. I think that was on a past Sunday.
That's right. And it was socially distanced, you guys. I was out delivering my book, and Tisha, you're an author too. Look, she's got it right behind her. Oh, my heart is just exploding. That's so cool. Actually, I gotta get your book out, and I'll put it behind me for your interview.
Oh, you're sweet.
So we're here talking, we're doing this whole LinkedIn Live-a-thon. We're moving into the next segment where we're going to be talking about considering alternative career paths. And Tisha, I think I talked to you about this. I mean, some people, they reach that point in their job search where maybe they've been out in the job search market for 3 months, 6 months, a year, 18 months. I don't know. At some point, they start to think about, you know, maybe the job that I'm looking for, it doesn't exist anymore. Or it might be, maybe the job I'm looking for, isn't going to fulfill me anymore. Maybe that's, it ended for a good reason. And now I can kind of take a different path. So, we're here to hear your thoughts on when it's time to say when you need to kind of throw up and say, okay, that path isn't it anymore. There's a new path. And I want to hear your advice on this. So before we jump into that conversation, could you take a moment or two, maybe a minute or two, tell people who you are and what your business is all about?
Thank you. Congratulations on your social media pie book launch. I think you're amazing, Brenda. I am Tisha Hammond, and I'm a woman who woke up in 2015 to really understand and thoroughly embrace that I have been given some measure of influence in social, political, economic, educational spheres. And what am I to do with that influence but to share it and help someone else along their way? I am the owner of an amazing company called Ascent Small Business Promotion, LLC. So if you're familiar with like Don King, who is the boxing promoter, consider me, Tisha Hammond, the small business cheerleader, your business promoter. We really try to get the job done and get those sales boosted and especially get your influence showing. That's a little bit about me.
Great. So the small business cheerleader, I absolutely love this. And I want to pull up your profile and share people on screen. It actually says the small business cheerleader. And I think when I first connected with you, I don't remember if we met at an event or where it was, but I saw that and I'm like, I'm a huge believer in the power of positivity and surrounding yourself by people who are supporters. And when I saw that, the small business cheerleader, I think I was at the point in my career where I was leaving corporate and I was interviewing. I just wasn't finding anything I love, but I was like, I think I was going to separate from that and maybe be my own, person, my own small business. So I saw that. I'm like, oh, I need to surround myself with people like Tisha. So I love that you have that on your LinkedIn.
Thank you. Thank you. And I got to credit the size of my LinkedIn profile picture to your advice.
Oh, so what do you mean by that? The size of your
so I used to be farther back in the picture, but you said no, make it about 60% like your face. And so I reduced that and enlarged it in some ways. And that's what people see is based on your advice.
Good. Well, I'm glad that you took that. And part of the reason I tell people to enlarge their photo is most people aren't looking at your profile photo on desktop view in full screen mode. Most people are looking at it when they're scrolling through their phone, right? And then your headshot looks like this.
Right.
I'm just being realistic with you guys.
You're right.
Zoom in. We can, hypothetically see your face a little bit better. You look more important. You look more impressive. So there's actually a little circle frame thing that you can kind of tighten that up on. A little bit of a technique there. So let's jump into the conversation here today. So for folks that are thinking about alternative career paths, what advice do you have for them, Tisha, on, when it is time to say when? And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull you into large screen mode and I'm going to join you back at the end and we're going to go into some Q&A. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
All right. I appreciate you. Thanks for having me. And so I really want people to understand that I read a stat, I think it was in 2019, that 85% of the jobs available aren't even posted. I imagine that those watching and those who see this in replay and email and things like that have been on job boards and aren't finding the kind of success that they think based on all of their expertise and experience. And so I want to just share a couple instances with you of what really led me to start looking hard at alternative career paths for myself and for those people that I was having some very regular conversations with, kind of like the guy who asked could he meet me in my office at 6 a.m. in the morning, which was 2 hours before his start time and mine. And it was because he didn't want to be seen with me in public. I was in a point in my own career where I was the equal employment opportunity counselor, and people came to me because they had bad news to tell me. People came to me because they had concerns in their workplace. And so he was one who wanted to see me at 6 a.m. in the morning because he didn't want to be seen in my office. Or the guy who knew there was something wrong for him on the job, and he made an appointment to see me. This was a public appointment. You had to walk through a major office suite surrounded by people to get to my private office. And I remember he walked into this office suite he was strong and confident. He was saying hello to everybody and everything was sounding great that was coming out of his mouth. And then I welcomed him in to my private office and I closed the door and his demeanor changed. He lost that look of strength and his shoulders kind of slumped down when he sat in the chair. And I sat nearby so we can see each other eye to eye and not just across a table, but kind of like closer up and prepare for this conversation he was getting ready to tell me about, which I was positive was going to be about why he didn't want to stay at the job anymore. And what he told me was something that I think people can resonate with. What he told me was that he was a caregiver for his grandmother, and he was also for caring for his daughter. And he was in line to be supervisor and was getting passed over time and time again for opportunities that were public opportunities that he was applying for. And he wasn't getting the support from his manager because his manager thought he was taking too much sick leave to care for his family. And so for this particular individual, he made it clear to me that he's getting knots in his stomach and getting sick at the thought of coming to work because he didn't see a future there anymore. And so I began to ask not only that person, but many after him, if you weren't here, what would you rather be doing? And I asked that question so many times, and the response was almost the same every time from every different individual, male, woman, transgender employees. It didn't matter who I was asking. It was, Tisha, I'd rather be doing something I love. I'd rather be in business for myself. And I remember one day I had to ask myself that question. If you weren't here, what would you rather be doing? And so as I had this conversation with you, and believe me, I'm very interested in the comments that you're going to share so we can make this more interactive. As I had the conversation and I asked myself that question, I wondered, what else is out there? And I did not choose to look on job boards when I asked that question. And so here are some red flags that I'd like people to be honest with themselves if they are feeling, if they're sensing that. Thank you, Marty. In the pit of your stomach, if something is going in the direction you sense it should be going in, right? And so I've come up with a short list of red flags that I think some people might be able to resonate with. And then I've come up with some solutions where you don't have to raise the red flag anymore. You can have options. And as I'm defining what these red flags and these options are, I want you to keep this acronym in mind. Someone introduced me to the idea that POOR, P-O-O-R, meant passing over opportunities repeatedly. So then ask yourself, how do you define rich? If that's what poor means, how do you define rich? And I want you to be very creative in that. And I'm going to start this list of red flags and just tell me if you've had these feelings, if you've had these senses. You know that it's time to maybe change course in a job search. Either you're looking for a job where you presently are being employed at, or you're searching job boards and it's just not working. These are the red flags. You tend to make mountains out of molehills, blowing up inconveniences into problems, not being able to separate those two ideas from, is this inconvenient for me as an employee, or is this a problem for me as an employee? We're in this virtual age where this is what we do. We are meeting by teams. We're meeting on all this different technology. We're in staff meetings. We're talking to recruiters and being interviewed all by video chat. A red flag is if you cannot bring yourself to turn on your video and share your face and your identity and your personality because you're just not that into what you're doing at the time. That could be a red flag. That could be a red flag. All right. For those that are still working like inside the job, on someone's job where you're unsatisfied and you're searching for something else, if you're in a cubicle or in an open space and you're not willing to leave that cubicle unless it's time to go to the bathroom or time to leave the office, and don't want to to associate or be a part of, that could be an issue. And not just because you have your head down wanting to work. It could be something deeper there. If you are Googling unemployment eligibility criteria, you're likely ready to leave the place where you're at, right? So tell me if these resonate with you. I could think of a million more, and I just have several more that I want to add though. You've had more conversations with your supervisor and HR, like somebody like me, the HR person or the EEO person, because the level of concern at your job or your workplace is more than you can take. Now, you've been there 8 years, 12 years, you let stuff roll off your back, but it's just built up to a point. You're talking to your supervisor and HR more often about it than you ever thought you would care to do that. When you start to care less about your appearance as you go into work. Now we're on these virtual meeting sites where it's okay to kind of be in your pajama pants, but from the chest up, I mean, you want to look decent, right? You want to look like you're well put together. But when you start caring less about that, that's something to think about. If you were in this situation like me, where after years of asking employees, what would you rather be doing if you weren't here? If you find yourself taking what is my dream job quiz, because it's clearly not out there on Indeed or Monster or ZipRecruiter or other job boards, and you find yourself taking these social media, what is your dream job quizzes, that might be a good sign that you're not going to be where you are right now for very long. And that could be a great thing, right? So if you're contemplating about having the talk with your family back at home about, hey, can we function if I walk away from this $50,000 or $80,000 or $120,000 salary? Can we make it? Like, that might be a time where turning to a job board is not what you need necessarily. That might be a time where you want to turn to your network. And I'll come back to some others, but right now I want to really ask a question, and that is the same question that I would ask the people who were sitting in my office for years, who were crying, that I'd be handing tissues to and bottles of water that I'd be offering to give them some privacy because they might need a moment of just some time before they really start to share those innermost workplace concerns with me. So I ask you the question. In your job search, whether you're still with your employer or you're in between successes, I don't like the word unemployment, Brenda. I like in between successes, right? That's not original, but I don't remember who to credit to. If you know, please put it in the chat.
It was somebody in marketing, because that's what we do. We take the words and then we make the words better.
I love it, right? Yeah. Not just unemployed. You're looking for that next success, right? So I ask you the question, what would you rather be doing than scrolling, sometimes numb and mindlessly? I've heard this called doom scrolling. Just, oh my goodness. What would you rather be doing? Is there an opportunity for you to create that thing for yourself? And so you had to know by my nickname, the small business cheerleader, that my thought is the alternative career path to your job search is to choose entrepreneurship as the career path to financial independence. And so I'd love some conversation about that. And of course, I have more information to share. So let's start there. I think that entrepreneurship is not only a career path to financial independence, financial success, but also to just mental independence, to not feeling like you are bound to someone's beck and call, to some employer. And don't get me wrong, I truly miss that six-figure salary, Brenda, from my employer. But I don't miss the terms and the heartache and the stress that came with. And so when I talk about what's an alternative career path, what I'm suggesting is that if job boards don't work, to simply remember that potentially 85% of jobs and opportunities that are available to you are not posted. What that means is that there is capital within your network, right? So sometimes just putting direct asks out into the atmosphere. If you have a talent, a gift, an anointing, an expertise in the area that you're currently working in or that you're searching to be in, I mean, have you considered, trying your hand at telling people about that and seeing if you can turn that into some type of venture for yourself? So, Brenda, if I can just give a tiny bit more detail about my background.
Yeah, please do. Go right ahead.
So I'm not making this stuff up out the air. I retired at the age of 41, which was only a few years ago. And what I did was make my last employer my customer. Mm. That's what I'm talking about when I am saying considering alternative career paths in your job search. Considering that maybe one day, maybe today you're the employee, but down the road, you're the person that hires the employee because you've experienced self-employment and some growth in your business. And now you're ready to hire people to help you out, to grow your business and grow your team. So I made my last employer my customer. And I did that because I knew that my skill set was in high demand. And I also knew that the high demands that my employer was placing on me were unsustainable. I was able to stay in a federal government career that included law enforcement. If you can imagine me in a blue uniform with a badge and a gun, keeping your borders safe here in the US and abroad. Imagine that. And then me coming out of uniform because I want some normalcy for my family, Brenda, right? I want to go home to my children. I want to go home to my husband and be alive at the end of the night. I wanted to experience being a human being without having to protect the world and still enjoy the salary and benefits that came along with doing that. And so I was able to transition from federal law enforcement to still enforcing federal laws, but doing that as the equal employment opportunity counselor or investigator to someone's workplace concerns in the federal government. And I took that skill set because clearly this is not the last time people are going to have a conversation about alternate careers, other job searches. Employees are always going to be concerned about what's going on in the workforce, always. So there's always going to be somebody like me, the EEO person or the HR person, to respond to that, to try to be a problem solver. But isn't that what entrepreneurship is also? Solving problems? That's exactly what it is. They're kind of one and the same. And so I have some suggestions if people are looking for the exit at their current place of employment. And if they're open to the idea of transitioning into self-employment, entrepreneurship with the skill set you have or with the skill you see that the market needs right now. You ready for these ways to bridge gaps instead of burning bridges at your current job? All right. 1, I really want you to take all, A-L-L, take it all the training that your current employer offers you, that's at no cost to you, but some time. Take all the training. Take all the training and then make sure you have the personal records to substantiate that you received that training. Print your certificates of completion, print the certificates of training, save them to your personal email account, because one day some other employment opportunity that might come up for you to be a contractor, either with your current employer or with their competition, you might need to show that you've received various types of training. If you can get it at no cost, do that right now. Do that right now. Number 2, on your resume, go ahead and just incorporate this chronology of the most relevant training that you've received and that you're planning to take, because that resume, when you're an entrepreneur or when you're a business owner, that resume is called a capability statement. People want to know what you're trained to do. They want to know where your expertise is in, right? So first suggestion, as you're looking to make this transition, or you're looking at the exit from your current employer, but you might want to do the same thing as a consultant or a contractor, take all the training and take all your training records with you. Okay. Brenda, I'm not one to say, hey, walk out and leave tomorrow, walk away from that paycheck. That walking away from that paycheck hurts. And I just have 3 more points. If you give me a couple more minutes.
Yeah, sure. Go right ahead.
And I'll kind of zoom through this, but I'm hoping that people will contact me directly for more of the details. The second suggestion is really to study the employee benefits handbook, that one that nobody wants to read. Is super thick, or it's in a PDF. You lost it 8 years ago. Find it, because you want to know, if you're looking at the exit door, you want to know what benefits await you outside the door. When you separate from that employer, are you still entitled to any benefits that you're really going to need? Like, does your health insurance and life insurance, do they carry over for a short time to give you a chance to purchase someone else's? So think about those kind of things. If you have invested in a retirement with your current employer, you don't want to lose that and walk away from it. How do you roll it into something else to protect it for your future? You're going to need that money, and you worked hard for it. Your sick leave, your annual leave, your paid time off, do those get converted into cash if you decide to leave? And how quickly does that get sent to you? You might need that cushion as you're in the wilderness trying to search for your next opportunities. Third suggestion is, during your performance reviews while you're with your job, ask your manager or supervisor all those nice compliments that they say about you. Ask them to put it in writing. You're going to turn that into a testimonial to demonstrate your past performance. I love when people say, Tisha, you do a great job. I love when you did so-and-so. Thank you. Put it in writing. That's why we ask you to leave reviews. We ask you to leave testimonials. We ask you for endorsements. Those things are important as you're transitioning into entrepreneurship or into self-employment. And then the fourth one is really to consider how you may transition from being an employee to becoming self-employed, working for yourself. Like, really put some great deep thought into that. Are people willing to pay you to consult them in a certain area of expertise? You're getting paid now to do it, right? So yeah, the answer is people are willing to pay you. And then, how do you get more people to pay you? How do you get the word out about that? And how do you negotiate potential benefits with whether you're an independent contractor or a freelancer? These are things that you want to consider as you're looking at entrepreneurship as a career path. And I know we are breaking into the time when you need to bring on the next presenter. So I will stop for now. I know there's some opportunities to discuss some freemium for people.
Yeah, great. So, and before we do that, I want to just pull us back up into large screen mode, because part of the reason I was wanting to take myself off camera twofold. I needed to get a sip of water. And the other thing is I wanted to bring up, I think I have to make it larger screen mode to show you guys, though. Hold on just a second. Ha! I got your book now. I want to give you a huge plug, if you guys don't mind. Indulge me for just a second here. You can already tell Tisha is such an inspirational speaker and presenter. And I'm a big believer in surrounding yourself with people like Tisha. But, if you're a reader, get this book, Daily Devotional for Entrepreneurs, Your Season to Grow, by my friend and author, Tisha Hammond. And I need to start really pouring through your book here. And I love your inspiration on social media, where I follow you, Tisha. And I just have to commend you. Is this newer? Was this just published? Was it this year? Or how long has this book been out for you?
It was released in May 2020.
Yeah. So in the pandemic, right? In the midst of the pandemic, you and I, crazy people, were publishing a book. What the heck are we thinking?
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. And I want to see if we have any questions. And we do have Susan in. So I'm going to bring Susan into the live stream just so we can make sure she's working. Hey, Susan, how are you doing today?
Doing fine. How are you?
Good. We're just going to wrap up with Tisha here, and then we'll get our discussion started in just a second here. And I saw there were some questions that had come in, and I want to pull at least one or maybe two of them up as we wrap. And one was about your background. Let me see if I can find it. And I thought they were referring, I'm sorry, Susan, that we're covering you, But
It's good.
It actually works out fine because the comments covering just Susan, and we're not doing the Wilson looking over top of it. But they were asking about your background. I thought they were talking about professional background, but they're actually asking about what's behind you. So tell us, I mean, there's intention, right? When you choose what to put behind you, you've got flowers, it looks like Blessed is on the one side, you've got your book, it's all staged, right? And you got the pink color. Your hair is on point. They're loving all the stuff you got going. So talk to us about why you chose the things that are behind you and how each of those things support who you are as an entrepreneur.
Yeah, so this map behind me, it says she's going places. That truly is my vision board. I am well beyond the days of wanting mansions and cars to sustain and fulfill me. No, I want my message to be global. And the message is that you do not have to wander out in the wilderness of employment. You can go into the promised land of entrepreneurship, and I'm sharing this message around the world every chance I get. The pink is because I'm feeling extra girly these days. I love it. Pink and gray, they have this calming effect, and they have an effect that makes people listen and engage and feel welcomed in. Blessed follows me everywhere. That just shows that I'm a child of the Most High God, and I want people to know it.
That's awesome. I love it. I love it in the background. So as we start to wrap up the conversation here, Tisha, anything else you'd like to share with the group? Final reminders, any freebies you're offering people that sign up on my email list?
Yes. So for those that sign up on Brenda Meller's email list, I want you to join me tomorrow. It's rare that I work, excuse me, on Sundays, but tomorrow I am offering and leading an employee to employer transition consultation. This will be a group activity. It'll start, I believe, at 2 p.m., 45 minutes of your time. And we are literally going to get into the minutia about what does it mean to transition from being someone's employee to becoming the employer, and give a little bit of background about how best to make your exit.
Okay. And what time is that tomorrow?
That's 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Okay, so I will make sure. I'm going to try to get the email out today, but maybe tomorrow morning. But I'll let folks know to mark their calendar. And in the meantime, if they wanted to get that information, they're watching this session, obviously, so they're hearing about it from you here first. Are you open to accepting LinkedIn connections from folks? And would it be possible for you to message it to them?
That's exactly what I'm hoping to do, is that people will connect with me directly and request this through a direct message as well.
All right, great. Tisha, thank you so much. It was so lovely to, I feel blessed. I truly do, because I had the chance to see you in person, socially distant. We were wearing masks. It was a fun video. Your daughter captured it when I delivered the book to you. It was so nice to see you in person. I wish I could hug you, but it was great to see you and great to have you on today. And I just thank you so much. And sharing, again, we were talking about considering alternative career paths, knowing when it's time to say when in a job search. So thank you so much, Tisha, for joining us.
Thanks for what you're doing for job seekers, Brenda. Take care, and Susan, have fun.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we're moving along here, and we've been having such a fun day so far, and we're doing this LinkedIn Live-a-thon. And Susan, when I first set up this event, I was thinking about how many people are in career transition right now. Some not by choice, many not by choice because of COVID and what's happening in the market, and so many changes that are happening out in the world right now. And I know there's some people that are being thrust into the job search market again, and they've never had to use a site like LinkedIn. And you and I, we've been connected for a while. You're on my LinkedIn Rockstars list. You're one of the people that I watch for updates and information. I'm learning from you and others all the time. And when I asked you to come out, I said, how about this? We were talking a little bit, and how about using LinkedIn for job search if you're new to LinkedIn? Because there are some folks that this is new. This is not the way we used to do job search, right? So
definitely not.
Yeah, I want to say thank you for joining us here today.
Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I've been watching the sessions today. They're amazing. What an amazing event you set up. I'm so impressed.
I had no idea how many people were going to register and see that it was of interest. And I think the last count I looked on the registration page, it was like 1,200. So when it first launched, it was like 50, 100. I was like, good, people are going to come to this thing and it's going to be exciting. And right now, I think we've got over 200 people watching us live on LinkedIn. I think another 32 on YouTube and probably another 20 or 30 or so on Facebook. So we've we've got a good audience for this, Susan. So before I turn the floor over to you, if you could tell us a little bit about your background, who you are, what your business is all about, and then we'll jump into this discussion.
Okay, well, I guess I'm not the average bear. I started out with a degree in education and discovering in the last semester of college that during student teaching that it was not for me. So I joined the Marine Corps, which doesn't seem logical to a lot of people, but was logical in my family. So I started out in the Marine Corps, and then I moved on to HR at Harvard University. And I started my own company in 1995 after I was laid off in 1994 from an employer I'd been with for 13 years. So I've been through the layoff process. I've seen how tough that can be. Mm-hmm. And in fact, a big part of the reason I do what I do is because so many people, we were a number 29 on the Fortune 500 before the company kind of died. Mm-hmm. And people committed suicide after they lost their jobs. And one fellow, a colleague, waited 2 years. He hit age 60. He still had not found a job, and he stabbed his wife to death and hung himself.
Oh, so sad.
And yes, really incredibly sad. I don't want to start off on a sad note like that, because I think in retrospect, if only LinkedIn had been around in the mid-90s, I think he would have been much more successful, and more of us could have reached out to him. I'd completely lost touch with him, as had most everybody. So, you know, LinkedIn is useful in so many ways we aren't even conscious of.
Yeah,
but I'm happy.
If I could jump in on that, Susan, I want to jump in. When Susan and we did a prep call before booking her on the show, and she was sharing this background of the story with me, and I debated about, you know, asking her to tell this story because it's tragic, but I want to reach people with that message who may be struggling right now, because when you do go through a career transition, when you become unemployed, when you're laid off or let go from a company, it is devastating. And it's devastating on so many psychological, mental levels. And there may be somebody who is struggling, who's finding this broadcast today, and we are able to help you. Or maybe somebody who's watching this broadcast today knows somebody who has been laid off and you haven't heard from that person in a while. They've kind of dropped off the scene entirely. I want to remind all of us, this isn't just about what you can get from today's session, but it's about helping others and staying connected with others and reaching out a lifeline to them. Maybe a text message, asking them to jump on a virtual coffee. There's so many things all of us can do. And there's so many people that are in this situation right now. And then on top of that, Susan, we've got the COVID stress and the not being around people. So there's a lot of layers of things that are happening to us psychologically right now. So I want to thank you for sharing that story, because it may reach somebody on some level, or one person who can reach out to someone and prevent those types of tragedies from occurring. But to your point, LinkedIn's around now today, and it didn't used to be around. It might be intimidating for people. So what advice do you have for folks on using LinkedIn for job search if they've never used LinkedIn ever before?
Okay, well, training people to use LinkedIn is one of the things I do in my spare time. So I actually have a presentation ready.
Great.
I'm not sure exactly how to share it.
I'll walk you through this, Susan. We had some folks earlier. We were doing some technical issues with each other too. So at the bottom of your screen, you should see a share icon within StreamYard. So when you click on that, then it kind of turns the baton over to me as the host, and then I have to enable it. So go ahead and click on share with that. And I'll remind those of you that are watching while we're waiting for this to come up on screen for folks. If you're watching late, we've been doing a LinkedIn Live-a-thon since 10 a.m. this morning Eastern. We're going to go till 4 o'clock. If you came in late, there will be playbacks of everything, and I'll give you instructions on that. All right, Susan, I'm not seeing it yet. It's still showing just me and you in the bottom. Did you click on share screen and then select the screen to show it on?
Yes, now I have. I didn't realize I needed to click on it.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, now it's sharing your screen. So now navigate to the page that you want to share it from, because right now it is showing us. Okay, there we go. All right. And I'll let you go ahead and take it from here. And I'll be in the background here, Susan. I'll come back in when we get to the end of your time where we move back into Q&A again.
Okay, great. Well, how to use LinkedIn for job search if you're new to LinkedIn. This is something I talk about a lot. Why LinkedIn is so important and so useful today. It's the #1 social network And most recruiters, the vast majority of recruiters, probably 99.9% of recruiters use LinkedIn today, and so do a lot of other people. You control what LinkedIn tells the world about you. That's the beauty of it. You're in control. Google puts LinkedIn on the first page of search results. So if someone is searching for information about you, LinkedIn is what they find usually at the top. And visibility is provided even when you're not in a job search. So if a journalist is looking for an expert in a specific field, they may well search LinkedIn or search Google, and in either case, you can show up. So you need to have, at a minimum, an all-star profile. And you'll see all-star on your dashboard, which on your homepage or on your profile page when you're looking at your profile. It's not at the top, it's down a bit, but it's there. And what's required for all-star is an industry and location. So choose the industry and choose the location. And it doesn't need actually to be your current location. It can be where you want to be. Your current job and employer, 2 past positions, education, skills, and a profile photo. Now, if you're unemployed and you don't have a current job and employer, you can create one. What you want to do next, and don't list the employer, list the field or the industry that you want. So you want to be in HR for IT organizations or something along those lines. The profile photo is something a lot of people leave out, and they really shouldn't. It vastly impacts your visibility and your credibility. So put that picture there and make it public. You need to have at least 50 connections for all-star. So clearly, do not stop at all-star. Think of LinkedIn as your master resume on steroids. You need to be credible. You want a robust, complete profile. It's got to be a whole lot more than what's on your resume. Recommendations, as was just mentioned, recommendations are very important. Receive them and give them. And usually you will receive them after you give them. Skills and endorsements are often overlooked because they don't look that important, but skills are one of the top search criteria in LinkedIn Recruiter, which is LinkedIn's main source of revenue. That's where they make all their money, is recruiters paying LinkedIn for access to profiles. Skills and endorsements, then customize your LinkedIn profile. There's a whole bunch of ways you can customize it. You can do just your name with a hyphen in it if your name is not available. Every URL has to be unique. So if somebody else has already taken your name, you're going to need to get a little bit more creative. So add a hyphen or add some sort of credential you've got, MBA, BA, whatever. Your location. If you're in New York City, you can use NYC, you can use the 212 area code. I often see people using numbers in their email addresses and in their LinkedIn profiles, and too often the number is clearly the birth year. Don't do that. Use an area code or a zip code. Don't use your birth year. Someday it's going to haunt you. Your name and a keyword, like Susan Joyce-SEO, search engine optimization. And be sure to add your LinkedIn profile URL to your resumes and your applications. So when employers are looking for more information about you, and frankly, they compare your resume or your application to your LinkedIn profile, and they believe your LinkedIn profile more than they believe your resume and application. You want to make it easy for them to find the right LinkedIn profile. It's very important. So include that URL everywhere. And this is how you find it. It's in the top corner of your profile page when you're looking at your profile. Make sure your profile contents support the claims in your headline. So make sure the about section is clear and focused. And I've got an example, a really great example to see what a really good about section looks like. Write about in first person. It's not Susan Joyce did, it's I am. Include more than just the job title and the employer name and the dates of employment in the experience section when you're describing a job. Talk about what you've done in that job, particularly your accomplishments, the size of the organization. I've got another example I'll show you of that as well, so you can see what a really good one looks like. To be found, you need keywords. I can't say this often enough, and people don't really understand why your name is your most important keyword. Use one version of your name for your professional visibility. I've had so many people tell me, well, you know, people call me Bill. My name is William H., but people call me Bill. Yes, and people can still call you Bill. But if professionally you are William H., or if there are too many Bills like you, be William H. On your LinkedIn profile, on your resume, on your applications, on your business cards. Use that version of your name. It's so important. That's really your most important keyword because it's what people search on to find information about you. You want to make sure they find you and they find good information. You want your location to be specific, either your current location or your target location. Maybe you live in Massachusetts, but you want to move to Florida. You know, put your Florida target location in there. The job titles, your current job title, your past job titles, your target job title, and update those job titles if they need it. I was an MIS manager. Well, nobody does MIS anymore. It's IT. Update the terminology. Use the education, certifications, licenses required for the new job or for the next job. Be sure you include those. And the important skills that the employers are requiring for those jobs. This is where job boards are the most useful, is research what employers are using as requirements and how they are describing the jobs. And then the names of your previous employers, believe it or not, employers will look for somebody who used to work at whatever, particularly if it's a well-known, well-regarded local company, or even, you know, Apple or Amazon or whatever. Your professional headline is critical. This follows your name everywhere in LinkedIn, particularly the first few words. So the first 80 to 100 characters are the most visible. Put your most important information there. The things that resonates the most with you and you think will resonate with people who see your profile. The title you have at your current employer, plus your value, accomplishments, skills, keywords. These are all keywords. The title you want next, in the industry you want next, if that's different from what you've got now. Again, these are keywords. And LinkedIn has expanded this headline dramatically in the last few months, or a few years. It's now 220 spaces. It used to be, I think, closer to 100. So include your value in your mission or something interesting about you. I've seen somebody who said they love pizza. Okay, you know, something kind of humorous too. These are effective and ineffective professional headlines. I've seen way too many people call themselves MIS professional. MIS is out of date, clearly. And professional, there's not a job title or very few job titles that are for professionals. You know, they're for managers or analysts or whatever. Seeking new opportunities, that's not much of a job title. That doesn't explain what you do. You might want to include that in your LinkedIn profile headline, but that's not what you want to have in your headline if that's all that's there. Seeking new opportunities as, or describe yourself more thoroughly and then include seeking new opportunities. Now, I'm kind of on the line about seeking new opportunities. Some recruiters have said they appreciate that. Other recruiters have said they think people who do that look desperate. So be careful about that. And unemployed at unemployed is totally useless. There are absolutely no keywords there. Now, let's say you're a network security person. MIS/IT is better. It's got network security in there. Specialist may be a job title that you're looking for, maybe not. But IT is definitely more up to date than MIS. The last version at the bottom has the most relevant and important keywords in it. And it also indicates the person's value, what they do. So banks and retail businesses avoid disaster. Wow, that's going to resonate with the people who see it. Here's an example of a great about section. Now, again, at the top, that's a great summary, strategic, analytical, passionate, results-focused marketing leader with customer-first mindset. Fabulous. And then breaking things down into groups and short paragraphs and bulleted lists. That's the smartest thing to do on LinkedIn and really online, because often people are looking at your profile on a smartphone or something. And you don't want to give them the wall of words because people skip over walls of words. So make things short. Make them easy to pick out. Here's a job description. And what I love about this is the job description for this job that this person had more than 10 years ago. And he really describes it. Now you noticed he's got little symbols there for my job description and my key accomplishments. Those are symbols that you can copy and paste into LinkedIn to make things stand out. And I think he did a fabulous job on this. And down at the bottom, there's the URL of a page in Job Hunt where you can find a bunch of them. And you can also just Google, don't Google, Google things like emoji is the best term. Be reachable. Nothing drives a recruiter crazier than finding the profile of a great person and no way to reach them without paying LinkedIn for LinkedIn Recruiter. So be reachable. You want to have your personal email address there. If, at some point when you're employed or when you're not employed, the personal email address is the best way to reach you. And if you're employed, you really don't want another employer approaching you and asking you if you're interested in a job via your company or your work email address. You want the personal email address. I highly recommend Gmail, which can be forwarded to your local Verizon email address or whatever. You can also register your own domain, so you can become you.com or you.me. And either one of those, you don't have to set up a website. You can just have an email account and have that forwarded to whatever email address you're using, the Verizon one or whatever. Again, don't forward that to your work email. A personal phone number, separate from your business and separate from your home. Could be your cell phone number, can be a Google Voice. Google Voice is free like Gmail is free. And it can capture voicemail. It can email voicemail to you. It's very handy. I wish I owned stock in Google. I don't, but those are two good tools to use for your job search and really for your professional visibility. Then complete the contact info section at the top of your profile. That's visible only to connections. It's not visible to the whole world. And I also recommend adding the email and phone number to the about section as well, so that someone who's not connected to you can still reach out to you. And then pay attention to those email addresses and phone numbers, of course. Be visible. So many people have great LinkedIn profiles, but they keep them private. What's the point? Make your profile visible. If you're employed, be sure your profile supports your current job. And share the latest and greatest news about your current job. Make your employer comfortable with that. And it also increases your visibility, of course. So use less for public email address. The visibility of your last name. People can't find you in Google or LinkedIn if they can't see your last name. You do a search in LinkedIn for Susan P., and there's a million if not more, Susan P's. So Susan P. Joyce, fortunately, there's only one, but that's because my last name is visible. You want to be sure you approve of profile visibility off LinkedIn because that includes you in Google search results. If you're not visible off LinkedIn, you're going to be missed by a ton of recruiters. You also want to allow yourself to be tagged in LinkedIn because that also increases your visibility. Skills and endorsements, I spoke about these briefly. They're near the bottom of your profile when you're editing it. So they don't look important, but they're very important because they're an essential element of the LinkedIn recruiter search. They're, I think, in some cases, they're the first search criteria that's usable. So if you don't have skills and endorsements, you're not visible. They increase your credibility. You can take the skills quiz. They're rolling out skills quizzes, so they're not available for everything, but it at least shows that you have skills. And others can endorse you for your skills. You need to have at least 5 for the all-star profile. You can have as many as 50. Only 3 are usually visible. But click on the add a new skill and see what's available and pick what's most important to you and most important for your future. Here's how to add accomplishments. These are fabulous additions to your profile. Projects in particular, it doesn't have to be the NASA space station. It can be the new accounting system or whatever you've been part of in your local, in one of your jobs. Just describe it, quantify it as much as possible, and include it in projects as demonstrations of your ability to do the job you want. If you can speak more than one language, that's the only way you are allowed to have more than one LinkedIn profile. If you have more than one LinkedIn profile in the same language, then you're violating the terms of use and you could get thrown out. So if you've got more than one profile, merge them or get rid of the extra profiles unless they're in a different language. You can also, if you've been published, publications, if you've written a book, include the publications there. There's so many things you can do to add in the accomplishments section, and they are part of the search, and they're also help show recruiters and employers and members of your network what you can do. Connecting. More connections means greater visibility in LinkedIn search results. That's the bottom line. If you've only got 50 connections, unless those 50 each have 10,000 or more connections, you're not very visible in LinkedIn. So the free search results only search through your connections. This is the hardest thing, and it took me a while to accept this as well. Do not limit your connections only to people you know. You need to be careful, but you want to have the 500 plus connections. That's the best credibility and also wonderful visibility. Growing your network. Reach out to people who would be good additions to your network. And remember, employee referral programs are employers' favorite way to fill a job. So particularly if you have target employers, and I hope you do, look for people who work for that employer that you might be able to connect with. Check your schools pages. Almost every college and university, and I suspect even private schools for high school and below, have a schools page. Check the schools page. Connect with people you remember from school or people you have something in common with at school. Expand that network. Look at the company pages for your current employer and for previous employers, and find more people to connect with, people who worked with you or people who didn't work there at the same time you did, but did the same job or something similar. Reach out. And then search LinkedIn for old friends and neighbors and colleagues and, people that you knew from the past. Reach out to them as well and connect with them on LinkedIn. Then send your own invitations. On your go to the person's profile. on the profile, right below the picture, usually you'll find connect, message, or more. Click on connect and send a customized invitation to connect. You know, say we went to the same school together, or I'm very impressed with the articles you've written on LinkedIn, or something. Personalize it. Make it clear that you looked at their profile and you really want to connect with them. You're not just clicking connect.
And Susan, we're getting close to the end. I want to give you a moment or two to kind of wrap up for final thoughts for the group. So much great information here today, and I know we could probably go at least, we can go hours. We could probably go another day. I mean, there's so much great information about using LinkedIn and learning from LinkedIn. And I've gotten the question from a couple of earlier presenters. Susan, are you able to share, or do you want to share your slides with attendees from today?
I'm happy to, yes.
Okay. So I will, and for those that are watching, if you did register and indicated it was okay for me to email you, then I will be including this in the information that I send out to folks. If you didn't, you'll have to go to my webpage, mellermarketing.com/LIL subscribe. It's like Lil subscribe. It stands for LinkedIn Live subscribe. So that's a way you can join the email list, and then you can get the copy of Susan's slides. And Claire, you're on with us. I want to say hi, and we're not ignoring you. We're going to be up next with Claire. How are you today?
Hey, everyone. Oh, doing so good. We're maybe expecting a snowstorm here in Spokane, so we're really crossing our fingers hard. I have two little boys, and they love nothing more than to sled. So I'm sitting here patiently, no rush.
All right. Well, let me finish off with Susan, and then we'll change gears over to Claire. So Susan, any final thoughts for the group? And I'm sorry to have jumped in and cut you off. Like I said, there's so much great information. It's really hard, isn't it, to get all of the information in that tight time frame?
Yeah, I thought I was going to cover all those slides in 20 minutes. I don't know why.
You were ambitious for today. Are you open to accepting invitations from folks that are watching the broadcast here today?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. And I'm pulling Susan's profile up on screen. You can see here she specializes in helping people with job search. So if you can go to her profile. And what I like to tell people, and echoing your point, Susan, of when you visit the person's profile and invite them to connect, always add a note, right? And then they should mention that they watched you on LinkedIn Live today.
That would be perfect. Great.
Right. All right, Susan, any other final thoughts before we wrap up for today?
Just keep working at LinkedIn. You'll get there. I think I wish I owned stock. I think it's a great solution for everyone today for building businesses as well as for job search.
Awesome. Well, I thank you again for joining us. I thank you for sharing your stories. And I saw so many comments from folks thanking us for sharing that story, because we were talking about mental health and the impact of a devastating career loss and what that takes, the toll it takes on a person. So many people said, thank you for saying that, because it's kind of one of these unspoken things that we don't talk about, but I think we need to be open and be supportive of people. So thank you for sharing that, Susan. Thank you for sharing all the wonderful tips. And I'll again just remind folks to go to that webpage, subscribe, and I'll make sure you get a copy of Susan's slides if you can. And then in the meantime, definitely connect with Susan as well. So thank you again, Susan, for joining. It was such a delight chatting with you.
Thank you. It was great.
All right. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy your Saturday.
You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. So we're moving along here. We're just kind of plugging along here. We're in a LinkedIn Live-a-thon, guys, and we're reaching we've got, I think, about 2 more hours in our broadcast here. And I'm sure we've had folks coming in today, Claire, and leaving, and maybe eating lunch and doing their laundry. Maybe they've got their phone on in the background. And we're kind of been going back and forth with topics. We've been talking about maybe moving into entrepreneurship. We've been talking about mature workers and just a lot of different areas for people that are using LinkedIn for a career search or maybe a career transition. And this is a big topic. We're talking about now resume and cover letters, wins, fails, tips, and more. And I just got a little pop-up message that there's some issues with the stream on LinkedIn. I think some people might be moving over to YouTube or to Facebook. My stream is still going, so it'll be in the playback. So we're just going to keep going with this, Claire. But if you could start us off, tell us a little bit about who you are and what your business is all about.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you so much. I did get a notification as well. I wonder if I don't know if there's a time limit on LinkedIn Lives. I'm new to Lives, so
I don't know. I'm hoping I broke LinkedIn with this live stream. I don't know. I mean, that would be an accomplishment I would put in my experience section. Yes. But the stream is still going on Facebook and on YouTube. So like I said, if it doesn't make its way to LinkedIn, I will make sure to get it to folks later on.
Okay, sounds great. Well, let's keep rolling. So first of all, I wanted to thank you so much, Brenda, because this is an incredible day you've put together. I know for myself in my career, I have just greatly benefited from people who have gone before me, much smarter than me, further in business than I have been, and them reaching out and generously sharing their time and their expertise with me has been invaluable. So you doing that and making this platform and this day for everybody, for job seekers, is so incredibly generous. And I hope that everyone takes a ton away from today. There is so much wisdom here. And Susan, I mean, I could tell, Susan, you could talk about LinkedIn for years. I mean, you've got a ton of actionable tips. So this has just been a really incredible day. So I thank you for doing this.
Well, thank you. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I was so happy to see the strong response from people. I just knew so many people were in a position right now where they're struggling with finding a job or being in career transition. And I kind of said, how can I use what I have to help people beyond the platforms that I'm doing? I'm like, well, what if I brought in other speakers? And what if I did this on a Saturday? So I was really happy. You know, you were one of the folks that reached out to me and said, hey, can I come on? And I said, what do you want to speak about? And you said, well, how about the resume session? So tell us, what's your background and is this part of what you do? Is this your business now? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, absolutely. So, hello, everybody. My name is Claire Davis, and if we haven't met yet, I'm the owner and founder of Traction Resume. And so I help senior and executive leaders get better jobs and make more money by equipping them with outstanding cover letters, LinkedIn profiles, and resumes. So today I'm here to share, wins, fails, the good and the bad of resumes and cover letters with you specifically. But I resonate with you because a lot of my clients will say, Claire, I haven't written a resume in 30 years. And now I find myself unemployed. Or, hey, Claire, oil and gas is really tumultuous right now. I need to pivot out of this, but I don't even know where to start. Or I have a lot of accomplishments and I just need to understand how to position myself. And I don't even know how to do that without sounding like I'm bragging and it's uncomfortable. So resumes and cover letters can be challenging, but they're so critical. And I feel like this is such a critical conversation to have today, especially with 2020 and 2021 happening. And a lot of people finding themselves in the precarious situation of being laid off. So, if you've ever worked with me or you've seen my content, you'll know I am all about action and a little more action than theory. So if it's okay with you today, I would really love to do a couple of exercises so people who are listening today can walk away with an actually refreshed resume with a couple exercises I'd like to do right here live. So if that sounds really good, if anybody is hearing this, can you put like a 3 in the comments and be like, yes, I'm on board. I want to upgrade today.
While we're waiting on that comment, if you guys saw me leaning over, you're like, what is she doing over there? Well, LinkedIn, it just stopped broadcasting. And I actually got a text message from someone saying it stopped at the end of Susan's session. So it stopped before we started, but I just went over and I posted, I've got another laptop going over here because this is what we do as entrepreneurs. We're always thinking of backup plans, right? Yes. So I've got my second laptop going and I said, continue watching us live on YouTube. So hopefully folks are finding us on YouTube. And look, I'm seeing now people like Crystal went over there, Fran. I don't know, guys, if we broke LinkedIn, I don't know if Claire and I broke the internet today or what. So welcome back. We've been here all along. And the good thing is the stream didn't start. So I love StreamYard as a platform because basically it hosts us and then it pushes us out to the platforms. So there wasn't any disruption for us. When you guys get the playback links for me, what I'm doing is I'm chunking out every session as a separate YouTube and I will pull it and then I will send you the playback link. So I see Francis is saying it ended at 4 hours exactly. And I'm curious if it was a time limit. I haven't seen it. And I saw some guys doing like a live-a-thon a while ago, and I think they were jumping on different streams. So that might be it.
That could be it.
I don't know if I can try to remove LinkedIn and try to restream it. I'll try that But yeah, go ahead, Claire, if you want to make this a workshop. And I'm going to put myself into a lower video here. I'll let you have the floor, and then I'll come back in again at the end and we'll do Q&A.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, that's so true about being an entrepreneur. It's always keeping all the balls in the air, and then when one totally goes missing, it's grab that extra computer, or jump on your iPad, or do it from your phone. So thanks so much. Oh goodness. So anyway, so before we begin, you guys, if this sounds good to you, if you want to get some real updates to your resume today, I'm going to invite you right now to go find your resume and go find your current cover letter so that we can workshop this together. So while you're doing that, you're grabbing your resume, you're pulling it down from your files on Word, or you've got an actual printed version, and grab a pen. I'm going to tell you a cautionary tale. So I'm going to tell you a cautionary tale because I feel it resonates with a lot of us who are probably here today. So I can remember it like it was yesterday. I was in FedEx. I was working in medical sales. And at the time, I was collecting tissue samples. So I was running to FedEx on a Friday because I was trying to get something into the mail so this woman could get results on her cancer by the weekend. So I'm standing there. Things are going great at business. I opened up a new territory that was above my pay grade. I had great relationships with my clients. I was fresh off a killer meeting, and things were like clicking on all fronts. So like, you guys, put a 5 in the comments if you've been there. You've been like clicking on all fronts, and then the second shoe drops. So I'm standing there in FedEx, and I get a call from my boss, and she says, Claire, I have some bad news. Unfortunately, we're downsizing and your position has been eliminated, along with, unfortunately, many others. And so I immediately froze and thought, can you repeat that? And then she says, by the way, just so you know, your email will be shut off by tonight. And I don't know if anybody else has had this experience, but it is terrifying. So I'm standing there. I've got, this sample in one hand and a soon to be irrelevant work phone in the other. And I just remember staring at the FedEx man like, oh, well, I don't know what to do next. Yes, I do. Let's mail this sample, and we got to run home and get everything I can possibly data mine from my computer, my contacts, my accomplishments, my meetings, all of those things in a matter of hours. So I did. So I zipped home and I scoured my email and I saved my essential data as fast as I could. And I wondered, am I really valuable? Like this is bizarre. Lightning has now struck 3 times. This is my 3rd layoff. So, you guys, put a 3 in the comments if you have had this experience. If you've been laid off multiple times, it is a real serious hit to the confidence. So I asked myself, what value do I really add here? And how can I set up myself for opportunities when these things keep occurring? And since we're just meeting today, so let me tell you a little bit about myself. So I come from working in recruiting, a successful sales career, successful marketing career, and also a background in journalism. I have a journalism degree from one of the top schools, Ohio University. Go Cats. And I thought to myself, Claire, you've got all this great experience. Thank you. I'm seeing some 3s in the comments. Thank you, guys. And you have to be able to come up with some kind of plan, because turns out this is just how the market works. This is just how the industry can be volatile sometimes. And so what can I do to set myself up and set myself apart so that when these inevitable circumstances do happen, I can keep moving and keep driving my career? So I realized all of these bits of experience that I have one common theme that can lend themselves to all of us moving forward and taking hold of the direction of our career. And it's this: we can learn how to position ourselves as the solution. So we can learn how to position ourselves as the solution. And I think that there has been a real change in the traditional sense of a resume being a chronological history of your career, and it's moving toward, we're starting to get more comfortable with the idea that really what a resume is intended to do is sell your skills and how you are uniquely valuable to an organization. So here's what I want you to think about today. I want you to think about when you are positioning yourself for a role that you want. And many of us here, I can see, is there anybody here in the audience who's trying to pivot to a new industry, or you want to try something new, or perhaps you have a couple different specialties that you have in your career that you would nurture? Maybe you're in nursing, but you're also a photographer. So do you have multiple different specialties? So what I ask you today is, what challenge is the company or the role that you want to enter into facing, and how are you that company's unique solution? And so this is all what we're going to talk about today, where it's all about developing your unique value proposition. And if you guys are on board with this, I want to do this with you live, because there is two things I can teach you today that will immediately transform the effectiveness of your resume. And you can take this with you starting today, tomorrow, Monday, and start applying, and you will know that it will have a greater impact for you. So that said, let's get started. Let's talk about some common things I see come across my desk on resumes that I would say need to change. So typically, I'll see resumes that come across and they are a little bit too long, so longer than 2 pages. They can be difficult to read. They can have a ton of descriptive language and list every position you've ever held, but be lacking a little bit in metrics. So it takes a little bit of finessing to transition to this new way of thinking about resumes, where really you are leading with the most impactful, the most hard-hitting information first. And you've got to be okay with the fact that not everything makes the resume. So let's get into it. So first, here are some things you're going to want to gather. So write these things down. You're going to want to do some company and industry research. So before you can get going, you have to know where you want to go. Find some jobs that really interest you. Find some roles that you'd love to see yourselves in, and jot them down and keep them in a file, like a brag file or something on your computer, so that you know what you are positioning yourself for. Second, start paying attention to keywords and job postings. So specifically for those of us who are wanting to pivot into a new career, make sure that you're paying attention to the words, the vernacular of the industry that you're interested in, so that when you are applying it to your experience, the reader who's coming from that industry can easily relate and grab onto those terms. Most importantly, start gathering and refining your metrics. So anything that you can measure is critical. So qualitative is always a good way to start. You can describe how you move the needle in that way. But when it comes to a snapshot, or when it comes to things that are really going to change the feeling about you and immediately paint this picture of how you make them, the change in the company and what you bring, metrics speak louder than words every time. So you want to make sure you do them well. Also, make sure that you have your awards and your certifications handy so that you can reference those toward the bottom of your resume as well, and include your education information as it applies. So let's talk about what a really good resume looks like. A really good resume has an outstanding opening statement, and this is what we're going to work on today. So I'm going to read you a couple of my favorites. So recently I was working with a woman, and she's transitioning into the DEI space, which for those of you who haven't heard of that, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion. And here is her opening statement. Intercultural DEI expert shapes world-class organizations from the inside out through strategic business analysis, high-impact programs, and trusted change management. Do you see how that's different than someone who's coming in at the top of their resume, either not having an objective or saying something more along the lines of industry professional, 15 years in this industry, looking for opportunities, and is a team player, right? There's a different gravity when you're starting and you're speaking from your values first. So I'm going to teach you right now how to craft an outstanding opening statement. And some folks call these executive summaries, objective statements. So not to get hung up on the vernacular there, but I'm going to show you exactly how you can craft this yourself. And if this doesn't show backwards, we will use it. Oh, excellent. Okay. So here's what you do. Okay, you guys ready? Put a 1 in the comments if you're ready to add this to the top. This is going to really move your resume into the I'm going to read the whole thing pile. So first, you're going to write down today, right now, get your pen ready. I am and include, I'm going to jump over there we go. I am and include an adjective and your expertise. Then who, the results that you get on your best day. When you are really knocking it out of the park in business, what are the results that you're getting? What does that look like when you're succeeding? And finally, for whom and in response to what challenge, okay? Can you guys see this? It's a little campy, but I thought it would be more fun. So I am an adjective in your expertise, who, the results you get on your best day, and for whom and in response to what challenge. Now, traditionally for a resume, you will remove the I am and likely the who. So wordsmith it so that it makes grammatical sense. But you can see that here, instead of saying, I've got 50 years in the industrial experience and I'm searching for X, what you're doing is you are answering the internal question that the hiring manager has, which is, how do you help me? And how do you solve my problems? So I would love to see some of these in the comments if you guys would like to include them down there, and we can kind of workshop this thing. I've got another one that I really love. It's I was working with a gentleman last week. He's in sales. He does global sales and marketing, and he is a people first director that establishes companies as world-class industry leaders by delivering individualized coaching, aggressively pursuing growth opportunities, and implementing winning sales strategies. So if you're hearing these terms and you're feeling like they're braggadocious, or you're a little bit afraid to say these things because you don't want to come off as, not humble or something like that, I want you to think about this. This document is the only opportunity that you have, unless you're meeting somebody face-to-face or on Zoom, to sell your value as the solution to a company. So use it. Use that strong language. Make sure that it's truthful. We always want to make sure that we're not enhancing things that aren't true. But I can tell you that if you dig deep and if you go back through your experience and ask yourself how you were successful in these different roles, it's going to come to light, and you will realize that you have a unique value proposition. For example, if somebody opened up a company, my company is named Traction Resume, but if somebody opened up Fraction Resume and they offered all of the services that I do, they would never really do it exactly the way that I do it. They would never really match my exact energy. So that's why you know that you have unique value, whether you have been laid off multiple times or not at all. Don't be discouraged, because you have unique value to bring to the job, to your career and to companies. And frankly, if companies had it all figured out, they would all be Apple, and they wouldn't need employees in the first place. So there are real needs and real questions that these hiring managers need to satisfy, and you guys can be the key to the lock. So I'm going to show you how. So there's another exercise I'd like you to do. If you've got your resume out, if you're ready for number 2, by the way, put a number 2 in the comments so I can make sure that you guys are ready to add this next piece to your resume. Today, right now, we're going to talk about how to transform your statements into results-oriented value statements. So I see some number ones in there. That's great. Okay, so here's the next thing I want to encourage you to do. Look at your resume content. Ah, Clifford, thank you for the 2. Hey, Fran. Here's the next thing I want you guys to do. Look at the content on your document and read one of the statements that's underneath one of the roles that you have listed. And I want you to add 2 words at the end. These are very powerful. The 2 words at the end are resulting in. So many times we get caught up with, we're applying for a new job and we want to describe everything that we did in this role so they know the all-encompassing job that we've done, because it is, let's face it, work is so much more, your job is so much more than could ever be put on one single resume. So the key is, which of the pieces of your role move the needle and will get you into the next position? So look at your content, and when you have your accomplishments listed, I want you to read your statement and add resulting in to the end of it. Now, this can be used all over the resume, frankly, but this is a really powerful area when it comes to your accomplishments. So when you did this activity, did it result in saving money for the company? Did it result in maximizing the efficiency for a team? Did it result in year-over-year increases in sales, or perhaps streamlining a hairball of strategy that needed to be streamlined? So there are a lot of things that you bring to the equation, and if you add resulting in, it will start to change your mindset, and you'll start talking more and explaining more about the value that you're bringing. Okay, so how is that working for you guys? Yes, I see a question from Christopher Dixon. Thank you for sharing. So yes, should you include a summary? I tend to avoid large text, boxes of text on a resume. The reason why is I don't believe that they encourage the reader to really stay on the page and to go through the whole thing, because it's a big chunk of text and sometimes the eye just doesn't want to deal with that. So I would recommend that instead of a summary, maybe just consider it 1 to potentially 3 statements at the top. So your value statement, and then maybe you can add 2 more statements to that. And that can sort of set the tone for what the common factor throughout your roles brought you success. So if you look, ideally, if you're looking back through your roles on your resume, there is a common thread among all of the accomplishments that you have that made you uniquely successful. And that's what I want you to find. Okay, so we have gone through the value statement. We have gone through, oh, I'm so glad. Thank you, Nancy. We've gone through how to reposition your description so that you're adding resulting in at the end. Just to clarify, you don't necessarily have to keep resulting in within the statement. You can reword it however you want, but it's just to get you thinking about how the best way might be to represent how you move the needle at the company. It's not necessarily what you were doing, but the result you had because of it. Okay, so let's move on to cover letters. And I have to chuckle a little bit because I hear commonly from my clients and from people on LinkedIn that cover letters are maybe not their favorite thing to do. And in fact, they feel obsolete. But I beg to differ, and here is why. So the resume, your resume is the star of the show, right? That's where you have your most impactful, hard-hitting pieces of your career that have moved the needle. The cover letter is got to be in line with that resume. It's got to be branded the same as that resume. But here you get to show a little bit more personality, and you get to tell the hiring manager what to do. So, you know, if you've gone out and seen any kind of sales message out on LinkedIn, out in the world, there is typically a theme to whatever they're selling, and then there's a call to action. And the call to action is what sets the cover letter so apart from the resume. So the resume is your supporting document. You have your main theme, and all of the roles and all of the specifics underneath are supporting that main theme of how you make a difference and how you are the solution to the problem. So now when we're talking about a cover letter, a great cover letter starts with opening with that similar value statement. So again, you want to consider what challenges a company or a hiring manager is facing and how you would uniquely solve those challenges and make their life easier. That's going to go right at the top of the text. Then you want to make sure that you're clear, you're concise throughout. You'll want to keep it to 2, maybe 3 paragraphs, but no more than that. This has got to be a quick, to the point, here's my value, and then I'm going to sell why I am the solution to you. Then you're going to focus on your measurable accomplishments again. So what you can actually do is you can go back to your resume, snag a couple of those measurable accomplishments, and actually put them in the cover letter. That's my favorite way to not only tie the two together, but to make sure that your cover letter, it packs a big punch. So in both instances, in both documents, you are listing just exactly the results they can anticipate by working with you. So it would look something like this. You've got your date at the top, you have your address and your to. Do your very best to find the name of the hiring manager, or at least somebody within the hiring department, maybe even the manager of the department you want to work in, so that you're addressing it to somebody specific. Then you're going to introduce your value proposition. Next, I want to encourage you to tell the company, tell this hiring manager, why on earth you want to work there. So for example, I resonate deeply with the vision and the mission of your company because XYZ. And it is because of this that I am applying today for this role at your company. That's very specific. And the response that my clients receive from very specific cover letters is outstanding. So then you'll want to include those couple of metrics that we talked about. So the few that you're going to grab from your resume, put those in there. And finally, this is the biggie. Here's where you want to include your call to action. And you'll want to be very specific. So what does a call to action, exactly look like? So for example, you can say, when is a good time next week where we can get on a Zoom call for 15 minutes and I can learn more about the needs of your company? Or if it's a position where you might be required to be on site, you could say something to the effect of, can we schedule a meeting next week where I can take a quick walkthrough of your facility? Or do you have 15 minutes on the phone where I can share a few ideas I have for you in your department? That's immediately giving value right there. And that kind of call to action is very powerful. And the other half of it is, you can reach me at this number and this email. So you'll want to be very specific. Tell them exactly what you want them to do and when and how. And you will be shocked at the reception you have from people who are just following your advice, following your orders of what you'd like them to do. Always thank them. Make sure that you don't have any copy errors or misspellings. Make sure that your email and your voicemail isn't full and it can accept phone calls and can accept voicemails. That's another thing that happens occasionally. But that's what a really great cover letter looks like. So I know we've got about 15 minutes left. So I wanted to run through one final little exercise. If you guys will be interested, throw 3 in the comments for me if you guys are ready. These are some accomplishment building prompts. I highly encourage you to write them down. These are going to be something I'll include later, Brenda, if you'd like. I can put them in as sort of a freebie or a worksheet that can go out later on after this broadcast. But these are some prompts that will help you, thank you, Sharon, to help you recall measurable accomplishments to list under each of your positions. So we sort of talked about the difference between qualitative and quantitative. So here are some, if you're struggling with how to quantify your experience, here are some prompts that could help you. What are your growth numbers? Weekly, monthly, quarterly, or yearly? That's a pretty obvious one. You can also think of it as, how did you decrease or increase time or budget or profits? How were you ranked among peers? How did you fulfill or exceed quota? Thank you, Deanna. Was someone able to achieve in a measurable way due to your specific efforts? So all of these things can be quantified. So if you're not, in direct sales and getting ranked and quotas and measured, it doesn't mean that you don't have the opportunity for quantitative metrics. Quite the opposite. You definitely do. It's all about being creative and looking at your experience and seeing how you can move the needle and how you have, and putting a number to it. It's going to really help create that vision in your hiring manager's mind for what the experience working with you will be like and what they can anticipate over the next year after you sign your contract. So I'm looking down here at the comment. Are there any questions that I've missed here? Keywords. Oh, yes, this is a great point. So another way, especially for my folks here who are pivoting industries, and we talked a little bit about getting to understand the vernacular of the new industry that you're interested in, do pay attention to the keywords in the job search. In fact, I highly recommend that if you have a job posting for something that you really do want to go after, if you've got a job that you want, take that job posting, print it out, put it on your desk, and grab a highlighter and start highlighting certain key terms and certain phrasing that you feel, one, that you see within the job posting and you feel that resonate with experience that you have. And if you do this, you can actually take those terms and you can put them in your resume. You weave that into your resume. So it's going to do two things for you. One, it's going to increase your effectiveness within the ATS system. And two, it's going to make you immediately relevant to a hiring manager who's reading your resume, and they are already in that field. They will already be associating with those terms. So that's a terrific point. Thank you so much. Any other so at this point, if you all would be interested, I'd be happy to open it up to questions. I know that was a little bit of a lot of information and hopefully some valuable exercises for everybody.
This has been awesome. And we kind of pivoted from one network to another. We're kind of swaying around. The good thing is in the playback, everything that's on StreamYard has been one continuous video, so we haven't disrupted anything. But I love our audience because they moved quickly from LinkedIn to YouTube, and then some folks went over to Facebook. And then I restarted the stream on LinkedIn. So we did get some folks on there. We just missed a little bit in the beginning. But I have been seeing some questions that are coming in here. And one was regarding, you were talking about the cover letter, and I saw somebody ask the question, what if you can't find the person's name? Then what should you put in that cover letter?
Absolutely. So I think a lot of times folks will put in to whom it may concern. I like to be a little bit more tailored than that. And I find that tailoring both of these documents make them really powerful. So you could say something to the effect of the team at, Agendia, or whatever the company's name is, or something a little more specific to the company or even the department that you're going to, or that you're going after. That's what I would recommend.
Okay. And I think you answered this question already, but I'll just ask it again. A summary statement. And I want to ask this, when we first graduated from college, we were taught by the career people in college to put an objective statement at the top of our resume. And there may be some people watching this that say, well, I was told to put an objective statement on there, Claire. So what's your response? Should we, and I'll add on to Christopher's statement, should we include a summary at the top of the resume, and why?
You certainly can. I say that a resume is like a fingerprint. They're all unique to ourselves. But when I look at two resumes side by side, One that is full of text, and it's really big blocks of text and chunks and paragraphs, that doesn't jump off the page, and it's not as easily digestible by the reader as one that's smaller, maybe more, maybe a graph on there, maybe a positioning statement at the top, and then jumping right into your skill set. So it is up to you. I would say that if you want to include a summary statement at the top, or an objective, or what we were chatting about today, the value proposition statement, I would just try and keep it less than at least 3 or less than 3 sentences. That way you're really forcing yourself to distill all of the value that you provide and all of your experience down to a very specific skill set that makes you successful. And 2, it's not going to lose your reader because you don't have a really long piece of text at the top of your document. Great question.
Good question. Thank you for asking. I'm sure other people are running the same thing. So here's one from Steve, and he's saying, what if the job you performed didn't have any hard metrics? Like, what if it was creating marketing proposals? So what are your thoughts there? What do you put on your resume, Claire?
I love this question, and thank you so much, Steve, because I get it a lot. I work with individuals from all industries, and this is a very common one. So here I would say, if you don't have obvious metrics or obvious statistics that are coming from the company to you, get creative and make your own. And what I mean is, you can go, you can take this in many directions. You can talk about how many clients you received and converted in a year. If you're creating marketing proposals, you can talk about how quickly they were received by clients, and how many you created in a year. Like, you know, it's really an area where you can look at your experience, and even though you're not getting top-down statistics, you can create these numbers for yourself. So great question. I think it comes down to a little bit of creativity. There are other pieces that you can add to a resume that are impactful, like numbers that aren't numbers. One that I see commonly is testimonials. So a lot of times with my clients, we will add an actual testimonial from someone who has worked with them to give a little more personality and a third person account right there on the page. So you can use that to your advantage. You can talk about the number of people on a team that you were leading or you were orchestrating to get these marketing proposals done. You can talk about you perhaps having a time constraint on putting a proposal together, and how quickly you were able to get that underway, or maybe exceed or do it quicker than was expected. Or you can even talk about what kind of results your client received based on following the proposal that you put together. So I hope you see there's so many facets of this diamond. Like, there's lots of different ways that you can quantify your experience. And Brenda, if you'd like, I would be happy to send this accomplishment writing prompt to you so that afterward everyone can have some of these prompts for themselves to work on it.
And I just put mine up on screen here because I used to work in a marketing role where that's what I did. I just did proposals. So this is my statement. And if you like, I think it was Steve who just asked that question. If you like it, feel free to borrow this and use it. Made proposals sing, which resulted in new business for the company. And where I got that language, I actually referred back to the job description. So when I originally applied for the job at this organization, one of the goals was, you know, it said responsibilities will include making proposals sing to result in new business. I mean, I went back to the job description and I used that language and I put it, it's on my LinkedIn. So if you want to borrow that language, that's where you pull it from there. I did see a couple of questions in here, Claire, and we've got about 5 minutes left here. So what I want to do actually right now is let me just bring in our next two guests because they're in our virtual waiting room. Catherine and Vincent, how are you guys doing today? And we're covering your head, Vincent. Hold on, let me grab this.
Here, I'll just stand a little bit higher.
You have to do the Wilson from Home Improvement where you have to lean over the fence a little bit. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that show. I probably am aging myself because I don't think that show's on, maybe even in reruns anymore. But it was a show where the name.
I know Wilson.
You know what I'm talking. Vincent, do you know Home Improvement or no?
I absolutely do. Yeah.
Okay. I'm like,
the guy with the neighbor, you had the fence.
Yes. So we're just finishing up here, and then we'll bring in Catherine and Vincent in just a moment or two here. So I saw a question about ATS. And I want to just scroll through that. And I think the person's question was regarding cover letters, and it said ATS systems don't like cover letters. So what are your thoughts on, making your resume and cover letter ATS compliant, Claire?
I think that that's such a big conversation. What I would say is stick to the most traditional formatting you can within Word document. One trick that I use for my clients is I actually convert their resume. I'm just going to give you guys everything here today. Okay, I'm not holding back. We're about results today. So you can actually translate your or save your file as a text file. And a lot of times that can be picked up easier in the ATS system. It's not as pretty, but all of the information's in there despite the formatting, including any kind of graph you have, any kind of graphic you have, that'll all come across. So yeah, I mean, it's all really dependent. I will say that the majority of my clients do get their resumes in the door after they have networked and made that solid connection through like the hidden job market, which I know is a totally different conversation. But a lot of these things as well, you guys, and I saw a question earlier as well that talked about, would I recommend columns and things of that nature? There are some really terrific templates on Pinterest. You guys can Google, you can grab some even in Microsoft Word. So there are a lot of different templates you guys can use and really maximize. But if you can grab hold of that language, and if you can use the things that you see in the job description and apply it to your value, that's going to move your needle. That's going to move you forward the most. And if you guys are interested, I saw a couple of people asking how they can work with me. Please follow me on LinkedIn. I'm at Traction Resume, TRACTION Resume, or I'm at Claire M. Davis. And I'm still accepting connections and followers as well, whatever you would like to do, and be happy to support you guys in your job search. In the meantime, I have some free resources for you. If you go to tractionresume.com, you can get my full list of how to write everything you need to know to write a killer resume, all of the things that you'll want to gather, as well as some action words that you can incorporate as well. So I'm happy to, thank you so much for bringing that up. Yeah, so let's get you noticed. So if you scroll down a little bit on that page, there are a couple of free downloadable PDFs to help you guys just get started right there.
Oh, these are great. And Claire, I'll be including these in the email that I send out to folks who, if you did pre-register for this event and you said, yes, it's okay for the event planner, that's me, to have email address, I'll include that for you. And if there's anybody who's watching late who didn't, indicate that it was okay for me to email you, you do need to go, and I just set up a website. It's mellermarketing.com/LIL subscribe, like Lil subscribe. It stands for LinkedIn Live subscribe. So if you're watching this LinkedIn Live-a-thon today, and you want to get links to all the resources that Claire was sharing with you today, as well as the playback. If you got that disruption thing that happened, it'll be the full session from start to finish of Claire's session today. Go to that web link. And I appreciate that you are open to new invitations on LinkedIn, Claire. I'm going to go back to your profile just for a second here. So for those folks that are watching, remember, you guys, I've been telling you this all along, when you go to their profiles, when you click on connect, you always want to add a note. And in this case, tell Claire that you watched her on the broadcast today. And if there's something particularly helpful that you learned, mention that as well. Claire, thank you so much. This went by quickly. It was such a great session, though. Appreciate it.
I know. Is anybody else spinning? That was great. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for engaging with me too. It really does help when you're live to know you're there and listening and as excited as I am. So I really appreciate it.
Don't you miss the days of presenting in person where you could like wave at the audience and like throw gifts to the people and
truly. Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you. And I know you're going to stay in probably the live stream. So if we didn't get to your question, guys, I know Claire will be going out there. So continue to add your questions and comments. And thank you so much, Claire. I'll excuse you and then we'll move on to Catherine and Vincent here next. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks so much, Brenda.
All right. So Vincent and Catherine, hey, how you guys doing today?
Good. Great. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Catherine, how are you doing?
Doing great. I've been watching right from 10 o'clock this morning. So I've been really enjoying the sessions.
Oh, good. So you're kind of getting to know our audience. So did you experience the part where we broke LinkedIn? I was so proud of myself.
I did. Yeah, that was awesome. I know. I was like, is that my computer? What's going on? But I jumped over to Facebook and then back to LinkedIn, and we're all good. We just rolled with it.
And I don't know if it's a limitation. I'm using StreamYard, and I got a little error message saying the connection to LinkedIn isn't working anymore. It might be on LinkedIn's, and I've never seen anybody break LinkedIn with a LinkedIn live stream before. Maybe there's a 4-hour gap. I don't know. Vincent, do you do a lot of these? Have you seen that happen before?
It's never happened on my broadcast, but maybe yours are just so popular that
right.
Well, the chat box has been like blowing up, so it might have something to do with that.
Yeah, it really has. And I just put a little tip for you guys up on screen for the viewers that are watching right now too. This is my little hack, because sometimes when you leave a comment, your screen kind of flickers and then you lose the live stream, and then you don't want to leave a comment because you don't want to use it. This is what I do. I like have the live stream up on my laptop, and whether you're watching it on LinkedIn or Facebook or YouTube, and then go on the activity stream on your phone and leave the comments there, and just like mute it so you don't have echo and feedback coming. But that way you can leave comments as you're watching it and you don't experience that disruption. That's my little hack, my little workaround. So so this is a great discussion because there's so many interesting things that are happening nowadays. We've got, this COVID thing that hopefully will go away soon. But the world marches on, and we have people that are going to college and that are graduating from college. And, when they started their education, they didn't anticipate that they would be in the market that they're in right now. So this session is called I Just Graduated, Now What? And we're really going to be focusing on talking to recent graduates that are finding themselves in the job market that they're in, where it's a COVID environment. The job market a year ago was so much different than it is today in terms of the opportunities that are out there. So before we jump into the conversation, I'm going to ask each of you. So Catherine, I'll have you go first, and then Vincent next. Just tell us a little bit about who you are, your background for your business, and then we'll get into the discussion today. So Catherine, we'll start with you.
Sure. So once again, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Catherine McLean, and I'm the founder of CM Career Coaching. And my company strives to simplify the job search for clients and really boost their confidence. So I like to take care of all the tactical pieces. So we do resume and cover letter writing, LinkedIn profile optimization, interview prep, including mock interviews, and then one-on-one job strategy sessions, because especially nowadays, you need to have a multifaceted strategy. You can't just throw out your resume and sit back and wait for them to call you. You really need to factor in a networking component. We've talked a little bit in earlier sessions today about that hidden job market. So I like to coach clients through that process. And one of the reasons I was thrilled to jump into this particular topic is because prior to having my own business, I actually worked in higher ed for many years. I worked at Harvard Business School in their career office, helping their MBA candidates get internships. And then I also worked for an undergraduate university in Massachusetts, helping their students get 6-month co-ops and summer internships, full-time work. So I just love the student population. I have such a soft spot for them. So I'm just thrilled to take part today.
Awesome. Well, I'm so delighted. And I'm not sure, a lot of people that had come to me for this LinkedIn Live-a-thon, it's just a name I invented, by the way. I'm like, I didn't see anybody else doing this. I'm like, I'm going to put together this event. It was a great idea. And then some people dropped names in. I know, Vincent, you were suggested. I'm not sure, Catherine, if you and I were connected before, and I think you might have commented and said, hey, I can come on and talk. I think was the way you came to me, right? So,
yes.
So I'm delighted that you're on. And then Vincent, tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm thrilled to be here, and I'm so thankful that somebody tagged me in that post to volunteer me or nominate me for the
voluntold. You were voluntold, right?
Yeah, I was voluntold, but I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to do it, and here's why. And right after you reached out to me, I raised my hand and said, I want to do the college session, and that's what I'm passionate about, and that's absolutely the one that I want to do. And the reason is because in 2009, I actually graduated from UCLA in what was now the second worst job market in the past 100 years since the Great Depression. And so this is a place that's like near and dear to my heart. So I know there's a lot of people who are watching right now where you might be nervous about what the next few years looks like. You might be nervous about what you're going to do right now. You might be nervous about moving back in with your parents and losing, the freedom and flexibility that you might have had before. And I can relate to that because I was in the exact same spot, and all of my classmates in 2009 were in the exact same spot as well. Companies were going bankrupt, job offers were being rescinded. The number one message that I have for everybody who's on right now and watching is, it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's going to be okay. You're going to be okay. And you're going to be able to get through this, because everybody that I went to school with at the time, we thought that this was like the end of the world. And it turned out okay. The teachers are still teachers. The lawyers are still lawyers. The doctors went on to become doctors, and bless their hearts now and this year and everything that we're going through. And this might have not been your plan. And 2020 was just nobody's plan. But that's life. And, at the end of the road, things are going to be okay. And that was fundamentally why I started Viton, the company that I'm working with now. And our mission is to help students navigate that transition into the real world. Specifically, we help marketers become future CMOs. And last year, we kind of broadened out and said, hey, there's a lot of people that need help, and we're here to serve. And we're going to serve everybody that's looking for a job. And this year, as we've had so many of our Viton members start exciting new careers, pivot into new industries, start new roles, we're really doubling down and focusing on helping students who aspire to become really great digital marketers, content marketers, social media marketers, land that first job and then continue growing and leveling up along the way. Most recently, I'm a former CMO of a Silicon Valley tech startup. I'm on the Forbes Council with other CMOs and PR communications experts. And I was humbled enough this year to be able to receive the a 40 under 40 award. And this was going backwards 10 years ago. I was devastated. I was working in a retail job. I made half as much money as I made in high school. And after I graduated from UCLA, I literally cut my salary in half. And it was hard times. But I think being on sessions like this, if you're investing your Saturday, there's a lot of things you can be doing on a Saturday, but if you're here right now, you're going to make it because you're already doing the right thing and you're taking the right step today. So Brenda, and I'm so excited to be able to be here, and I'm so excited to be able to learn from Catherine as well.
All right, so this is kind of a little bit of a panel discussion, but I'm going to kind of facilitate this panel, and I'm going to throw questions at both of you. And then while we're doing this, I want to invite the audience. If you guys have questions, drop your comments below. If you are in this boat of just graduating and you're kind of like, what do I do now? Or maybe graduation is coming up. Maybe it's May, maybe it's August, December. It's looming though, it's on the horizon. We know we're going to be in the world that we're in for a while longer before we return to the pre-COVID times where we're out networking and seeing people in person. So I want to, we'll go back and forth, maybe offer advice, and then we'll start to do some audience Q&A. So Vincent, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Catherine next. So what's your advice? So somebody's graduated. Now what? What should they be doing right now, today, right when they get done watching this session here today?
Yeah, really great question. So on my podcast, I actually went back and I interviewed somebody on the podcast who got a great job in 2019. I had mentioned that I was part of the 43% of college graduates who are underemployed. If you don't know what that means, it's underemployed just means that you're working in a job that doesn't require a college degree, even if you have a college degree. And, the sad statistics out there are the Wall Street Journal says that 43% of college graduates today are underemployed. And then 5 years later, 2/3 of those people who are underemployed are still underemployed 5 years later. So I went back and I interviewed, one of my classmates, and I asked her, hey, what did you do differently? You landed a really great job. It took me 3 years to be able to catch up. And the number one difference was she asked for help. At the time, I felt like I had something to be able to prove to myself. And it was like, oh, I don't need my parents' help to be able to go get a job. I'm going to go out, I'm going to be a big boy, and I'm going to get a real big boy job on my own without asking for help. And what she did differently that she told me about on this podcast episode was she went out and she let everybody that she knew know that she was looking for a job somewhere related to the financial services industry. Mm-hmm. And it was a friend of a friend whose uncle worked at some company. And the friend said, I don't even know what my uncle does, but I know that he works somewhere in the area that you want to go to. And then that introduced a conversation. And when she had that conversation, she didn't even end up interviewing for his job. He made an introduction to somebody else. And that was how she landed the job. Because one of the things that shocked me is that knowing that 50 to 70% of new jobs come through networking, job searches can be exhausting if you're spending your day applying to hundreds of roles on LinkedIn or Indeed or wherever you're spending your time. And so the number one thing that I hope if you're watching this and that you take away is the network means a lot. And it doesn't have to be at these fancy networking events where you wear you wear fancy clothes and you meet people, because obviously we're not doing that right now. You know, it can be your college classmates. It can be, you know, if you are babysitting for parents, like find out what they do. And those relationships that you already have a lot of the times can unlock those opportunities.
Yeah, that's a great point. And just remembering, I love your point too, of reminding everyone you meet, wherever you go, that you're looking. And I see that we had a comment coming in from Tim Gold, who's saying, I always say I'm unemployed looking for an entry point in HR, almost to the point where I feel I'm annoying. Now, Tim, that might feel annoying to you, but how many times do you bump into people, Tim, and they say, what are you looking for again? Like, I feel like we need to be reminded, and we need to be reminded again. That's your responsibility to remind people. So even in today's live stream, guys, if you're watching, if you're recently graduated looking for a job, go into the live stream and just say, I'm a recent graduate of, and tell us your school, because you might have alumni, right? University of Michigan, Harvard, wherever that is you're graduating from, Central Michigan University, whatever. Put it in the comments and say, I'm a recent MBA grad from this institution looking to move into something. So I want to shift gears and direct that same question to you, Catherine. So people are watching and they come up to you and they say, I just graduated. What do I do now? What advice do you have for them?
Yes, absolutely. So I definitely echo what Vincent said about networking. I feel like right now it's not necessarily what you know or who you know. It's actually more like who knows you. So getting yourself out there, definitely with friends and family, even going back, if you had a work study while you were in school or an internship, even if that's not where you want to end up, still that's part of your network. So go back to them, because people genuinely want to help you. So networking, use LinkedIn. You can find alumni on LinkedIn. You can find hiring managers at your target companies. You can also find just people in your industry that are anywhere. And I would say reach out to them. Make sure your message is short and sweet, but also specific, because I find when you get requests like, oh, let's talk about your career path, or let's talk about the industry, it can be a little overwhelming and feel like, gosh, how long is that going to take? So if you have a very pointed question, as an example, my name's Catherine. I just graduated from Northeastern. I have a bachelor's in marketing, looking to go into digital marketing. Could you tell me 3 or 4 things that have made you successful as a digital marketer? And then you sort of open up that conversation, or you might ask them to compare the current company they're with. I noticed you've been here for 4 years. You also worked at Y before that. Talk to me about how the work environments are different. So that really opens up your conversation. So networking is huge. I also think having A+ job search materials, so the resume, cover letter, LinkedIn, you want to have 3 to 5 references lined up as well. And I also think, I don't know if we're going to talk about this, but you need to be prepared to talk about 2020. So it's coming up, right? Like in your job interviews, people are going to want to know, how are you affected? How did it shape you? What have you been doing? If you graduated last May, what have you been doing since then? Working part-time? Have you been helping out at home? If you have kids or younger siblings, helping out with their school. Just really thinking about what skill sets you've had to hone and trying to come up with some explanations of creativity, flexibility, even leadership. And that it doesn't have to be leading a team per se, but just maybe you stepped up in your classes and you were like the technology person because people just couldn't figure it out. So really being ready to talk about 2020 because people are going to want to know.
Such a relevant point. And I think practicing those interviews, because that's going to be a question like you graduated in May and I mean, they can kind of fill in the blanks. You haven't been able to find a job because the world has been where it is. But let me come back to a point that you've both made about networking, because that can sound very scary if you've never done networking before. And, you're at this kind of level where you've been like a young adult and you're becoming a grown up, right? And now you're thrust out into this world where you're no longer with your friends at college, your peers. Now you're in the grown-up world, and networking is something people are telling you to do. And by the way, we're in a global pandemic, so you can't actually network in person. So what advice do you have for those folks about networking online, and how is that different? And Vincent, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. I would say, number one, you want to leverage relationships that you already have. You might be navigating your transition into the real world, but when you were a freshman and you had friends who were juniors or seniors, they're 2 to 3 years into the workforce now. So those would be the first people. First and foremost, I would reconnect with all of the upperclassmen when you were an underclassman and just catch up with them. Ask them how they're doing now. Find out where they're working. Find out where their friends are working. And I guarantee you, even in that relationship, you're going to be able to unlock some relationships. The number two thing that I would do is I would leverage the alma mater network of the school that you have. I mentioned earlier that I went to UCLA. If anybody ever connects with me on LinkedIn and just says, "Go Bruins," guaranteed connection request, and guaranteed that if you ask for 15 minutes, I'm going to give those 15 minutes because I feel a responsibility to pay it forward. And I think a lot of people are like that at a lot of schools. And so those would be the first and the second thing that I would absolutely go out and do right away. And the other thing that you want to be really clear on, and Brenda, you mentioned, you had alluded to it before, is be really clear on how many people know you and know where you want to go. I love the advice that you gave to Tim, who mentioned earlier, who said, "I always say I'm unemployed and looking for an entry point into an HR career." I think that's absolutely perfect. There are 3 things that you absolutely must have in your LinkedIn headline. And these were from, back in the day, about 9 years ago. I was working in recruiting for a Fortune 100 company. And so I was literally the one looking at these hundreds of LinkedIn profiles. But here's the 3 things you have to have. Clarity wins. If you confuse, you will lose. Meaning if people don't know where you want to go, they have no chance of helping you get there. So the 3 things that you need to have are, what area do you want to go into? So for Tim, that would have been HR. The second one is, what have you done in the past, or what do you want to do in the future within that space? Meaning that compensation is different than HR business partners, which is different than employer relations or employee relations. So you have to be able to show that. And then the third one is, what level do you want to do this at? And the number one mistake that I see college students making on their LinkedIn profile is they might have been the vice president of a club on campus. But it's really confusing when recruiters go to your profile. If they're searching for a vice president and you pop up, the vice president in the business world might have 10 years of experience with an MBA and experience leading large teams. And so that might not necessarily align with what role that person is looking for. And so it's absolutely okay if you're looking for an entry-level job to be able to put aspiring HR coordinator or aspiring HR specialist, or past HR intern pursuing an HR specialist role. But you have to be really, really clear about those three things. What area do you want to work in?
Okay, go ahead.
In the past, and what do you want to do in the future? Or what is your next role going to be at what level? And to make sure that you have the right level in your headline.
Okay, I got 2 and I'm missing the third. Area you want to work within, what job title level, and there was one in the middle. What was it?
So so there is area that you want to work in, for instance, like HR. What experience have you had in the past that makes you stand out? Okay. Right. So what type of experience do you have in the past that makes you stand out in this area? And then the third one is, at what level of the organization are you looking for a role? And if you're a college student, it's fantastic that you are the president of a club or a vice president of a club or a chief social officer at your fraternity or sorority. But having that headline in your LinkedIn headline will cause confusion when recruiters are looking at where to place you in an organization. Gotcha.
Great tip. And I love how you kind of spell that out, and even saying aspiring HR manager or aspiring HR specialist or something. I love that advice there. Catherine, same question for you. Networking, it sounds kind of intimidating. What's your advice for recent college graduates or upcoming college graduates on how to get that networking process started?
Yes, so I can totally relate to that. I'm somebody that, as much as I enjoy public speaking, I like the thought of a networking event just kind of makes me cringe. So I totally get it. It's sort of helpful right now that we're doing a lot of this from behind our computer screens. So what I would say, kind of 2 tips come to mind that are new that we haven't shared yet. And one is, after you talk to whoever it is, somebody from your university, somebody, a friend, an uncle, whoever it might be, always finish that conversation with, "Thank you so much. Is there anybody else you'd recommend that I talk to?" because again, you're trying to widen that network. So verbally, that's one way, or even over email too, that just always ask for that. Is there anybody else? The second thing I would add is use LinkedIn. So engage on LinkedIn to help widen your network. So you might be adding connections, as you should. You want to try to get up to that 500 plus connection threshold. It's like a badge of honor on your profile. So aim for that and start connecting with people, but also start engaging with people, because again, you want to make yourself known. And it's a really easy thing to like somebody's comment, like an article. What would be even better is if you then comment on that article. Just engage in the conversations on LinkedIn. Take it one step further and write an article yourself. It doesn't have to be anything long. You just want to kind of put yourself out there as a thought leader, things that you're experiencing. You can start right now and write an article on how you reacted to 2020. Mm-hmm. So I think just the more that you can engage within LinkedIn, that's actually networking, because you're going to find that you're starting to see like the same people pop up. Then maybe you start a connection with them that leads to a private message. So it's kind of like the natural feeding pool for networking if you can just start to engage on LinkedIn.
So let me ask a follow-up question. I'll start with you, Catherine, then I'm going to flip the same question to Vincent. And I hear this so often, like people are very intimidated about posting on LinkedIn. Okay, so I'm a recent college graduate. I don't have any professional experience yet. What do you mean I have to post? I know what to post on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok because there's where my friends are. But now I'm in this other realm of LinkedIn. Like, what should new college graduates be posting on LinkedIn? Can you give us a couple of examples?
Sure. So I think find some sort of industry article. So you can go to, whatever newspaper you might be reading, blogs that you follow, even just websites, Forbes.com, whatever it is, and read something interesting and then share it. Share that article, share the link, and then you can write a short post on top of that explaining why you're sharing it. What was the key point that you've really resonated with? So I would say sharing articles is a quick one. If you're coming up with your own posts, I would say think about just things that you've learned. I've seen a lot of job seekers post about, I just took this class on LinkedIn Learning. Here's a really interesting fact that I learned, or a statistic. Or celebrate something. I just finished the project management track on LinkedIn Learning. Really excited about that. That's a great way to celebrate yourself and boost a little confidence. And then I've seen a lot of job seekers too lately talking about the sort of ups and downs of what's going on right now. I would always caution you from coming across as too like desperate almost and saying, oh, woe is me, the job search is really hard and I don't know what to do. But how can you frame that in a positive light and actually turn it around and motivate other job seekers? So think of the advice you'd want somebody to give you when you're feeling down in the dumps about your job search, and project that out into the LinkedIn universe, or even, Facebook or what have you. But I keep mentioning LinkedIn because that's the professional site that we're used to using.
Kind of focused on, right? Yeah. Okay, same question for you, Vincent. So somebody's, new college graduate, I don't know what to talk about on LinkedIn. What's your advice for them? What should they be posting on LinkedIn? Oh, we lost, I think he's muted. I don't know if I muted you or if you muted you. There we go.
Earlier, it's really important to be able to talk about your 2020. There's a lot of really qualified job candidates right now. And if you have two job candidates who have similar pedigrees, similar backgrounds, similar experience, the one that can show how they were bettering themselves or bettering the world in 2020 is going to be the person that's going to win. One example is I talked to a software engineer who during COVID decided to create a project online. Nobody told him to do it, but he created a project online where he made a hospital tracker where in New York City, if you had to find a hospital as a result of having COVID symptoms, it would tell you where had the most availability. And he posted that on LinkedIn. And, that shows and goes so far in showing what you're doing in 2020. Now, that's a big example of something that he took on. A smaller example could simply be if you're an aspiring marketer, go out and get a free Google Analytics certification. It's free. It doesn't cost anything to do. You could do that from home. Go do HubSpot's inbound marketing certification. Doesn't cost any money, just your time to be able to go out and do it. And all of those will give you certificates that you can post online And when people congratulate you on that, it'll actually reshare it out to their network. The other piece of advice is if you're too nervous to make a post, that's okay. A lot of people are like that. On LinkedIn, comments go a long way. And everybody who's active on LinkedIn knows this, is that sometimes you can get even more visibility just by going out and commenting on other people's posts than even making your own posts. So Annette Rodriguez said that in the comments on LinkedIn. Yes, follow a company and comment. I have many companies that like my post. And here's a third little just kind of insider secret. You know, recruiters are working hard looking for the right candidates, and they oftentimes will post roles on LinkedIn saying, hey, I'm looking for somebody for a software engineering role or this HR role. And even if that role is not a good fit for you, but you know a classmate who's looking for a role, tag them in that post, because that recruiter is going to love that. And now, if that person gets a job at that company, you know somebody who works at that company, and they might be able to refer you for the role that's perfect for you. And even if they don't end up working at that company, that recruiter is definitely going to like it. And it makes it a lot easier to reach out to that recruiter and say, hey, I know that you were recruiting for HR roles. I'm actually interested in marketing roles. I'm really happy to introduce you to my friend who's looking for an HR role, but just curious, can you introduce me to the recruiter that's working on marketing roles? And these are how these relationships build, because you're paying it forward first. And you don't have to go out there asking for favors, begging people, you know, to read your resume, give you resume advice. Instead, you're going out and you're putting goodness into the world. And when you put goodness into the world, I strongly believe, you know, that karma is going to come straight back to you. But it's also a lot easier to be able to ask for help after you've helped somebody else.
Yeah, I love the social media karma. And if you guys watch me at all, follow me at all, the folks who, you know, social media karma is my thing. Like, that's my bag. Like, I'm all about putting the love out there, sharing the spotlight with others, and it comes back to you through karma. So we were talking a little bit about this earlier, you know, and I love how you're saying, Vincent, you know, talk to your classmates and keep connected with them. And I see Alexandra's comment, alma maters are really underutilized. So I'm going to start with asking you, Vincent, and then to you, Catherine, next. What advice do you have for college graduates? I mean, they probably have career services departments and other resources. What advice do you have for college graduates about their alma maters and resources that might be available?
You know, every single school, for the most part, has some type of alum network. So it's like a private website where you can log in and you can connect with other alums there. So first and foremost, I would say make sure you're utilizing those services, because any alum that has taken the time to create a profile on there, you already know they're going to be open with connecting with other alum. The second thing that I would do is, it is terrifying reaching out to people on LinkedIn that you don't know. You might not know what to say to them. You might feel like you're bothering them. And here's, you know, two things that you can do that increases your chance of being able to get another connection. I've had even a lot of connection requests just in the time that we've been on here. Yeah. And I look at the connection requests that I'm getting right now. The ones where my attention goes to at first are the people who write a little personalized note. And so, you know, on LinkedIn, you can hit the connect button, but if you hit write note or personalized note, you have about 200 to 300 characters where you can write a note. And something as simple as like, Lynn just reached out to me, Lynn Williams, ED, and the message just said, hi, Vincent, I'm enjoying listening to you on Brenda's a-thon. I would love to I got another one right now. Mr. Fanvan, go Bruins, right? I just said earlier. My niece went to UCLA. Thank you so much for your presentation at Brenda Meller's event. Looking forward to connect, right? So it just that common connection right there. I said it earlier, right? Hey, we share this common experience. We both went to the same school. We were both in the same club at different schools. Hey, I saw that you volunteer for Big Brothers Big Sisters. I actually have a little as well. If you include name, just some type of small piece of relevance there, it goes a long way in being able to connect with folks. And then the second part after that is you have to be specific with your ask afterwards. If you are just connecting with somebody and it's just a broad, hey, I was hoping to get help from you, sometimes the person receiving the connection request, they want to help. They just don't know what it is that they actually can do to help. And so get really, really crisp on what is that ask. And if it could be as simple as, I saw, hi, Brenda, would love to connect with you. We went to the same university. I loved seeing the LinkedIn post that you made about this topic, by the way, I noticed your company might be hiring for this role. Any chance you know anybody in that department? So just a clear, succinct message there, something you have in common, something that you noticed on their profile or about a post that they made recently, and then a clear, short ask where in less than 5 minutes, they can help you with that ask.
That's a great point. And tapping into your college network, so important. I mean, what I will advise people to do is when you're searching for new connections, if you're a new college graduate and building up your network, you can search for people who are in your targeted job title who attended your alma mater, and then use that, to Vincent's point, in your invitation to connect. And then you always want to include a personal note, always, and mention, that shared affiliation. The goal of an invitation is to get the invitation accepted. It's not to ask for a job or get an interview. It's to get them to accept it. And to Vincent's point, using that personalized approach is going to get more of those accepted. So let me flip to you now, Catherine. Same question. What advice do you have about alma maters? And I see some other comments coming in here, Carol saying they offer a career. I mean, some people forget about that. They forget they graduated, they move on, and they forget to look back. So what advice do you have to them about their alma maters?
Yes, so I would definitely recommend reach back out to your career development office at your university. Chances are they're going to offer you some free resume advice, just helping you work through a job search strategy. So that can be a really great opportunity to take advantage of. I would say, in addition to reaching out to alums and going that route, go back and talk to some of your professors, or reach out to those people on LinkedIn or through email if you have it, and talk to them. And now, of course, you want to do professors that you actually had a relationship with. Maybe you took multiple classes. But think about those relationships. Who was on campus? Did you have an academic advisor, an internship advisor, any other connections on campus? Reach out to them, same sort of spiel. You want to customize it, be very specific in your request. But that's a whole nother group of people that you can tap into and really just let them know, hey, I'm looking. You can even attach your resume. If you hear of anything, if you think there's anybody that I should talk to, please let me know.
Okay, great. And I just put a little ticker below. It would be kind of streaming on there. So for those of you that are watching, I want to encourage you, this is your time to ask questions. So if you're a new college graduate, you have a question for Vincent or for Catherine, ask your question. Now, don't be shy. And this is going back to that earlier point of, it can be very intimidating when you have never done networking. Maybe today is the first time you're watching a LinkedIn Live and you have the opportunity to interact with the panelists, the speakers. I even as a college student, I always try to tell people, when you have a guest speaker, a guest lecturer coming into your class, be that one person that asks them a question. Why? It does two things. It shows that, for your professor, it shows that you're a highly engaged student. And when it comes time for grading, if you're on the cusp between a B or an A, and you've been raising your hand or asking questions in webinars all semester long, they may flip you over to the A. And the other thing is, you may be the only person in the audience who's asking the question. So whether it's Catherine coming to your class or Vincent or something, you might be that one person who is making a memorable impression with those folks. And it makes them feel good. Not only them, but it makes me feel good because I brought them on. You guys are asking questions. So it's a good thing. And I see, I also asked you guys, if you don't have a question, if you have advice for college graduates, put that into the chat. And I see one which is talking about your 60-second pitch. So Vincent, tell us, I know you know what this is. So tell us, what is a 60-second pitch? Maybe there's somebody watching as a college grad who's heard of it, but they don't really know. What is it, and how do you create one if you're a new college grad and you don't have experience yet?
Yeah, that's a really great question from Linda that asked about the 60-second pitch. So the 60-second pitch sometimes is called an elevator speech as well. It just shows a little bit of your personality. It shows a little bit about what your experience or accomplishments are in the past, and a little bit about where you're going. And the where you're going is where a lot of people really miss. And it's the same. It's very similar to the first interview question that you get, tell me about yourself. A mistake that people often make is they only talk about your past. So the way that you want to structure this is you talk a little bit about your past, a little bit about your present, and a little bit about your future. So an example of this might be something along the lines of, my name is Vincent. I was a communication studies major at UCLA. While I was there, I actually started a club on campus, an organization that was called Green the Greeks. And we were able to recycle over 1,000 pounds of cans. And this got me really passionate about being able to make the environment better. And in the future, I'm really looking for a role where I can help create more sustainability as a marketing specialist at a company that's doing something within the environmental space. So I'm going to go back and kind of break up what I said a little bit, right? My name is Vincent. I was this major at this campus. I want to talk a little bit about an accomplishment from the present. I started an organization on campus. It was called this. And then you got to quantify that accomplishment. So quantify just means use some type of numbers. We were able to raise this much money for a nonprofit. We were able to recruit this many members. We were able to increase the number of membership from this to that. Just anything where you can quantify an accomplishment. And then you want to talk about the future, where I'm going in the future, not where I might be going, where I wish I was going, where I hope to be going someday. Where I am going in the future is I'm looking for a marketing specialist role at a company that is doing something to make the world more environmentally friendly. Really specific about where you want to go. And those are the things that you want to include in that 60-second elevator pitch.
Great point there. Catherine, anything to add on to that?
Yeah, I love how in sync we are, Vincent, because that's the kind of past, present, future model is something that I go over with my clients as well. What I would add is make sure you slightly tweak that depending on where you are. So as an example, for another way that you can get back in touch with your alma mater, usually you can still go to any career fairs that they have. And I know a lot of schools right now are having virtual career fairs. So that's another thing that you should probably look into and see if you're able to attend as an alum. And how that links back to this conversation is it's going to be a little bit of a tweaked past, present, future model. If you're actually approaching a booth at a career fair and it's a specific company, you want to make sure you add in there, this is why I'm at your booth. This is, I applied for a position, or I'm thinking about applying, or this is why I'm excited about your company and your role. You can sort of tweak it to have that company specific piece in there as well.
So I want to, Jenna, take that question and just going to add on to it too. I see sometimes people making a mistake, especially if you're a new college grad and you're asked that question, tell me about yourself. And I see them starting with, well, I was born in a small town and I'm the youngest of 4 and my dad worked in automotive and my mom was in the service industry, and they're rambling and going on and on and on. And I kind of heard, I don't know where I heard this from, but when you think about when you're in an interviewing situation, when they ask you that question, think about in parentheses at the end of the question as it relates to this job. Because they don't need to know your life story. Tell me about yourself as it relates to that job. So thoughts on that type of an approach, Vincent or Catherine?
Yeah, I mean, I would 100% agree with you. They don't really care what hospital you were born in. You don't have to go back that far into your past. The past is really like the immediate past. And I like your caveat, Brenda, of as it relates to this role, because if think about your past is almost like I just graduated from this university with this degree. Your present is what you're looking for. The past might even be that project that you worked on or the clubs that you were a part of. So kind of limit your past to maybe the university that you just graduated from. Although I will say, if you have had a lifelong passion for being an engineer and you built really elaborate Lego sets as a kid, that's something that does truly relate to the job. So you can go back a little bit further if you have something unique to share that also lets your personality shine through, because that's going to make you memorable.
Great point. Vincent, any final comment to add on to that? Oh, muted again. The 2020 term. Vincent, you're on mute.
You would think that getting through all of 2020 that I would have this down by now.
You're human like the rest of us, right?
Yeah, I would completely agree with that advice that Catherine gave. A lot of the times in a job interview, one of the toughest things is when a candidate talks for too long about a specific topic. And so this is why you want to be really crisp in what you're sharing. And, you know, a piece of 2020 advice, everything is on Zoom. So when you're prepping for a job interview, you can literally, there's something that's called the STAR method for answering interview questions. You can do a Google search to learn a little bit more about the STAR method, but just write out a few words for each of your STAR method, and then take that and just stick it right below your camera. So I'm going to put this right below my camera, and I'm actually staring right now at the exact center of that Post-it note. And it likely looks like I'm looking directly at the camera. But when you take the time to be able to do just that, it gives you a path for where you're going, and it helps you so that you don't end up talking about what hospital you were born at.
What hospital you were born. I love that. People do tend to go a little bit long. Hey, Susan, how are you doing? We're just going to get our next panelist into the room here. I just want to make sure, just to test our audio, that you can hear us okay. Can you say hi, Susan?
I think this is great. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah. And you'll hang out just for a minute or two while we wrap up with Vincent and Catherine here. Yep. And then Megan looked like she was like ethereal. There was like shining down light from heaven a minute ago. And we'll get your lighting fixed in just a second. I'll give you some tips here. But I just want to say thank you to Vincent and Catherine both. Thank you so much for joining. And I want to give each of you the opportunity for any final comments you'd like to share with the group. Vincent, we'll start with you, and then we'll move to Catherine.
This has been a tough year, and it can be really easy to be able to sit back right now. And I just want to thank everybody who's watching this on a Saturday, because if you're here, you're doing the right thing and you're investing in yourself. Keep your head up as you go through the next few months. Now is definitely the time to strike. A lot of employers open up new roles at the beginning of their fiscal year, which is oftentimes January. And so now is really the time to be able to go out and be aggressive. And I know day to day, it can be hard to find the motivation to be able to do that sometimes, but stick with your routines. And the last thing I'll leave with you is not job search related. Stick with your personal routines as well. You know, whether that's a few minutes to be able to listen to Calm or Headspace, the meditation apps, or whether it's just taking time to make a healthy meal. Those things are equally important. They help you show your best self when it does come time to interview. Looking forward to staying connected with everybody. Feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. You can also send me a text. My phone number is on my LinkedIn profile, but it's 615-667-8433. Thank you so much.
That's so nice of you to offer. Thank you so much, Vincent. Great information. And then Catherine, for you as well, any final comments for the group? Anything before we wrap up here?
Sure. So I would echo the mental health piece, the physical health piece, just take care of yourself. Job searches are frustrating by nature. Yeah. And when you add in the pandemic and the rest of the world's chaos, it can be a lot. So know that you're not alone. Reach out, ask for help, ask for support, but keep going because you have skills, you are hireable. You just need to keep going. And I always recommend set a meeting with yourself every week. Maybe it's an hour a week. If you can do 30 minutes a day, that's great too. But protect that job search time and really treat it like a meeting with your boss that you have to show up to, because that's going to help keep you accountable. And those small, consistent efforts are what's going to pay off in the long run. So keep going. We're rooting for you. Please feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. My email address is also on my profile. And I know Brenda's going to be sending out some information. One of the things I've provided is a free guide on conducting company research, and that can be a really great interview prep exercise.
Great. Thank you so much, Catherine and Vincent. It was a delight. It went by quick, didn't it? It was like a 45-minute that went by fast. Great time together.
Thank you again.
All right. Have a great afternoon. And again, for those folks that maybe are joining a little late, oops, wrong one there. I want to show you the link where you need to sign up if you haven't done so already. And if you go to mellermarketing.com/LIL subscribe, it's like Lil subscribe, LinkedIn Live subscribe is what the acronym means there. You go there, you can sign up, and you'll get playback links to the sessions for all of our presenters today. And I've asked folks if they have free resources, we'll be including that in the email as well. All right, Susan and Megan, how are you both doing today? Susan, how are you?
I'm doing very good. Thank you. Very well. Thank you. Thank you. This is really neat, Brenda. really opened up my world, I'll tell you.
Well, I love you, Susan, you know, and we'll talk a little bit about how you and I know each other. And Megan, I was realizing you guys both came in at, it was about 2:40, and I said, oh, they're in too early. And then I looked back, I was looking at my email, and I think I forgot to update the time start because your session started at 3:30. And I think I forgot to update and tell you 3:25, but the good thing is you got to experience StreamYard before you got to come into StreamYard.
Oh, yeah. And heard some great presentations, eh?
Yeah. It's been a great day, and this is the last session for today. So, Megan, I want to see if we can get your lighting figured out. Don't tell me, are you in a room? Do you have a light in the room with you? Because you're really dark, and I want to make sure people can see you before we get started. So we're gonna crowdsource this, and we're gonna try to fix this right now.
Okay, it looks fine on my end. I had to shut the blinds because I'm getting too much sun in, but the lights are on.
Lights are on. It's very dark though. Can you move closer to the camera? Is it possible for you to move your computer a little bit closer? That's a little better. That's better. Yeah, now we can see her. I just don't want people to drop off and say, I can't see the one woman. It's the background, it's too dark for her to keep going in there. All right. So ladies, first of all, thank you so much. We're at the this is the last session for today, and I'm very excited about this because we're going to be talking to some folks that are thought about this for a while, but now they're at this point where they're thinking about seriously leaving their corporate career and going solo. And when I first put this ask out, I think, Megan, you saw it in the post that I put out about this LinkedIn Live-a-thon. And you said, hey, I want to come on and you know, you've got a legal background, so we're going to talk about that perspective. And then you and I were chatting and we were saying, well, who else might be a good panelist? And you said a CPA. And I was like, oh, I got myself one of those. I'm going to bring my CPA on, Susan. And then, you know, I kind of contribute to the conversation from a marketing perspective as well. So we've got legal perspective, we got accounting and tax perspective, and then we're going to have some marketing perspectives that we're sharing here. So as we get started, why don't I ask both of you, if you could individually tell us a little bit about who you are, Megan, what's your business all about, and then I'll have Susan do the same. So we'll start with you, Megan.
Hi, everybody. My name is Megan Parpart, and I work at Howard & Howard, and I'm a corporate and tax attorney. So prior to being at Howard & Howard, I was at an accounting firm, which is when I met Susan, actually. We go way back. And then I came to Howard & Howard about 4 years ago, and I do every kind of business law, mergers and acquisitions, transactions, real estate, and then business formations and dissolution. So that's why I thought I could contribute to the panel, because I can help you work through all those things where when you're just starting your own business, all the little kinks that come up. Oh, and I should add that I also have a family business. So I really understand both sides of the coin. I know that sometimes people are hesitant to call a lawyer because they think we muck everything up and make everything more complicated. So I really have that business owner perspective, and I try to keep things really simple whenever I'm working with my clients.
Great. Well, I know we're going to have some great advice coming from you today, so we'll get to that in just a few minutes. But Susan, why don't you take a few minutes as well? Tell us a little bit about who you are and what your business is all about.
Well, I am a CPA, CSRP, and CSEP certified, and the RP portion is retirement planning, and the EP is estate planning. So I'm able to work with clients from the very beginning of setting up their business, if you will, or getting involved with them at the beginning part of it, and then moving out, helping them not invest, but how to plan for the retirement, and then what to do with that wonderful little nest egg that they have built up over the years so that their family members, or who they want to get the rest of their assets, can get them without the hand of, and I'm going to be very careful here, of big government reaching into that pocket and taking what they should not, what they don't deserve.
Right. Fair enough. We'll leave it there, right?
Yeah. But my husband and I owned a commercial printing company. So as Megan shared, I also have been on both sides of that aisle. I know at our highest, at our strongest years, we owned the company we ran the company for 10 years, owned it. Bob started it and at its highest, we had 42 employees.
Wow.
There were days when we would look at each other over coffee in the morning and say, well, let's go to the daycare and see what's happening there. That's about what it was like sometimes. So, but it was a great experience. I don't regret any of it. It really, it showed me what my CPA, it helps me because it showed me what my CPA did for me, what she didn't do, what she should have done, what I expected or anticipated in my ignorance, my naivete was being done. And so it really, it helps me be very, very client focused, that oftentimes when I work with a client, I become part of their organization. I become an employee. I don't, of course, benefit from their retirement plan. I'm not on their 401k plan, but or their profit sharing, but I do think as one of theirs side by side.
Yeah, really great point. Well, awesome. And Susan, you and I knew each other. I think we originally met through Inforum, which is a professional women's networking organization.
Right.
And my background, for those watching, because I'm part of this panel, you guys, so this is part of me too. So my company is Meller Marketing, and I help people unlock the power of LinkedIn. And I was always a corporate employee. I had no plans of leaving corporate and going solo. Like, I admired people who did that, but I never thought I would be one of those. And I found myself about 3 years ago in a position where we had a leadership change. As is common, you know, sometimes company leaders come in and they decide they want to make some changes and moves, and my position was one of those. And while I was looking for where my next full-time opportunity would be, I had people starting approaching me, and I had developed such a strong online brand for myself. People were saying, well, since you have time, can you help us with social media management? And since you have time, can you help me with LinkedIn? And since you have time, can you help me with a marketing plan? And I started realizing I wasn't marketing myself as this. It was more like I had an LLC set up on the side just for tax purposes to keep things separate, but I had no intention. But then when I decided to make it a real go and I leaned into it, that's when everything took off. And then I decided to leave corporate permanently and not return. And I think, Susan, you were one of the first people I met with for coffee in the early days of things. And my business was starting to kind of get its bearings. And you said, hey, do you need a CPA? And I said, well, I'm not big enough for that. I can do my own taxes. I hate doing TurboTax, but I'll do it on my own. And you helped me to think about things a little bit differently. And it's not just like the filing of the taxes. It's all the questions that you have about how to set up things for your best chances for financial success for your business. And you've even referred me to other, financial planners and other resources, Gusto for payroll. I mean, you've given me a lot. So what I want to do to start off here is, Megan, I know that you and I had chatted a while back about people that may be watching this and they're thinking about leaving corporate someday, like maybe not today, but someday they may be thinking about leaving corporate. So what is your advice from a legal perspective? What do they need to think of now and before they exit the organization? What would you say?
Yeah, so I think when you are an employee and you're thinking about making that jump to going on your own, what legal obligations do you have to your employer? In Michigan, we have at-will employment, which means most of the time, unless you signed a written agreement, you can quit your job anytime you want, and your employer can fire you anytime they want, right. Which is good and bad, depending on which side of the desk you're sitting on. But if you have a written employment agreement, there might be restrictions on what you can do. I mean, we all know that it's just kind of best practice to give 2 weeks notice, but do you have to give longer notice? And the bigger question is, are you subject to a non-compete? So a non-compete can extend over a number of years. Generally, you don't see them longer than 2 years, but that can impact what you can do. And then is what you're doing a competitive business or not? So if you can dig out your employment agreement, find a copy of it, hopefully you saved it when you signed it, and figure out what do they define as a competitive business, and is what you're hoping to do actually competitive with your employer's business? Because they can't just restrict you from working anywhere else, but they can restrict you from going out on your own and competing, you know, or if you have clients, can you take clients with you? What are the steps you need to go through? Because that might be over a long period of time, and it's something that you need to plan for. And I would say if you have an employment agreement that has a non-compete, that's a time. You know, I always try to tell people when do you actually need a lawyer and not. If you have a non-compete clause, that's probably something you want to have an attorney look at, because the last thing you want is to set up your business, it's going really well, and 3 months later you get a demand letter saying stop immediately because you violated non-compete, or worse, a lawsuit.
Yeah. Good point. And we had some earlier questions from folks too, Megan, about, oops, sorry, I just slid out of my chair, about people that when they're leaving a company and it's an at-will employer situation, and maybe it's due to COVID, you know, the company is making changes and they're giving people a separation agreement, a severance, right? And there's something they need to sign. And we had, I don't know if you were watching earlier, but we had some people asking questions about that. What are your, I mean, does your firm specialize in helping people look at separation agreements before they sign off on them? Or do you have any, and I want to say advice, but I'm using broader terms here, things that people should be thinking about before signing off on those separation or severance agreements?
Yeah, that is not something that I personally do. As a corporate lawyer, we tend to represent employers more often, and I'm not an employment attorney.
Yeah, okay.
So I want to say that right off the bat. But when you're thinking about a separation agreement, there could be any number of reasons why your employer is giving that to you. Maybe you're entitled to it because you have an employment agreement. Again, dust off that employment agreement and read it and figure out what you're entitled to. Or maybe they just are trying to ease the transition. It's unfortunate that they have to let you go. But generally, when you are signing a severance agreement, you're releasing claims against your employer. So just because your employer puts an agreement in front of you does not mean that they think you have a claim against them. It doesn't come up very often that you would. So it's not something that you don't need to have yourself on high alert just because they put an agreement in front of you. But if they're not offering you time to read it, that would be a time when your ears might prick up. And, they should be, if you say, I need some time to read this, can I think about it overnight? They should be receptive to that otherwise.
So Megan, we've gotten a request for you to shut your blinds again. Now we're getting the angelic Megan, right? The heavens shining from above. So while we're getting that figured out, Susan, I'm gonna shift gears and move the question to you. So there may be folks that are watching this that are thinking about starting up their business, and what should they be thinking about from a tax implication standpoint? LLC, or do I be independent? I mean, what do you have in terms of advice for folks that are thinking about making this move?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to dip right in or jump right into the tax side of it. What I'm going to fall back on is how, and I'll keep it brief, I promise. You know how passionate I am, Brenda, and I can go on until Sunday. But when we were in business, I got into business following on Bob's coattails. My husband was the entrepreneur. I was definitely the business owner. And working together with him made me aware of the differences, because an entrepreneur sees the world in a multitude of colors. An entrepreneur has a vision that a lot of us don't even begin to see, don't even know that it's out there. And the business owner is more anchored to the ground, if you will. And I think of it in terms of a balloon and a string, that Bob was the balloon, that he was constantly thinking about ways to do things. And I was constantly thinking about, well, wait a minute, I don't know that we can do that. So my string kept him to the ground, but balloon allowed me to see things in a much, much different vision. And it was really good. And I think it's important to know going into business which side of the aisle, which side of the coin you are on, because the entrepreneur sees the value before the cost. And the business owner sees the cost before the value. So you really have to, you have to look at both sides of the coin and understand where you immediately, or where, what your first thought is, how you intuitively think, because then it's time to bring the other side of the coin in that, well, shoot, if I don't have the money to do this, or it's going to cost me this, this, and this, take a step back and think about the value that it will bring. For instance, Bob came to me one day and said, we have to buy a 2-color press. And at the time, this was in the mid 80s, late 80s, and this 2-color press was $250,000. And I said, honey, we can't. We don't have the money, because I was looking at the bank. I was looking at current cash flow. I was looking at all of that, the financial side of it. And he said, we can, because it will generate more than $1 million a year. So it was right. He was looking at the value. I was looking at the cost. So know which side of the coin flips to you, and then look at the other side of the coin. So I tried to keep it short, but I don't know how.
No, I love your passion. And I remember one of the first, I just remember one conversation I was having with you about, we were meeting, I think it was at Inform Novi, and it was getting close to April 15th, and you were just lighting up like it was Christmas Day. And all of us were like, oh, taxes. But you were like, I am so excited. April 15th is coming around. And I love that you have this light inside of you.
I was born to do this. But you've heard me say this, and I apologize to anybody else who may have heard me say this. There are 5 seasons, right? Winter, spring, summer, fall, and tax. And is the best. Although my 8-year-old grandson told me not too long ago, Grandma, hockey season is the best.
So that's 6 then, right?
Yeah, there's 6. But tax season, as far as I'm concerned, is the best. And it's I was born to do this. And people around here don't understand that, because I just get all bubbly. In fact, some people tell me that I have to go to a client that they can't handle this today. So go see somebody else.
Right. No, it's great. And someone earlier we were talking about, finding career paths, and one of the panelists was saying, it's important to find what you're passionate about. So whether that's, working in the legal field, or working in a CPA profession, or being a marketer as an entrepreneur, it's really important to find that. And I saw someone else ask the question, what's Susan's last name? So I'm just popping her LinkedIn URL up on screen for you guys to take a peek at that. And I want to just shift the conversation a little bit towards marketing. If you are thinking about leaving corporate and starting your own business, going solo, from a marketing perspective, you need to be thinking about the reputation you're building for yourself out there. And even right now, if you're thinking about doing that in the future, start blogging on the side. And that's what I did. I started blogging about marketing and social media. And I had no intention of, in 2021, I'm going to be doing this full time and I would have thought you were crazy if you would have told me I'm doing this now. But I knew it was something I was passionate about, and I just started kind of slowly ramping up the side hustle, and then some speaking engagements started coming up, and then I decided to set up the LLC for tax purposes, just to keep things kind of separate. But then once I made the decision to go on my own, the things you need to have right away, you need to have a company name, you need to have a logo, you need to have a website, pretty quickly after that, and then grabbing the social media accounts, setting up company pages on LinkedIn, on Facebook, wherever people may look for you, whether that is on Instagram or Twitter or YouTube. You need to be thinking about those things. I do have a blog, and I'll drop it in the email that I'll be sending out to people about, here are some marketing resources if you are thinking about starting up a business. And the likelihood is you're going to be wearing many hats. And Megan, I'm going to flip this conversation back to you again. So somebody who is thinking, I could probably just create my own contracts myself. I don't need a lawyer to do that, right? That's okay, right, Megan? I can just Google legal contracts and I can create one for myself. What do you think?
So, no, don't do that. Don't create your own legal There are things you can do, though, that I will tell you by yourself. Most people, if you're watching this today, can probably form their own LLC. And I put the Lara thing. There are great resources if you're just willing to take the time to read online. to Susan's point, I often see, and it's kind of the more specialized somebody is in their career, the worse they are at the business side of it. Like doctors, because what a doctor does is so disconnected from what a lawyer or a CPA does. They can't really even, I don't want to say they can't, they probably don't have time to sit down and learn about legal formalities. But many, you know, depending on what you do, you may already be suited to kind of figure it out on your own. So it is, to what Susan was saying, it's about knowing yourself and knowing what you're capable of. A lot of clients just hire us because they don't want to deal with it. And it's kind of a risk tolerance thing as well. You know, do you want to take the risk that you're wrong in what you found on Google, or do you think that you can figure it out on your own? So setting up an LLC, you absolutely can do that yourself. It takes like 10 minutes and it costs, you have to pay $100 to get them to review it in 24 hours. But
yeah.
But then what do you do with the LLC? You know, you have to, if you want an EIN, I put that link in there too. That's easy. But when it comes tax time, you have to remember that you have to do your tax filings. If you have employees, you have payroll tax due right off the bat.
Right.
So if you are going into business with another person that's not your spouse, you should sit down with an attorney and have an agreement. I've seen, I could go on for ages with stories, but people who were in the room when each other's kids were born,
yeah,
go through messy business separations. And it generally is the closer you are with your business partner, the less you have in writing and the harder it is to unwind. So sitting down with an attorney at the beginning can save you so much headache down the road and so many conflicts. And the good thing about working with an attorney, if you're going into business with another person, is they can kind of be that neutral third party. And so you don't have to kind of have those tough conversations with, you know, if it's a family member that, I say your spouse because generally for legal liability purposes, you're kind of in together. But even if it's a brother, sister, parent, you want to have those, you know, if we make money, are we going to keep it in the company or are we going to take it out? Who's going to be responsible for this or that? That's a good conversation to have with an attorney. Contracts, you know, if you are Brenda Meller in Meller Marketing and you are signing a contract with FCA, who just got purchased by Solaris, you know, you don't really have a lot of negotiating power. So you probably don't need an attorney to look at that unless you are truly willing to walk away from the deal if the terms don't suit you. But if you want the opportunity and you're dealing and it's someone small going against someone big and you don't have a lot of leverage, you probably don't need an attorney to review your contract because they probably are not going to listen to what your attorney has to say about it.
Yeah.
But times when you would want your attorney to review it are if you have an agreement, an attorney can make you a standard form agreement for customers. If an attorney is not willing to do that, then find a different one. You don't have to go to your attorney every single time that you need a standard agreement. An attorney can make standard terms and conditions for your product that you can put on your website, and they can tell you how to incorporate them into your invoice in a way that's enforceable. Because if it's not on your invoice, it doesn't matter that it's on your website. Yeah. So there's simple things that an attorney can help you with to kind of build that legal health of your business without you having to spend a lot of money. Yeah. And so it's really about identifying the risk, and also any attorney will have an initial conversation with you for free. And if they say they won't, then again, hop around and find a different one.
Yeah, that's probably a flag. So great advice. And what I heard you say too, Megan, and my kind of takeaway from one of my takeaways from your pieces of advice is I think you really want to get these contracts and agreements in place when things are good before they get bad and then they get muddy and cloudy. And the closer you are in the relationships, the more important that becomes, because it can ruin a friendship, you know, personal relationships that you might have with people. So it's really great advice. And Paul is already commenting. He wished he had done what you had suggested before he partnered with someone. So thank you for that, Megan. Susan, I want to shift to you. And I see Sherry saying, if you want a great CPA and tax resource, definitely get with Susan Schmidt. And I have to echo that. And there's been so many things that you've taught me and that you've helped to guide me with. And I think the most important thing is I can just give you literally a box of my files and papers and
go, here you go, Susan. Make sense of all. I mean, not literally, but pretty close to that. But because you have an eye for things, and then you can help people to see through. And you speak CPA speak. You understand the language of accounting. So, any additional thoughts for folks that might be watching here today?
Well, I want to tag on to what Megan said about getting things in writing at the very beginning, because it can be ugly at the end. And what I've seen from my side of it is, I don't see the legal side. I see the legal expense, and I see what it costs a company in terms of trying to get out of or trying to work with a deal that was set up with a handshake and over a cup of coffee or a glass of wine when everybody was happy together, and then one little thing happens, and oftentimes what I've seen is that two partners go into business, and then before they get married, and after a while the spouse starts to whisper in the ear about, honey, I think you should be making more money. And then all of a sudden, everything that it was based upon, the friendship, the common understanding, the common ground, goes out the window because of something that was not expected. But it's one of the things too that I want to tag on to what you said when you first started to get into business is, and I'll go back and answer, I think was the very first question you asked me, what type of entity to set up? LLC, a corporation, an S corporation, a partnership. They all have benefits. It depends on what it is that you are looking for. If you have a husband and wife that want to start a business, but most of it, like in our situation, we were not a partnership, but it's 50-50 involved in the business. So now, at the time, it was not available, but in subsequent years, recent years, the IRS has allowed an election that instead of filing a partnership tax return, we can make an election and file as an LLC, single member. So we only need one tax return. It flows into our individual. A partnership needs a separate tax return. A corporation needs a separate tax return, and it's one of the conversations that I have with the client about what time in their career path or in their business path is a good time. Should I stay as an LLC? Should I think about an S Corp? Should I think about a C Corp? What happens? I want to bring somebody in as a partner, or I need to borrow some money and I want to give them equity. That's my first thought right there is, don't give away your business that you have laid awake nights thinking about, how am I going to do this? I need to do this. I need to do that, because the entrepreneurs, their wheels never stop thinking. They don't stop thinking, and their wheels never stop turning. And as a good example of that, this was probably in 2001, early 2000s. We had moved back to Michigan, and my husband had resigned from the job he was to stay home and take care of his mom, who had Alzheimer's. Mm-hmm. He was unemployed. He had all this time all day long when he wasn't taking care of her to think about things. And he said to me one day, I think I should I wish I knew how to tell people that I'm available to drive them here, take them to the doctors, take them to the grocery store, all that kind of thing. He said, I have a car and I have time, but that was it. Well, we now have Uber, which is what that whole idea is. So he was the balloon. He was gone. So, but anyway, and the other thing, Brenda, start a separate bank account.
Yeah.
If you don't commingle your funds, because that's one of the things that the IRS looks at. And if your funds are mixed in with your business funds, they have the right to say, none of this is a business, or this is not a business, and none of these expenses are deductible, and you end up paying some serious dollars. So
And adding on to that point, for a legal perspective as well, keeping your corporate formalities, number one, though, is not commingling your funds, because not only will the IRS come after them if you get sued, the last thing you want is somebody coming after your personal assets. So if you're going to go through the trouble of forming a legal entity, but you don't get a bank account for that entity, you have done almost nothing to protect yourself. You have very little, if any, protection from forming that LLC. So that is step one, number one thing. Form a separate bank account from the first day, even if you have $5 in it. Like, get the bank account.
Borrow that $5 if you have to.
Yeah.
And I asked around when I was getting my account set up. I asked my friends because I was trying to figure out my credit union wasn't a good place for my business accounts because there was minimum thresholds. And I asked around, and then I shopped around to find different banks too. Ladies, I'm looking at the time and we're at our ending time, and I feel like we could probably go another hour.
Oh, Brenda, we're just getting started.
But I know that other people might be saying, hey, I was watching this LinkedIn Live-a-thon. You told me it was going to end at 4 and it's 4:01. You're still going. So I want to be respectful of your schedule.
I got it.
And Megan.
I told you we can go till Sunday.
We could. I mean, you're both so passionate about what you do, and I just want to thank both of you. And I want to give you the opportunity for any final comments, and then ask how could people get a hold of you if they're interested in learning more. So Megan, we'll start with you.
Yeah. So if you take, besides the open your own bank account, I would also say if you don't want to work with an attorney, read everything. And I know it's hard to read legal documents, but read the operative terms. Most of them will have headings. And many agreements automatically renew. Figure out what you have to do to get out of the agreement, and you will save yourself so much money and potential litigation, because I've seen these things go wrong. And sometimes they'll renew for like 3 years. So if you don't want to hire an attorney, aren't ready to hire an attorney, do your research, Google with your friends, and read. And you can, I think all my contact info is, you're sending it somehow, Brenda.
Yeah.
Or connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy. I'll respond to any messages on there. If you can't find my contact for whatever reason, just Google Howard and Howard, Megan Parkart. My page will pop right up there.
All right, and I'm going to pull you up on screen here, Megan. And for those folks that are watching, just a reminder again, when you go and visit Megan's profile on LinkedIn, when you invite her to connect, mention that you watched her on today's LinkedIn Live event. And if there was something particularly memorable from what she shared, mention that in the invitation. And then, yes, I will be including contact information as well as resources for folks that are subscribing. And I'll give you that information in one more minute for those that are watching. But what I want to do now is turn the floor back over to you, Susan. Any final comments? And then how do we get a hold of you if we're interested in learning more or working with you as our CPA?
Yes, as a final comment, I'm going to, again, tag on to what Megan said, that, again, it gets back to the cost versus value. I know, and I spoke with an attorney one time, and he said, I love LegalZoom.com. And I said, really? You use it? He said, no, I get so many clients LegalZoom.com because they don't know how to get out of the mess that they got into. He said, I love LegalZoom. So it's kind of like, well, not kind of, it is the cost versus the value. And it's the same thing with an accountant, that you may not need to engage an accountant for your entire business, but at least have one in the background that you can follow up with, you can ask questions of, you can make sure that you are on the right track from a tax perspective, and in accounting if you're trying to work with the bank. But some of my a lot of my clients will come to me and say, I want to do this on my own, or I want you to do my tax return, and I'll look at it and I'll tell them, you don't need my services. Get TurboTax. Here's my home number. 4 or 5 things that you need to look at, and Grant Millman is comfortable with that, because we are not here to bill for a transaction. We are here to build a relationship. So if by building that relationship, and I just got a call yesterday from a former client. I 5 years ago, he said, you told me to use TurboTax, and I've been doing TurboTax. It's been great. He said, but this year my situation has changed and I'm more comfortable. If you look at it, if you do my taxes this year, I may have you do them going forward, depending on whatever. And I said, if I can show you how to do your tax return next year and know that I've helped you, I will of course do it this year, because he's comfortable. And he said, I don't want to do this. So it's not just a question of doing your taxes every year or doing your accounting or your financial statement every year. It's a question of building and keeping that relationship.
Yeah.
So
great.
Okay.
And then Susan, how can we get a hold of you if we want to learn more about, what you do, or if we're interested in talking to you about being our CPA?
Okay, so that's my LinkedIn, right?
Yeah. She's like, she's not going to say anything about it, is she? I've had it on the screen the whole time. We know there are some people that use LinkedIn more than others, and we all have gifts and talents. But what is your preferred method of people contacting you? If hypothetically it's not LinkedIn.
Probably, I would have to say my email.
Okay.
Grant Millman, because I get those at home, I get those at work, I get those on my phone. I'm always, I swore I would never be one of those people, but my phone is connected to my hand a lot of times. But email is the best.
Okay.
And you can always reach me at, get a hold of me at Grant Millman.
Okay.
You can phone me. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll include links for Susan and for Megan in if you do go to my webpage, mellermarketing.com/LIL subscribe. Lil subscribe. It stands for LinkedIn Live, and I was like, oh, it's kind of funny. It's like a little subscribe type of thing. So if you go to that webpage, you have to sign up. It's just like an opt-in. And that way I'll be able to send you playback links from the entire day, and then Susan's contact information, Megan's information, any resources that they have available. I'll be sharing those as well. So ladies, thank you so much. This was a great anchor.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. It's great.
This is great. Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, thank you, ladies. I'll excuse you, and I'll just kind of do a final wrap with the group. But thank you so much for your time. Have a good weekend, ladies. And I look forward to talking to both of you again in the future.
Likewise. See you later.
Thank you. All right, so that's it, you guys. This is a LinkedIn Live-a-thon. This is the first ever one I've done of these, and I have to just thank all of the amazing presenters that we had for today, and I want to thank the audience. All of you guys are watching, whether you're watching on LinkedIn or you're on Facebook, maybe you're on YouTube. You may have went on all of the 3 networks because we broke LinkedIn today, you guys. How cool is that we broke LinkedIn? I don't know if it really did or if it was a StreamYard hiccup between LinkedIn or what happened. I'm going to say I broke LinkedIn, and I'm going to use that, right? I'm going to probably post and talk about it at some point. But I want to thank all of you who have watched. If you're watching onto the bitter end here, we started today, and I was keeping track on my little Post-it notes of how many people were live at one point during each of the sessions. And I think Claire's was the session where it broke, and we were at the session before we had 194, and then once we got the live stream going again, I think everybody went over to YouTube and we had 125 there. So we kept a lot of folks watching throughout the day. And I'm seeing right now we've got 65 people on LinkedIn, another 48 watching on YouTube. And I'm trying to navigate to Facebook to see how many folks are watching there. My computer's going slow. It's not showing me. But I think we've got another 8 or 10 people on Facebook. So thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed the event. What I will be doing is anybody who does subscribe at my mellermarketing.com/Lil subscribe, my LIL LinkedIn Live subscribe page, I will be sending you an email with playbacks links so that you can watch all of the presentations again. Maybe you came on early in the afternoon and you missed the morning sessions. I will be happy to share those with you. And I just want to recap quickly who we heard from today. So we had a very full day today. We started this morning with Pat Roque, who talked about how to move from a what I've always done to a what I want to do career. And then 10:30 to 11, we had Libby Simon sharing thoughts on, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, career strategies for people after 30. So that was a great talk there. And then after that, we had Experience Rich and Looking. We had a panel discussion with 3 gentlemen. It was, I'm going to put their profiles on screen. It was Kenneth Lang, Mark Strano, and Marty Latman. And remember, Marty had a tech issue, spinach in his teeth, right? We helped him out. We helped him to work through that issue. We got through that. So it was a great session. And then Sweta Regmi was talking about overcoming a devastating layoff and how to move into a positive mindset. A really great talk there. Then Clarine Mitchell was sharing about using LinkedIn to shift to entrepreneurship. So some of the topics today have been about entrepreneurship and some have been about working in a corporate job. And we've been doing a good job pivoting back and forth. Then we had Tisha Hammond talking about using LinkedIn to shift to entrepreneurship and a new career. And that one's tickering on me for some reason. We had LinkedIn 101 by Susan P. Joyce, who was talking about how to use LinkedIn if you've never used LinkedIn to find a job, and some great advice in there. Claire Davis walked us through some great tips on resume strategies, and she even did a little bit of a workshop for us here today. And then we had Vincent Van Van and Catherine McLean talking about, I just graduated, now what? So job search strategies for new graduates. And finally, our final session was Leaving Corporate, Going Solo, where Megan, Susan, and I were talking about different perspectives and things you should be keeping in mind. So I want to thank all of you for watching. If you watched at any point today, I hope you enjoyed the session. I am actually looking at holding another one of these next month in February. I think I'm looking at February 20th. I'm going to pull up my calendar because that's what I do. I just do things on the fly quickly. And I already have booked a few presenters. I will be including in the email follow-up an overview of the date and who is going to be joining me next month. It's going to be on Saturday, February 20th. I'm not going to do it quite as long. I'm going to be doing 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on that day. So I know I have Pam Lippitt booked, and there's a couple gentlemen. I'm blanking on their names right now. I have them booked as well. They're going to be talking about moving and looking at resources if you're looking at starting your own business. And we're going to be doing some other job search resources as well. So if you're interested, make sure that you join my email list. Again, I'll put it on screen here as we wrap up today. I hope you guys loved this today. I thought this was a great fun. I'm going to shut off my camera lights, get a glass of water, and just relax the rest of the day. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Remember, you are awesome, and I believe in you. Thank you so much, and have a lovely rest of your day. And we'll see you on LinkedIn and see you around in other places. Take care, everyone.